Hello, romance lovers. Today's story is called Immoral Duke Family Needs to be Homeschooled. If you enjoy our videos, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss out on more exciting stories. The man's hand pushed the letter away and the man asked what they wanted from him. The room was quite dark, but the moonlight, breaking through the curtains, still slightly illuminated it, creating bizarre shadows on the walls. A girl wearing dark-rimmed glasses and holding a book in her hands replied that an incompetent father is a gambler for whom relatives are a burden. The man at the table grinned and said that it probably applied to the mother who suffered from depression. Well, that was a sad picture of life. After that, he asked if that was why she dreamed of the title of Duchess. Would she mind letting him in on the matter? It seemed to him that this was something he had the right to demand of her. In response, Estella only pressed the book tighter to her chest, unable to utter a word. She was dejected by this turn of their conversation. He turned to her again with another question, about how he could save her from such a life. He demanded an immediate answer to his question. It seemed that his eyes were burning with an ominous gleam. The girl stood in front of him, sitting at the table, unable to utter a word. How she hated him at that moment and was afraid at the same time. Diego was a notorious murderer who had destroyed his entire family. What could she answer this man? Estella thought that she was talking to this man for one reason only, and she had to use this moment and tell him everything. Okay, I have a wish. Please, I beg you. Don't kill your younger brother and sister. Don't kill Cedric and Cecilia. A month earlier, a girl stood in front of the door of a luxurious mansion and admired its appearance. A young man in a cloak came out of the house to meet her and asked how he could be of service to her. In front of him stood a rather formally dressed girl with glasses that hid almost a third of her face. She was wearing a classic white blouse and a two-tone green dress with a wide belt that emphasized her exquisite figure. She replied that she had arrived to take up the position of governess. Oh, yes, yes. You are Miss Estella, aren't you? I heard about you from the butler. Let me take you into the house. The young man thought that he had never seen such thick glasses in his life. The young girl found herself that morning in front of a huge mansion with barred windows and an ironclad door. That morning and in that building, changes occurred in her life that would affect her future and the future of others. The future governess walked slowly after the young man who accompanied her and thought about the vicissitudes of fate that had brought her to this huge house. Well, she had received the position of governess in the Duke's house. If it had not been for the family's financial problems, she would not have had to do this. Upon entering the house, goosebumps ran down the girl's skin. She couldn't explain why this happened. What exactly alarmed her? After all, the inside of the room looked well kept and tidy. It was richly furnished. But at the same time, there was something ominous in the air here. The sophistication of the surroundings awakened memories of her past life. These memories warmed the girl's body and soul. How recently and at the same time long ago all this had happened to her. Memories of the past were like in a fog or a dream, but it was clearly not just a dream. It was a completely different world in which the level of civilization development was noticeably different from the usual. Estella remembered the country she used to live in, a country where people mostly had dark hair and dark eyes, with yellow skin. In that previous life, the girl was a primary school teacher, with over 30 lovely children in her care. There, she died under the wheels of a truck on her way to work. And now her past life has appeared before her eyes. The escort led the girl to a long, cluttered table, behind which stood a thin, gray-haired old man wearing pince-nez. The young man introduced the girl and the older man to each other. The old man turned out to be the head waiter of the Duke's family. He started the conversation with the girl by telling her that he had looked at the girl's resume. He was impressed by her qualifications and considered the girl to be an excellent teacher. In response, the girl thanked the old man for such pleasant words. He immediately offered to take her to the Duke's children and introduce them to each other. On the way, the maitre d' told her about other features of life in the mansion. You will have to strictly follow the rules of this house. The Duke and Duchess are quite strict with all the inhabitants. Later, I will introduce you to the other inhabitants and also show you your room, the old man said. You will look after young Master Cedric and young Lady Cecily, but your lessons with the girl will be more like a game. Later, perhaps, you yourself will understand what is the reason for this. He continued. The girl immediately asked to tell her about the details. She was so excited and interested in all this. In response, she heard that the young lady was speaking somewhat slowly. This answer excited the governess's emotions even more. The maitre d' asked the girl not to pay attention to the oddities in the girl's behavior, but to try to treat her like an ordinary child. Also, despite the noble titles, children are no different from other children. But the girl's mind was firmly occupied with thoughts of the little Duchess. What could have happened to this little girl? She asked the old man who was accompanying her if the girl had any problems. She knows names and some simple words, but her brother is a real rascal. A mischievous one, but quite smart. And you shouldn't have any problems teaching him, he explained. The girl thought that it wasn't that simple with teaching little boys. And one more thing, my recommendation to you, and a convincing one at that. Try not to cross paths and limit your communication with the young Duke Diego in the future. The maitre d' continued. The old man answered about the reasons for this, that although the young owner is a well-mannered person, no one knows what might happen. The young lady thought the name was familiar, although she heard it for the first time. Meanwhile, the old man was talking about the strained relationship between Diego and his half-brother and sister. They rarely communicate with each other because of this. The girl didn't see anything strange in this. Such things can happen between stepbrothers and sisters. But when she heard the maitre d' say the names of the brothers and sister together, she stood there dumbfounded. The governess clutched the handles of her bag tightly. Their names were familiar to her. What was happening to her? What? How could this have happened to her? Diego Berta, Cedric, Cecily. Could such a fantastic event really happen to her? Could she really get to such a strange place? Into the very novel that she read in her past life. It was incredible. Diego Berta is the heroine of the novel The Dangerous Marriage Contract with the Duke. The young girl read this novel just before her death. And now, somehow, she herself found herself among the heroes of this book. Well, there was no way to change that now. So she mentally ordered herself to calm down and analyze the situation. It would be good to remember all the details of the story first. According to the plot of the novel, the previous owner of this mansion was clearly not a good person. Duke Berta was not famous for his docile character, and his actions were not pleasing to God either. The Duke treated his first wife, Dolores, who became the mother of the young Duke Diego, coldly and dismissively. The reason for this was her unattractiveness in his opinion. And because of this, he sought connections with other women on the side. There were many of these women in his life. In the end, unable to withstand all these trials and abuses, the mental health of the first wife of the eccentric Duke deteriorated significantly. All this undermined her, and soon she died. The Duke's next chosen one was different from the deceased, and not only in the color of her hair. She was younger, and therefore the Duke considered her attractive. In addition, Anna was smart and quite cunning. The new mistress of the mansion managed to attract the Duke's attention completely. He fell head over heels in love with her. Thanks to this, the new Duchess gained complete influence over her husband's emotions and actions. Over time, their family grew. The Duke was delighted by the birth of another heir to the title. It was a boy whom his parents named Cedric at birth. He was a wonderful, energetic little boy. Soon it was time for a new joy for the ducal couple. Following the boy, the Duchess gave birth to a daughter. They named the little treasure Cecily. In gratitude for this, Anna received the title of Duchess and became the full mistress of the house. The Duke, at the instigation of his new wife, had an unsolved problem, and the solution was not easy for him. He had to make his heir not the eldest son, but the youngest, whom Anna bore him. For lack of any alternatives, the Duke even attempted to kill his firstborn Diego. But the young man miraculously survived. Having considered the miraculous rescue of his son, the Duke refused to shed blood, leaving the decision to fate. The young girl thought about all this as she caught up with the old, shuffling maitre d'. Thoughts swarmed in her head. Could her memories of the book she had read in her past life really help her escape from here? Finally, the maitre d' and the governess entered one of the rooms of the enormous ducal palace. The old servant introduced the girl. Mr. Cedric, your governess has arrived, the one I told you about yesterday, he said to the little boy. In response, the spoiled boy uttered a phrase that at first took the girl's breath away. And what is this idiot doing here? The girl tried to remember the novel she had read. She is Margaret's governess, Montiel, one of the characters in the novel. And later, this young lady is destined to die. She will be killed by the main male character of the novel. She is destined to die by his hand. The eccentric boy folded his arms across his chest and began to look at his governess. Was this nerd really going to be his new teacher? How could she even see through those thick glasses? Would she be able to teach him anything and help him in his fight against demons? At first, the girl was very angry with the boy. But then, remembering the plot of the novel she had read, she began to calm down. After all, she knows what must happen, and therefore her goal is to protect these little children, and perhaps to survive herself. Some time passed. The young governess got used to her new profession and her role in the ducal estate. All the days were similar to each other, and each morning was no different from the previous one. Like any other day, the girl, hurrying to class, stepped on the shiny parquet of the palace. As she walked down the narrow corridor, the girl heard someone call her name loudly from behind. It was one of the cooks. "Miss Margaret, you are just in time. I was just thinking about you recently. Can I have a second?" The cook said. She opened the door, and the girl and the woman found themselves in a spacious cellar where a huge number of barrels of wine were stored. Food, fruits, and vegetables were also stored there. The governess found herself in this place for the first time. She looked around and asked why they had come here. The maid showed the girl a basket of ripe apricots and offered her a couple of the juicy orange fruits. They looked freshly picked, shiny. They probably tasted great, too. The woman gave the basket of large apricots to the girl and said that she needed to eat them to maintain her strength. After all, working with the Duke's children is not as easy as it seems at first glance. In response, the governess thanked the nice woman with a sincere smile and said that she would be glad to chat with her a little, but it was time for her to go to classes. She promised to definitely find some free time for this and to chat with her. When the maid asked if it was true that she was working as a maid for the first time, the girl replied that in her previous life she had worked as a teacher for 7 years, and after that, it was not difficult at all to cope with just 2 children. She got very obedient children, and she thanked him again for the treat. On the way further, she remembered that she had been working in this house for a month already. It is not as easy as it seems, and yet she is still coping quite well. Memories help the girl survive in this huge house and in this world that is alien to her. Entering the study room, the governess greeted the young gentleman and young lady. The children's faces showed little joy, but this was not due to the person entering the room, but to the daily lessons that lay ahead of them. But there was no escape. She had been hired specifically to teach these rather sweet children. The first to react to her appearance was, as always, the boy who had been having problems with discipline and behavior for the entire month. He jumped up from his chair and ran towards the girl as fast as he could. He wanted to know what was in the basket and whether she had brought food for him. He was told that the contents of the basket were intended for her sister. With an offended and at the same time furious look, the boy asked the governess if he even existed for her. After all, it might seem that she did not notice such a wonderful boy at all. Cedric ran up to the young girl, raising his hands high above his head, with the intention of grabbing something from the basket. But it was not that simple. The young lady was no pushover either. The basket of apricots instantly flew up in the hands of the very fast governess. She said that the boy would never get them. When he asked why he couldn't enjoy the juicy fruit, the girl replied that he apparently didn't like fruit at all. After all, the last time he tried strawberries, the boy spat them out on the table, saying that they were too sour for him. Then the boy shouted that strawberries were tasteless because they had too many seeds, and that was why he didn't like them at all. But he would love to try apricots. So let her treat him to them right now. The young lady's thoughts turned to the older brother of the boy screaming in front of her. During her month in the duchy, she had realized a couple of things. Firstly, it was easy to avoid the main character if you were always around children, because Diego considered it a bad omen to meet his younger brother. And while the brothers avoid each other, she is completely safe. But no. The boy quickly ran up to her, took advantage of the fact that her thoughts were somewhere far away, and snatched a large, juicy apricot from the basket. And that was the prankster. He ran away from her, grabbing the fruit with his teeth, and certainly could not answer her question at that moment about when and how he managed to get so close to her. After all, his mouth was busy with something completely different right now. There was no answer from him. Instead of an answer, the already agitated girl heard very strange sounds made by the boy. He bit off a piece that was too big for his childish throat. It got stuck in his throat, preventing the boy from breathing properly. The young Duke began to choke. Margaret ran up to the boy, intending to help the little Duke. His sister, who was holding a toy rabbit, began to sob. Without wasting a moment, the governess jumped up to the boy and began to hit him on the back until an apricot pit fell out of his mouth. She told him that the pit should not be swallowed. It should be spit out. The girl began to scold the boy. She explained to him what could have happened to him if she had not arrived in time with her help, and what would have happened to her if he had died. In response, she heard that after she had hit the boy, the governess still dared to scold him. He should definitely complain about her. The girl was carrying a basket in her hands and asked the boy if he really thought that after everything that had happened, she would praise him. If so, he was mistaken. The young lady sat down in front of the girl, who had already stopped crying, and calmed down and asked if she wanted to try a delicious apricot. But she had to bite off a small piece and not swallow the pit. After all, it could be life-threatening. The girl took the apricot from her hand and began to bite it. She accompanied the meal with loud smacking sounds. The little Duchess obviously liked the fruit. She did not repeat the mistake of her older brother. And he at that time continued to be indignant because he did not get more tasty apricots. The answer was that well-mannered people, if they want something, ask, and do not demand or snatch it by force. The young Duchess was quite satisfied with what had happened. The girl finished her apricot, sat down on a soft pillow, and continued playing with her favorite bunny. She was absolutely happy at that moment. This made the nasty boy even more angry. He ran up to his sister, kicked her toy, and started yelling at her loudly. Now 2 children were screaming. It was unbearable. The girl who was in the same room with the children found it unbearable. She thought that society had gone mad. What was happening to our world? As suddenly as all this, it started exactly the same way suddenly and stopped. Children calmed down and stopped yell. After all, the governess had already learned to get along with them. After all, they very good children, always listen her. The girl was very nervous when she first met the children. But then she realized that they were no different from the ordinary children she had worked with at a regular school. They also get upset easily for any reason or without. They are also able to enjoy any little thing in their lives. Finally, the young teacher was able to begin her direct duties. She suggested that her young student begin the lesson, and in response, she heard that she could do whatever she wanted. The boy was clearly not in the best mood. The door to the science room opened slightly. The heads of all 3 people present in the room turned towards the door. Someone asked without entering the room, "Cedric, my boy, are you here?" Anna entered the room. Dressed in a beautiful silk dress with her jewels, she seemed to bring even more sunlight into the room. She herself was shining. The woman said that she had come to inquire about how her children were doing. The young governess greeted the Duchess and said that they were just about to begin their lesson. The girl, who had tact and intelligence, kept silent about all the events of the day preceding the Duchess's arrival. Seeing her daughter in the study room, the Duchess became furious. She sternly asked her what she was doing there at this time. Cecily became very upset, sensing her mother's displeasure in her tone. Tears appeared in the little girl's eyes. She was ready to start sobbing. How the governess felt sorry for this little baby. The young teacher herself was ready to burst into tears after her pupil. She had to protect the girl, so she said that she was bored herself, and she was allowed to sit here with them, since she could not disturb anyone here. The Duchess only smirked and snorted in response. The girl huddled in a corner with her stuffed toy, quietly sobbing and seeming to start shaking. The Duchess turned her gaze to her daughter. She said that she had heard from the butler that the girl had begun to study mathematics. Was this true? And had she already mastered addition? The woman wanted to know if her daughter had made progress. Hearing from her daughter that she had not quite mastered it, the Duchess asked the governess why her daughter was making such slow progress. The girl apologized and replied that it seemed that at this stage the young lady was having a hard time mastering addition. But there was hope that things would improve soon. Then the Duchess angrily asked if this girl, who was paid for something unknown, wanted to say that her daughter was so stupid and so difficult to teach. At that moment, the girl realized that she had missed something. The person to be wary of was the Duchess. She was very hot-tempered, and more dangerous than Diego, with whom the governess never crossed paths. Perhaps this was the young girl's mistake. She replied that she did not mean that, and she believed that a girl simply needed her own pace of learning. The Duchess smiled sarcastically and said that it was rather bold of a governess to say such things to her. Did this commoner plan to teach her how to teach and raise her own children? If so, she was stupid. Had she ever heard of anyone who could not be taught before? Listening to the angry tirades of the Duchess, the girl wondered if she was really going to fire her. Why couldn't she fire the governess too? She really was stupid. The girl closed her eyes, ready for any turn of events. She remembered her childhood. Could the Duchess be right? Wasn't a child who couldn't speak at 5 considered retarded? The governess's oppressive thoughts were interrupted by the boy. He told his mother to forget about his sister and to ask him about his progress. After all, he had already mastered the origin of the mosquito. He asked her if it was cool. The boy waited for his mother's approval and praise, but he never got anything. The Duchess silently retreated behind the door of the room. When she disappeared, the governess asked the boy why he had lied to his mother. When the lesson was over, she did not get tired of educating him. Why did he need to exaggerate his successes in front of the Duchess? At the same time, he also managed to call his little sister stupid. Is that how noble, well-mannered boys act? He replied that he didn't care. And he also saved the girl from the devil. She asked him not to call his mother the devil. Although, to be fair, he did contribute to the Duchess leaving happy. She also promised him that I would carry him on my back after classes. The girl asked her rider to sit quietly on her back, as he was quite heavy. And at that moment, she noticed a man's boot peeking out from behind a column. She almost fell over in surprise. But she was quickly brought back to her senses by the voice of the boy sitting on top of her. He said that it would be very bad if she fell. The girl immediately mentally agreed with him. The next moment, a tall, stately young man with pleasant features and expressive eyes appeared before their eyes. He looked quite attractive. Thus, our governess first saw the young Duke Diego. She came face to face with the one person she was advised to avoid most in this house. The one who, according to the plot of the novel she read in her past life, would have to kill her with his own hands. How she had been afraid of this meeting with him before. How she had avoided this date. And what was she supposed to do now? The girl was dumbfounded. How repulsive he looked. Those cold eyes seemed to penetrate the governess's very soul. He also narrowed them, as if the eyes of a snake were looking at her. Diego Berta? How suddenly he appeared here out of nowhere. And what is he doing here at this time? Why didn't they stay in class a little longer? Or why couldn't they choose some other path? The girl greeted the young man, noting that this was their first meeting. The Duke asked again whether she had taken the vacant position of governess. It seemed that her charges were just as shocked by the meeting with their half-brother. They didn't utter a word the entire time. It seemed that they even began to breathe more quietly. Only the boy clutched the governess's neck tighter. Cecily grabbed the hem of her dress. It looked like she was about to burst into tears. The young man said that she was probably very busy with her children's activities. He was returning from his stepmother's now, and she was very pleased with how the children's activities were going. She was especially delighted with her son's success. Hearing his words about the boy's success, the governess could not hold back her laughter. She replied that Cedric was a real genius. After all, he had already read the whole of The Origin of Mosquito. Cedric, on her back, thought that he hadn't read it, but lied. A nightmare. His lie was spreading further and further. His half-brother was impressed, he said, that the boy was so gifted and already knew so much. At this time, the boy was burning with shame. He was already beginning to hate himself for lying. How could he have known that his lie would spread so quickly? Why did he do it? But he wanted to help his teacher. The young man told the boy that he was so proud of his success in science that he did not even notice his half-brother. Hearing these words, the boy quickly apologized and wrapped his arms around the girl's neck even tighter. Diego noted to the girl that it wouldn't hurt her to teach his half-brother and half-sister good manners, too. It would seem that it wouldn't be superfluous. Although, frankly speaking, it is the responsibility of parents. However, you clearly won't learn this from them. The girl thought so too and agreed with the young man. The Duke not only treated his ex-wife cruelly, but also had affairs on the side. And the new Duchess fully supported her husband in these matters. But to mention such things in the presence of a child is a completely different matter. You can't be like the Duke and his wife. The governess felt increasingly tired of the heavy child's body on her back. It seemed to her that she might even fall. And that would be very inopportune. So the girl asked the little gentleman to get off her back and accompany his little sister to the yard. She asked them to go to the playground first and play there without her for now. They shouldn't worry about anything. They should hold hands and calmly go outside. The children turned to look at their teacher, but she only urged her brother and sister on in response. They quickened their steps. Ready to run at any moment, the children headed out into the street, and the young girl remained standing in front of the one who had frightened and terrified her before. He said he didn't remember letting the children go. They had to stay because he wanted them to. The governess apologized. She herself was ready to run away from here or fall through the ground. Alas, but she cannot do this. Therefore, she answered that she believes that adult matters should be discussed with adults. The girl bowed before the young gentleman and said that from today on, she would definitely begin to teach the boy manners. After all, Cedric definitely didn't want to ignore his half-brother. The thing is that he's just very young and not familiar with many things. After all, the main rule of upbringing is to treat children as children. The governess wondered if he would yell at her and fire her, but the Duke did not do that. He asked her name. Could she tell him hers? Estella Margaret Montiel. Call me Miss Margaret. That was her current name. The Duke told the girl that now he seemed to understand why the butler was not worried about the children. They were really very lucky with their new governess. She was exactly the kind of person they needed, and he was very glad to meet her. The stepmother was going to throw a dinner today to celebrate her son's genius, but I reminded the father of his busy schedule and we postponed the event. The young man said, "But I asked to help my father with his business, and tomorrow we will be able to finish it. And in the evening, we will be able to have dinner with the family." The Duke added, "I look forward to hearing our young talents talk about the origins of Mexita at the upcoming dinner tomorrow. I hope he will amaze everyone present," were his words. "And of course, the hardworking governess will also have to be present at tomorrow's dinner," finished the evil young man. The girl was horrified by what the Duchess would do to her. Because of the boy's lies, it is unknown what awaits our heroine. If her ward disgraces himself tomorrow, the Duchess will throw her out immediately. And how will she live without money until she finds a new job? She went to the boy and started calling him from afar. She found the children in the courtyard of the palace. The boy was waving his wooden sword at an equally wooden opponent, and the girl stood nearby and watched what was happening. The governess quickly ran up and called out to the boy. He was surprised and asked her why she was running so fast, as if something was burning somewhere. In response, he heard that now was no time for explanations, and because of his stupidity and lies, they would be forced to study all night. Sunset was slowly descending on the Duke's palace. A moonlit night had come. The whole house was silent. Only in the children's room the pages rustled. It was past midnight. Nothing had changed. The governess and her charge were still leafing through the pages, trying to avoid the coming catastrophe. Finally, after a night of studying, the young master could not stand it any longer and bowed his head over the desk with the book and the scattered copied sheets. The floor was also strewn with their notes. When the governess tried to wake the boy, he barely raised his head from the table. It seemed that he had completely run out of strength. What a difficult day lay ahead of them. The whole day passed in classes. The girl tried to study all 500 pages of the book with her pupil, despite the fact that they had only covered 120 pages by yesterday evening. Now all that was left was to hope for a miracle. She told the boy to review the material he had just covered while they were getting ready for dinner. The tired child replied that he felt like he was going to puke and throw up. The governess thought that they had done everything they could during that night and day, even more than could have been done. Well, at least Cedric had managed to take responsibility for his lie. This should serve as a real lesson to him. All these activities of hers on memorization from the previous life of a young governess are bearing fruit. Perhaps they will succeed. After all, she once succeeded. All that was left was to go to dinner with this horrible family and check out what they had come up with. God help them. Because there she would meet face to face with all three of the fiends of hell. She will meet the dissolute owner of the palace who lives only for his own pleasure. And with the devilishly cunning and cruel wife who indulges all the perversions of her husband. There she would meet again the young man whose recent meeting had so excited her. She began to think that she might have been a little wrong about the young Duke. The girl thought that everything was in God's hands and perhaps she was destined to survive during and after tonight's dinner. The governess and her young charge entered the palace dining room where the boy's parents and half-brother were already waiting for them at the table. The test was getting closer. Cedric looked rather tired, But that was not surprising, considering how the boy had spent the last 24 hours. Clenching his fists, he was preparing for the first serious exam in his short life. "Hello, big brother." The boy greeted his stepbrother. He decided to show that good manners were not alien to him. Moreover, the boy became much bolder in the presence of his parents. Diego greeted him back and said that he hoped that his little brother would not disappoint anyone today, and also convinced them all of his own genius. The governess thought, what kind of person is he if he says such things to the boy? And right before the performance, I hope the little one will cope with today's test. The nasty young duke immediately turned his attention to the young governess. "Miss Margaret, you look exhausted. I hope you're all right," the young man said. The girl replied that it was very strange because she had slept so well that night. She even gave a fake laugh. "I see. I'm very happy for you. But I saw that the light in the classroom was on for some reason all night. Strange." The gloating youth couldn't keep silent again. What an unpleasant and evil man this young dandy turned out to be. The girl said that perhaps no one had turned off the light in the study room that night. The time had come when the master of the house finally spoke. The Duke said that he was very pleased with his children's new governess because so many people had praised her to him. He hoped that their opinion was not wrong. The Duke added that he had also heard that the boy had become very good at cards. The governess was beside herself. After all, she and the boy had certainly not prepared for such a test. Although it seemed that the Duke and Duchess were not particularly interested in testing their youngest son's knowledge. "Cedric is such a clever boy. We only had to change the governess. Who would have known that he was such a clever boy?" The Duchess began. "Who would have known that he is such a good boy? I would never have believed that it is possible to achieve such success in science with a boy in such a short time." The boy's father continued. And again this thorn in the conversation. "Father, I heard that my brother is very successful in history. I really want to see this for myself." How happy the governess was with this suggestion of this sneak. You could see it on her face. After all, the hour of truth had come for her and her little charge. If only everything would turn out well for her. "Well, Cedric, I hope you are well prepared for the test of your knowledge. You don't have to think for long. Just answer the questions asked of you. You should do well. Do you know how Regent Terios treated immigrants during the Great Famine?" asked the Duke. This was the question they had discussed at the very end during preparation. This was something the boy had to remember. He could handle it. Immigrants started doing illegal things because they had nowhere to live. They had to earn their living by any means necessary. The boy answered. The boy answered quickly and confidently, as if he was reading from a book open in front of him. Without pausing, he answered the question posed by his father. The Duchess was delighted by her son's correct and quick answer. Even she had not expected to hear or see something like this. What a fine fellow her son was. Regent Terios imposed severe punishment on the immigrants for these crimes, and most of the immigrants became slaves. Her student continued confidently. As a result of the actions taken, the Mosquito were able to eradicate crime in their country, enrich and strengthen their own state. The boy chattered. The mother and father could not contain their emotions. What a smart child they had. How could they not have thought of changing their children's governess earlier? But several generations later, the royal family called for the abolition of the slavery they had established. The defendant concluded. "Would you be so kind as to explain to us all why this happened?" The sneaky older brother called out. The boy tried to find the answer in his head, but in vain. He even grabbed his head with his hands out of frustration. But unfortunately, he couldn't remember anything. Then, out of pity for her pupil, his teacher answered, "This happened because the number of slaves increased greatly. The nobility would prefer to have cheap slaves rather than free people. It became difficult for commoners to earn a living. The lives of ordinary people became simply unbearable. Their position in society was getting worse and worse." She continued. Because of this, the common people began to rebel louder and louder, so the royal family could no longer ignore their popular protests. The young teacher said louder and louder. "Well, tell me, which of the kings has long wanted but was unable to abolish slavery in his time?" The irrepressible upstart pestered her with a question. The boy exclaimed that this king was none other than King Brant II. This was the correct answer. The boy's relatives sat silently at the table. Everyone was amazed by the boy's knowledge of history. The student and his mentor were able to breathe a sigh of relief after the difficult exam. The girl triumphed inside herself. Whose gifted student was this? Oh, wonderful, simply amazing. She had once again proven her professional suitability as a teacher, and she had shown these snobs that she was an excellent governess. There is an ideal method of memorization for children. There is a book that tells children about the genealogy of all kings through song, and thanks to their use, such results were achieved. My son is really such a good boy. I can't even believe it. You're an excellent student, she said. Solemnly, Mother Duchess. Diego, I really hope that later he will be able to help you with your work. It would be so wonderful. Two brothers working together, he continued. Father boy. Well, brother, one can only admire your success in the field of science. You probably haven't missed a single class. You've worked hard. The young Duke joined the conversation. Thank you for the praise. I heard that you were even more talented at my age, and all the sciences came easy to you. Isn't that true? The boy replied. Diego asked his half-brother, if it was not a secret, could he tell what he dreams about? After all, such a capable and smart boy probably has special dreams. I dream of becoming like you. Like my brother, the boy answered. The governess was stunned by her charge's answer. How? Why? Maybe this cute little boy would eventually become like this monster? As the father of the family, I am very pleased to hear all this. Excellent, simply wonderful. I am glad that you are so friendly. A great future awaits us all, said the Duke. Well, and now, bon appetit to everyone. Today I feel like having a drink, and the appetizers on the table look very appetizing. I think our cooks won't disappoint us with the main course either, he continued. During the dinner, the Duke promised the young governess a reward for her good work. After dinner, he invited her to come to his office, and there he would write her a promissory note in addition to her usual salary. The girl replied that it would be an honor for her. That evening, the splash of poured wine and the clink of crystal glasses could be heard for a long time in the banquet hall of the ducal palace. Everyone was tired from the long and hearty feast. After dinner, the governess took the baby away and was returning from the nursery. All her thoughts were occupied with such a late invitation to the master's office. Let's see what kind of a bill you are going to write me. What century are you from, anyway? It's obvious that you and the Duchess went somewhere else to drink. It's easy to guess. It's such a pity that I don't have that much money. I would have found a wise use for it. She can only dream. If everything in the book I once read is true, then the Duke will soon die. It seems that there is not much time left, and the girl doesn't want to deal with Diego at all. Nothing good will come of it. There is only one way out of the current circumstances. She must run away from here with the children, and before that, she still needs to earn money. After all, she has nothing. The girl continued her journey through the dark palace and decided to wait for the Duke in his office. And then, turning the corner, the governess was dumbfounded. She was stunned and could not move. She could not utter a word. What was this? On the high windowsill, in a relaxed pose and with a book in his hand, sat the one she least expected to meet here. It was Diego Berta himself. The moonlight falling through the windows cast a blue light on both the Duke and the book he was reading. The book was about the design of the royal palace. The young man called her name. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. She wondered what the young man was doing here at such a late hour. After all, it was high time to rest. She had never expected to see the young Duke here at this time. I don't see anything strange in coming to my own library at any time of day. I like to read at night, and today I went in to find myself a book that I could read before going to bed. He answered his interlocutor's question. And I have a counter question for you. What is a young girl doing in this place at night? I hope you can satisfy my curiosity, the young man continued. The governess replied that she was going to the young man's father to collect the promised bill, and she would probably go. In her mind, she noted that for some reason she kept running into Diego. After all, the last thing she wanted in the world was to cross paths with her future murderer. The man got off the windowsill and started moving towards the governess. He said that the girl had surprised him very much today. After all, his younger brother had never been interested in studying. And this evening, he had amazed everyone with his knowledge. Estella, aka Margaret, replied that it is possible and necessary to find an approach to any person, including a child. She succeeded, and a real miracle happened that night. The young gentleman learned everything. The Duke said that there was definitely some magic involved and started to approach the governess. Just a little more and they would bump heads. The girl wondered why he had come so close to her. She slowly began to retreat. But it did not help. Diego's face was getting closer to her. He asked her why she was moving away. In response, she told the Duke that they could talk to each other calmly at a distance of 5 steps. It was much more convenient for her. The young man was silent for a moment, but then agreed with the young lady. The young man looked at the girl intently and said that from a distance of 5 steps, it would be very difficult for him to see her beautiful eyes. The girl was amazed by these words. The young man continued to slowly approach the girl, who was frightened by both his words and his movements. She was afraid to imagine what could happen now. I won't be able to see your beautiful blue eyes, especially behind those incredibly thick glasses, he said. Incredibly thick? What does he know? After all, such glasses are an indispensable tool for any teacher. And I also thought these glasses were very stylish. The girl decided to change the subject. She thought that the best topic for this would be recent events. So she asked what was wrong with the Duke's younger brother taking up his studies. She added that after all, they were one family. During the conversation, the movement of both interlocutors did not stop. The girl moved backwards, and the young man, not lagging behind, followed her, until she felt the hardness of the bookcase with her back. The governess looked straight ahead at the Duke. She felt she had to understand what the young man's problem was. If she did, she would be able to change the course of events. You said family? It's very funny to hear you say that we are family. I don't think there is any truth in that, said the young Duke. Before the girl stood a man who would soon become the executioner of all his loved ones. Why commit such a monstrous act? It is one thing to hate your cruel parents, although no one deserves to die. But why does he need to kill innocent children? After all, this is his own brother, even if he is a half-brother. Does he really deserve to die at the hands of his own brother? And the sweet girl who never hurt anyone in her life? She too must die at the hands of this monster. No, something must be done. Meanwhile, their conversation continued. The Duke said that it was immediately obvious from the governess that she was not from their family. Perhaps she had not yet discerned and figured out what was going on in this damned house. But this would happen soon. I have no business getting involved in your family squabbles and troubles. I am simply trying to conscientiously perform my job as a teacher and governess to the young masters, the governess replied. Surprisingly, during the conversation, other voices reached the girl. Don't you see? Leave him alone. Something needs to be done before he grows too much. But it's not that easy. He's still my eldest son. Snippets of phrases reached the governess's ear. After all, behind this wall is the Duke's office. And then it turns out that these voices belong to... Do you think it will be easy to get rid of him? You know, Margaret, I think I heard something. Tell me, did you hear it too? Asked the young man. The governess was searching her head in panic for an answer to the question posed. Maybe a rat. Exactly. A rat. It must be a rat in the wall. A rat? It doesn't look like a rat at all. After all, I clearly heard someone's voice. It can't be that I imagined it, the young man replied. The girl replied that it was definitely a rat. She thought that she should not let the young man hear the conversation in the next room, and, not finding another solution, she simply covered the Duke's ears with her hands. He stared at her with his expressive eyes in bewilderment, and she squeezed his head with her rivers more and more tightly. The conversation behind the wall grew louder. She told the young man not to listen. Hire a killer. Damn it, I can't stand his presence in our house any longer. Be a man. Can't you see that I'm doing everything I can for you and the children? Continued to sound from behind the wall. Estella continued to cover the young man's ears, but the quarrel behind the wall became so loud that all her efforts seemed futile to her. Perhaps it was all useless. From the young man's changed face, she saw that he too heard the conspirators' voices. He is one of the best killers in the West. A real professional. We must hire him. Either he dies himself or he will be stabbed. You'll see. The Duke and Duchess did not calm down in his office. The young man pulled the governess's hands away from his head. His face was burning with hellish fire. He said that he now understood why the girl had told him about the rat. Indeed, they had rats in their palace. She looked imploringly at his now impartial face and asked the young man to forget about the conversation they had overheard. It would be better that way, in her opinion. Diego was silent, staring at one point. It was difficult to know what was going on in his head. His face showed no emotion. His cold eyes shone with an ominous gleam. After some time, the young man turned around as if nothing had happened. As if nothing had happened. But the young governess now understood the reasons for his desire to kill his father and the rest of the family. It was a fight for survival. He was not the one who started this confrontation. In this fight, no one wants to give in to the enemy. And you need to strike first to survive. Already leaving the library, the Duke advised the young lady to keep quiet about what had happened recently. If you want to take advantage of what you heard, you will not be able to leave the capital alive, Diego said. The girl replied that she had no intention of doing so. After all, she had wanted to change the course of events at any cost, so that no one would get hurt and everyone would stay alive. Perhaps she would be lucky enough to do so. She asked the Duke if he was okay and how he felt, and she answered, why shouldn't he be okay? Yes, he feels great, which is what he wishes for his interlocutor. Yes, young lady, I want to give you one last piece of very good advice. Find yourself another job. If you stay here for a little while longer, you will go crazy, the young Duke finished. The governess paused, thinking about what she had heard. She realized the meaning of his words. The pages of the novel she had read flashed before her eyes again. So he was ready to kill. And just now there had been his last act of mercy. The young teacher opened her eyes. Someone had woken her. Above, she saw the ceiling vault. But it was not the ceiling of her bedroom. Where was she? And what had happened to her? What an eventful evening it had been. The face of her little ward leaned over her. So that's who woke her up. How her head was splitting. Cedric asked what had happened to her and why she was lying here and not in her bedroom. Had she gotten drunk last night? The governess, taken aback by his question, asked what the boy meant. What kind of stupid questions were he asking? That was out of the question. For your information, young master, the governess is unfamiliar with the word alcohol. What? Are you saying that I smell of it? Said the young teacher. What? It can't be? I checked that there was no smell. So, I did drink yesterday. Well, I needed to settle a couple of adult issues. Get drunk and forget. Thoughts about yesterday completely threw her off track. When will everything be okay with me? This shouldn't have happened. She relaxed too soon. There were still so many issues to resolve, and she gave in to temptation. No, she had to act. Until now, the governess had lived peacefully with the Duke's children. But now everything had changed, and it would never be the same again. The boy looked into her eyes with concern and asked if everything was okay with the teacher. Could everything be good? No, everything was very, very bad. And she needed to find a way out of this situation. She needed to come up with a plan urgently. Diego's head at that time. But his plan was much more bloodthirsty. No one was destined to survive in his plan. He sat in his room at the table and sketched out his insidious plan. A sunny spring morning peers into the young Duke's bedroom with clear rays. But lately, as always, he remains indifferent to the world around him. Having done his morning exercises and taken a bath, the young man dresses for breakfast. Hearing a knock at the door, the Duke thought it was the butler and told him to come in. But the knocker turned out to be a young lady whose mind was now racing with thoughts about how many tedious days they had not seen each other. Today, she had definitely decided to tell him. Having heard permission to enter, the girl boldly opened the door to the young master's chambers, but she immediately froze because she saw the young man still getting dressed. Thinking that it was the butler who had entered, the young man ordered the documents to be left on the table for inspection. The governess decided that it was too late to go back and turned to the young gentleman. She came closer and decided to see it through to the end. Please excuse me. I didn't see anything. You just let me in and I did, not suspecting that you might not be dressed, said the governess. Enough of justifying and apologizing. Nothing special happened. Would you be so kind as to tell me why you came here? The owner of the room replied, You know, I haven't dared to approach you for a long time. I would like to ask you for one favor. I don't even know where I should start. The girl answered, Perhaps there's no point in dragging the cat by the tail. Just answer, young lady. What do you need from me? I have neither the time nor the desire to talk for long here. I have my own affairs up to my neck. The young man continued impatiently. Well, nothing special, young sir. Have you noticed that the weather is just great today? And the flowers in the garden are so beautiful. It's hard to describe in words, the girl said calmly. I think I know what you're talking about. How predictable. What did this girl imagine? I've met women who dreamed of more after just exchanging a few words with me. Just like she imagined that we would become closer. How banal, the young man thought. Does this governess really think she can manipulate me because of what happened? All girls and women think about only one thing, about romantic relationships. It would be a shame to waste such a day. Therefore, sir, I would like to invite you for a walk around the palace castle, the young lady said. I think you have completely misunderstood me. How could you think that? How about you go for a walk with your younger brother and sister? She asked. Ah, so it's about the walk. He should probably think about the governess's offer, replied the Duke. The Duke would also like to apologize for some misunderstanding that had occurred between them. He asks her forgiveness for this. And what did you mean by misunderstanding? It wasn't a misunderstanding, the teacher said. It sounded more like an insult from the young man. And why should I go for a walk with them? I don't want to do that at all. And I don't really have much free time. Sir, remember that time at night you were the first to leave the library? And I stayed there for a little while longer. Then I heard something else. She continued. Okay, lady, let's get one thing straight. Whatever you heard, don't you dare manipulate me. If you're going to do that, it won't work. Last time I warned you that it could end very badly for you. The young man replied, I never intended to use this information against you. Please hear me out first. I just wanted to suggest a deal that would be beneficial to you. You won't lose from it. The girl finally blurted out. You know, from what I heard that night, I learned that Duke Berta has a spy in the palace of the Marquis of Beautry. The girl whispered. The young man remained silent upon hearing this information. In fact, the governess learned about this not from a conversation in the Duke's office, but from a book read by one of the teachers. According to the plot of the novel, Marquis Beautry always supported Diego's mother, being her relative. And it was he, according to the plot, who prevented Duke Berta from changing the heir. This was what she remembered from the book. Therefore, due to the strong mutual trust, Diego would have difficulty finding a spy in the Marquise's house. And the governess, if he agreed to the deal, would be able to provide the name of the spy. The young man asked why the girl needed it and what she would receive as a result of the deal. Is it really that important for you to know? Asked the governess. Explain to me what you want from me. What if I can't fulfill my obligations in the deal? The Duke replied. As I already told you, go for a walk with your younger brother and sister. They are finishing their morning tea now, she explained. If that's all you want, then fine. Let's go see my precious little sister and brother. They'll probably be very happy to see me. The young man sneered in response. How the young governess was interested to know what this secretive, sinister-looking man was planning. But since this was impossible, the girl decided to spend all her energy on carrying out her own plan. Miss Margaret, may I ask, since when did tea in the garden become a lesson outside? I have never heard of such a method, the young man asked, sitting on the lawn. Young sir, such activities are also very important and necessary. And the task is to enjoy nature. Isn't it wonderful here? The experienced mentor answered. I'm serious. Look, I even brought an encyclopedia with me. So we'll spend our time today both with pleasure and with benefit, she continued. Well then, young master, young mistress. Today we will learn about some types of plants. This knowledge may be useful to you in the future to make a meaningful gift or plant a garden. The governess addressed her charges. Do you see these pictures in the book? These are pictures of different plants. Not all of them grow in our garden, but some can be easily found not far from here, she said to the children. Now we are going to play a very exciting game. The one who finds the most plants from this book will be the winner. He will receive a prize from me. The girl finished. And 100 for please? The girl dared to ask. If I choose the prize, it won't be as interesting. So maybe let the winner decide. Skip class or get something tasty from me. the teacher replied. One of us will win and get the main prize, she continued. The young Duke and the governess remained sitting on the green lawn, and the children, at the command of their teacher, rushed to win the competition. Well, you're being very brave. The lesson is outdoors, and you're telling your employer right now that the child will be able to miss his lesson as a prize. The young man said, I don't understand. Why are you still sitting there? The game is for everyone. This applies to you too, the girl replied. You didn't think you were just going to sit and watch, did you? If you keep sitting, you'll lose to either your brother or sister. Won't you be ashamed? She asked. So, you're suggesting that I pore over this botany textbook with you? In order to find out who the spy is? The young Duke asked. That would be cruel, don't you think so? Or is this all some kind of revenge for my little brother? He continued. Oh my, they seem to have found one flower already. At this rate, you will definitely lose to them, sir. The young governess explained. Damn it, I still have to take part in this stupid game. I'm already convinced that you're not going to joke, he said angrily. I have to say, if I ever start to hate the teaching profession, it will be your fault. Do you understand? The young man finished his tirade. Yeah, I get it. If he starts resisting again, I won't survive it, the girl thought. The young man began to make his way through the thick branches of the bush. If she wanted it that way, he should be the winner in this stupid game. Cecily wasted no time. She wanted to be a winner, too. She crawled on her knees, peering into the thicket of grass and under the branchy bushes. Finally, in the shade of a rosehip bush, she managed to find a flower, a picture of which the girl had seen in the encyclopedia. At that moment, the girl heard someone approach her from behind. She turned around. Her half-brother stood in front of her. The girl almost screamed from surprise and fear. Cecily, you are so quick. You are so clever. I see you have already found a couple of flowers. How did you manage so quickly? He began. Do you mind, I hope, if I take them from you and look at them more closely? The young man asked quietly. Of course she was against it. The girl didn't want to give her flowers to anyone, but she was very afraid of her older brother. Come on, won't you show them to your brother, please? I beg you. The Duke persisted. You don't want to give them? Do you really think that I'll take them away from you? He said just as tenderly. Okay, what do you say about an exchange? It could be beneficial to both of us. The sneak decided to slyly say. I could offer you your favorite delicious cookies, or a beautiful, elegant dress, maybe even some jewelry. Now the Duke was tempting his little sister. The stubborn, naughty girl didn't want to change with the Duke at any cost. What can you do with her? You can choose whatever you want. It's better to get it from me than from Miss Margaret. Come on, just give them to me here. Diego finished. What is this noise and shouting coming from behind the Duke? Strange. Who could it be? His little brother ran out from behind the trees, dropping the flowers he had picked in the garden from his hand. Oh, got you. You. What, are you trying to cheat? This isn't fair. You can't play like this. His little brother shouted. A model brother who always sticks to his principles and cares for those below him shows his dark side. What? Me? Margaret. Diego is cheating and wants to take away the flowers that Cecily picked. Cedric shouted. The young Duke ran up to his younger brother and covered half of his face with his palm. The boy was still resisting and trying to scream. Quiet, shut up. I'll buy you whatever you want. You have to shut up, and then I'll let you go. He whispered in the boy's ear. But it couldn't end that easily. The girl, frightened by everything that was happening here, also began to scream in a voice that wasn't her own. As if a horde of sea drakes had possessed her, their governess came running to the boy's cry, and then to the girl's. She was dumbfounded by what she saw. What kind of monster and inhuman being is this young Duke? The Duke realized that he had been caught again. First by the boy, when he tried to take flowers from his sister. And now by their tutor, in an even more unflattering occupation. Sir, what are you doing? You didn't want to win by intimidating your younger ones? Am I right? Asked the governess. There was nothing to say to the Duke, who had been caught red-handed. There was no point in trying to justify himself. He let go of his brother, who quickly ran away from him as far as possible. Cedric was breathing heavily, taking as much air as he could into his lungs. He had almost suffocated, and was now replenishing his body's oxygen reserves. Cecily listened as their governess scolded Diego for what had happened. The girl watched her elders quarrel, and then she wanted to stop it all. She ran to them. "Brother, here are my flowers. Please take them. I don't feel sorry to give them to you. After all, you and I are brother and sister," said the girl. The young man was struck by the little girl's action. With difficulty finding the words, he thanked her for the bouquet she had given him. The Duke tried to understand his little sister's noble act. Afterwards, the Duke approached the young teacher, knelt down in front of her, and held out the bouquet in his outstretched hand in front of him, offering the gift to the surprised girl. "Please take these flowers. I am giving them to you. After all, in the conditions of our competition, there was no clause that the flowers had to be picked with your own hands. Wasn't there?" Diego said, barely restraining himself. The young man was still standing, leaning on one knee and clutching in his hand the ill-fated bouquet that his stepsister had collected. "You have decided to act dishonestly. You cannot achieve your goal by trickery or force. I had a much better opinion of you. I am very sorry, but I cannot accept this gift from you," the mentor replied. "Cedric, look at them. It's just like in a fairy tale. A prince in love makes a declaration of love to a princess." "How beautiful," whispered Cecily. The scene dragged on. The girl, as before, refused the gift, and the stubborn Duke, without rising from his knees, held out the bouquet in front of him with a pleading look in his eyes. "You'll see, brother. Now he'll confess to her. Everything is exactly like in a fairy tale." "I'm so happy," said the little sister. "No, he won't admit it. Can't you see that they are arguing with each other? Nothing will work out for them." Her brother answered her. "I am simply amazed by what happened today. I am curious, Margaret. Please tell me how you managed to bribe Cecily?" the young Duke asked the governess. "I don't understand at all what you're talking about. What kind of incomprehensible speculations are these? It's all strange, don't you think? The girl herself went to all this trouble to protect you," she answered him. The little girl ran up to her governess after the scene on the lawn, insisting that today, when her brother gave the girl a bouquet, he confessed to her. He definitely confessed. But the governess explained to the girl that she was mistaken. "You know, Miss Margaret, how can you not understand the child you're raising? It's not like you at all," said the Duke. "Now, according to the terms of our agreement, you must fulfill your half of the agreement. So what? Who is the spy?" he asked. "This spy is your great-uncle, Lord Franchel. I know that for a fact," the girl replied. "Well then, could you tell me what his motives were?" "After all, it seems he shouldn't have had any particular reason for this," the young man asked. "As far as I know, he believes that you are hunting for the Marquis and his inheritance. The current Marquis of Beautry is in very poor health. His eldest son died several years ago, and he has no other direct heirs," the girl answered him. "Lord Franchel probably thinks that you have a better chance of inheriting the title than the younger Marquise," she continued. "That's not surprising at all. I can readily believe you. Neither I nor my mother, none of us ever pleased our great-uncle." The Duke interrupted her story. The governess's little pets admired a flower they had found in the palace garden during their conversation with the Duke. "Although my grandfather loved his brother very much. And of all the children, he loved my mother the most," the young man said. "My question may not be very pleasant for you. Could you tell me what your mother was like?" asked the teacher. Come to think of it, the governess knew almost nothing about Diego's mother. In the original story, all that was written about her was that she was considered unattractive, as if that was all that could be said about her. "My mother was an incredibly wise woman. I loved her so much." "How I miss her," he replied. "Diego? How incredible. He also has this expression on his face, full of tenderness, filled with humanity." "Margaret, answer this question. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with me?" he asked. "No, it's okay. Nothing special. I was just thinking a little," the girl answered. "Ah, then why are you so awkwardly fiddling with those flowers? No, you are definitely hiding something," the young man said. "I just want to make a beautiful composition out of them." Where I grew up, there is such a thing as the language of flowers. Each flower symbolizes something, the governess said thoughtfully. "The language of flowers?" I've never heard of such a thing. Then tell me what this flower in my hand means, the Duke asked. Ah, that one. It means, if I'm not mistaken, peace in the house. Yes, that's definitely it, she replied. Young lady, give it to me here. I will throw it away at once. I do not like it. The Duke cried out sharply. What? Why? Did she make some mistake? Why did the Duke's mood change so much? Margaret, what are you doing? Tell me, don't you want to throw it away? Then let's keep it, he said. Young master? What is it? What happened to your hand? Do you need medical attention? She asked him with concern in her voice. What would you like to hear from me in response? Are you still surprised by such things after you heard everything in the library? The young man answered. The stunned girl couldn't say a word. She really wanted to know what happened and where the blood on his hand and sleeve came from. Well, I'll tell you. Last night, a murderer came into my room. Fortunately, all his attempts to kill me were unsuccessful, he said. What happened? Perhaps you could tell me about it. I hope you are not badly hurt. Were you badly hurt? Asked the governess. After what I heard in the library, I was prepared for something like this, and I had time to prepare a little. They got much worse, the Duke replied. I hurt my wrist, nothing special. It could have ended much worse for me, he continued. What happened? Are you feeling unwell? Maybe I could help you with something? The girl asked again. Diego in the novel is nothing more than an ordinary villain and criminal, but in reality, he is much more multifaceted. Too multifaceted to describe him in a couple of sentences. It's so hard to understand what's going on in a young man's soul, but he's definitely a pretty callous person. During the conversation, the young man's fists clenched tightly, as if he was preparing for a fight or to repel another attack on him. The Duke's little daughter came up and sat on her governess's lap. She pressed herself against the girl's shoulder and said she wanted to sleep. Her eyes were already closed. The sounds slowly left her lips. The girl was followed by her older brother, who said that he would also like to sleep. The fresh air and a walk in the garden overwhelmed the young relatives of the young Duke. The governess suggested that the children lie down on a blanket spread out on the grass in the middle of the lawn. The girl placed the children's heads on her lap, covered them, and began to tell a fairy tale about distant lands, beautiful princesses, and brave knights. She hadn't finished even a third of the story before the brother and sister fell into a deep, sweet sleep. It's just incredible. How amazing. They fall asleep so easily in broad daylight, the young man said. Children are easily overcome by sleep, and today they have run around a lot and breathed in the fresh air in the garden. Children have a clear conscience. Before going to bed, they have nothing to think about or repent of, the young teacher explained. I'm sure you were like that when you were their age, too, and you fell asleep just as quickly. All children are the same, she continued. I completely agree with you. As far back as I can remember as a child, I fell asleep quickly and carefree, agreed the young Duke. Diego paused, as if pondering something. He remembered how he fell asleep as a child to a lullaby sung to him by his mother. He remembered how she touched his face with her lips. The young man suddenly decided to touch his little sister's wrist. The girl thought that today had been a calmer day than she had expected. But could she still hope for something? The girl asked the young man if they could get together again one more time like today. The Duke replied that it would not happen again because he had too much to do and he did not intend to do it anymore. The governess was very upset by this answer. She had hoped that she would be able to carry out her plan. How sorry she was. The young man added that there was no point in building any illusions about the future. Everything would happen as it was supposed to. Now everything was in the hands of fate. I've had enough. This kind of thing doesn't make sense, the young man said. The young mentor looked into the boy's face and realized that all her attempts were pointless and that she had failed to do anything. She watched the young man walk away with sadness. She decided that she would have to come up with some other plan. The governess lay down on her back on the soft grass of the lawn and, fixing her gaze on the thick branches of the trees, began to think. Perhaps now she understood everything. The young Duke was also deep in thought as he walked home. It seemed that this woman had become a threat to him, too. He couldn't imagine that they would want to sit next to the young man. He thought about what had happened today during his walk. It seemed to his mind that his brother and sister simply pitied him. He also couldn't stop thinking about what he was planning to do. The Duke remembered the sweet and pleasant face of the young governess. She alone did not need anything from him, and she, despite everything, was trying to help the young man. Margaret values family unity. After all, she sincerely thinks that he is the kind of person who believes that children deserve love. The governess will obviously interfere with the implementation of my plan. If he decides to take the children away from the mansion, it will not be to my advantage, the young man thought. The young man's thoughts became more and more sinister. He would have to change his plans. In that case, even more people would suffer. Blood would flow like a river. Then the young man will have to get rid of the young governess, too. The one he has recently come to like more and more. He must admit, he has come to like her. The Duke stopped, continuing his heavy thoughts. Howie did not want to involve the girl he liked in his bloodthirsty plan. The young man began to think over a new modified plan in his head. He had to do something. The young man had heard from their butler that the governess was from the north. If only he could send her back to her hometown for a while when everything happened in this palace. Then the girl's life could be saved. She saw the young man's hands in blood. But the young man would not want to have the blood of the one who had so recently taken such care of his health on his hands. The next moment, the Duke's thoughts turned in a radically opposite direction. He considered his thoughts to be nonsense and decided that everything would happen as he had planned earlier. There is no reason for a young man to show such attention to some girl he barely knows. After all, she has nothing anyway. And the Duke should be absolutely indifferent to her fate. The young Duke considered all his last thoughts useless and continued moving towards the gates of the ducal estate. He thought that nothing and no one could or should interfere with the implementation of his plan. Everything would happen as it was supposed to happen. And the Duke was not going to feel sorry for anyone. In the evening, a gentle melody is heard under the arches of the ducal palace. It enchants the ears of listeners and brings a joyful mood, bringing peace to the souls of the estate's inhabitants. In a great mood, Cedric moves along the corridor of the palace. He finally finished reading the book and was going to go to the library to take something new to read. The boy is in a great mood. Yesterday, he showed off his intelligence and knowledge to his parents and older brother. And today, he had a wonderful walk in the garden. Besides, there was a celebration planned in the city today, and their parents were going to attend it. He felt freer in the house without his parents. The mischievous boy rushed headlong to the library, rejoicing at the freedom that lay ahead that evening. There have been so many good things happening in his life lately. The most important thing is that he has grown up. Now he can reach a ripe apple from a hanging branch without any help. There have been some changes in his little sister's life, too. Cecily is becoming more talkative. The flow of her words sometimes becomes so hard to stop. And the most important thing that happened in the boy's life in the last few days? He felt how he and his older brother were becoming closer to each other. The life of a little boy was certainly beginning to please the little boy. So Cedric felt like a happy person. At first, when the governess brought his older brother to their lessons, the boy was embarrassed. Then he was frightened when the young man covered his mouth with his hand. But in the end, everything was settled. He stayed with them until nap time. Now he feels like Diego's friend. With such thoughts in his head, humming the tune of his favorite song, Cedric approached the door of the palace library. The boy grabbed the door handle with his hand. Recalling once again the progress in his relationship with his older brother, the boy smiled happily and pushed the door handle forward in front of him. The little rascal's surprise knew no bounds. In the library, he saw his own mother, who, according to his information, should have been in a completely different place at that time. The woman holding the book in her hand turned her head towards her son who had entered and invited him to enter the library. She was glad to see him. "You came at the right time, son. We need to talk. I have been planning this conversation for a long time. It is important for our family," said the Duchess. The boy looked at his mother in bewilderment. She was dressed in her best clothes with her best jewelry. It was unclear what she was doing here in the library. The little son asked the woman if she had not gone to the festival. "Not yet. I need to have a serious talk with you, so I said I would go separately," the Duchess answered the boy. The boy said that he needed to hurry to class because his governess and sister were waiting for him in the classroom. "Don't worry, they're probably already in the classroom. You start the lesson a little later," she said to her son. The Duchess continued. "You did very well at the dinner. I was a little worried about you, but everything went well. Your father is also very pleased with you." The boy said that she and his father were praising him too much. Overpraising? No, I don't think so at all. After all, it is obvious that you are the future of this house. said the Duchess. Then she said the following. You know, there is one small problem, but it is easily solved. I will need to discuss something with you. Listen to me very carefully. I need to tell you something. Even in jest, especially in front of your father, never praise Diego the way you did at dinner, his mother told him. Her son responded by saying that he really liked his older brother and wanted to be like him, and he was sure that he and his half-brother could become best friends in the future. Listen to me. You are still little, and there is a lot you don't know or understand. Your father can't stand Diego. Do you understand me? The boy responded by pressing the book tighter to his chest and telling his mother that he was not interested in the inheritance. He did not need his father's wealth. Silly girl. You are still a child at heart and you don't understand a lot of things. Someday you will grow up and see that I was right. For now, just take my word for it. The Duchess objected. The boy did not calm down. I can't handle all this. Mom, you understand that perfectly well yourself. I am not made for such a life. The boy said that he was not at all like his older brother. He was smart and noble, but he was not worthy and did not want to take away from his brother what was rightfully his. His brother is much better than him. Only he deserves to become their father's heir. Therefore, the boy would not like to change anything. Diego is the heir to his father's inheritance. It is all his by birthright. How can I be greedy? I don't want anything. Let everything remain as it is. The little boy cried out. The Duchess glared at the boy. Her green eyes shone with a cold, snake-like gleam. She considered her son's words and tried to understand what had caused the boy's change of heart. How dare you talk to your mother like that? After all, I know what's best for you and how you should act. Listen, you naughty boy, you will do everything I tell you. The Duchess cried. The boy became very scared. He remembered his governess. Oh, if Margaret were here, he wouldn't be so scared. He imagined the girl's face and seemed to grow bolder. If only their teacher were here now, then she would hug the boy and say something that would immediately cheer him up. The girl could say, "Ah, young master, it's still too early for you to think about such things." She would wipe his eyes and nose. The boy stood before his mother, his lips pressed together until they turned blue, not afraid of anything. He was ready to defend his opinion to her until the end. Come what may, he would never back down from his own. Son, you are still too young. You don't understand anything about adult life. Do you think that you will be able to continue to enjoy a calm and carefree life if Diego receives the title? You are mistaken. The Duchess continued. She asked the boy, who was taken aback by her story. Think about what will happen if my father and I are gone. Who will be able to protect you in this house then? You need to think about the consequences of your actions. Your brother, whom you adore so dearly, is not at all what you think. He will yet reveal his bloodthirsty nature to everyone. This merciless monster will kill both you and your sister. The boy's mother finished. And finally, the Duchess added, It is useless to expect mercy from him. He will spare no one to achieve his goals. I am sure of it. Cedric objected to her words. My brother is not at all like you describe him. He will definitely never do this. He loves me and my sister. The devilish face of the Duchess darkened with terrible anger, and she cried, Stupid boy, I know he will do exactly as I told you. And stop talking nonsense to me. I am tired of hearing all sorts of nonsense from your lips. No, Mom, you don't understand anything. You don't know my brother the way I know him. And I can laugh and chat with him as if nothing had happened. I can play with him as if he were an equal. We were walking together recently. The boy cried out in response. He suddenly remembered how his older brother had grabbed him and covered the frightened boy's mouth with his hand during a walk in the fresh air. Perhaps the Duchess had not been so wrong, and there was a grain of truth in her words. He should analyze everything. You know, Mom, I don't think my brother hates us that much. Everything he does and says so. I think we could get along. Really? Don't you think so? The boy asked his mother. The Duchess was furious with her son's words. Repeat what you just said. Did I understand you correctly? Has Margaret completely gone mad and taken you for a walk with Diego? While the evil Duchess was busy lecturing and questioning her son in the library, the kitchen of the palace was finishing up the preparation of dinner. Or maybe the cook decided to save time and started preparing food for the next day. The cook stood by the hot stove, happy that the long and hard-working day was coming to an end. How tired she was of constantly running and standing by the stove. She decided to try what her brew tasted like. The young mistress of the kitchen was quietly whistling her favorite song to herself when she suddenly heard the door to her kitchen kingdom quietly open. "Good evening." The governess greeted her as she entered from the corridor. When the cook asked her why she was so late for dinner, the young lady replied that she had had a very eventful day. That's why she had been a bit busy with the children and had completely forgotten about dinner time. She said that the Duchess had planned some important conversation with her son. And because of this, Estella, you are in need, was longer spend the usual time with my daughter Duchesses. Therefore, the last lesson was a little delayed. The young girl sat down at the table preparing to eat, and the talkative cook, finding her an attentive listener, began to tell about the events that had happened in the palace recently, and about the rumors that had reached her ears. "You must be hungry. Here, eat something. I'm making vegetable stew for tomorrow," said the cook and handed the governess a plate of steaming food. The girl thanked the cook, sniffed the pleasant aroma coming from the dish being served, and taking a spoon was about to begin her evening meal. Since the food was quite hot just off the fire, the girl ate slowly. So she had enough time to think and draw conclusions. The governess decided to find out some information. "By the way, how long have you been working here?" "Let me think. It seems like about 15 years already. Isn't that right?" "So you worked here under the previous, now deceased mistress, if I'm not mistaken?" the girl asked. The cook's cheerful mood suddenly evaporated. She replied that it was forbidden to talk about such things in the house. It was better not to even bring up such a subject. Otherwise, severe punishment would follow. "Don't think anything like that. I'm just very inquisitive. Everything around me interests me. And for some reason, I suddenly became interested in what kind of person the Duke's first wife was." "Well, I don't think I'll be punished if I tell you about the former Duchess. She was good. Yes, a little picky, but so noble." The cook began her story. Lost in thought, recalling long past events, the woman could not recall any bad events associated with her former mistress. Only positive, pleasant memories were associated with her. The former Duchess was well versed in art, so under her the mansion looked like an art gallery. Anyone who entered the house was absolutely delighted with what they saw, even those who did not understand it. Then the woman added that she would never have thought that the Duchess would die so strangely. The governess asked her again, "But what? Didn't the former mistress die of illness?" After all, she heard about it from someone. "Yes, that's what the doctor said. He explained that death was caused by some contagious disease. But it's somehow strange that in that year in the whole city only Madame died from it," the cook answered the girl. At the funeral, everything was as usual. No one was using protection and was not afraid to stand by the open coffin of the Duchess. It looked rather strange considering the announced cause of the woman's death. The funeral was also attended by the new potential wife of the Duke, who was not particularly grieving over the loss of his wife. Immediately after the funeral, the Duke married again, to his current wife. "Oh God, I talk so much. I'm afraid I might have said something unnecessary. Just don't tell anyone about this, okay?" The cook bit her tongue. The young governess began to ponder what she had heard. It seemed to her that something was fishy here. Terrible secrets were hidden in the Duke's palace. And it seemed that the death of the Duke's previous wife, shrouded in mystery, was not accidental either. The cook, wondering if she had blurted out something unnecessary, immediately tried to change the subject. She began to discuss how the girl liked her service at her new workplace. In response, the governess, playing along with her, confirmed that she was very lucky with her new job. She was paid very well, and the Duke had also paid her a reward for her son's excellent academic performance. The children had also become attached to her and pleased the girl with their attitude and efforts. "By the way, I wanted to tell you, do you know that the palace is empty today? There is a big festival today. Many have already left for the holiday. In the evening, the owners will also go to the temple to pray," the cook told the girl. "Aha, so that's why the house is so empty today. There is an unusual silence everywhere. It would be interesting to see the holiday festivities too," the teacher replied. She began to think about what she had heard. She knew that Mesquita was an agricultural country. Holidays were obviously not uncommon here. It was spring now, and the people of the country should be having a big holiday. The girl thought, "A big festival. Spring. I feel like I'm missing something." Stop. I need to remember the novel. And when was the Duke killed? The governess's thoughts were interrupted by the shrill cry of one of the Duchess's maids who ran into the kitchen. She reported that the mistress, angry about something, was immediately calling the tutor of her children to the library. Black as a thundercloud and angry as a rattlesnake, the Duchess was waiting in the library for the governess with the intention of punishing her. From her look, it seemed that she was even ready to commit murder. A boy stood next to her, looking upset. The governess thought the boy had recently cried. His cheeks were flushed and his eyes were shining sadly. He was breathing heavily and excitedly. Entering the library, the girl looked down guiltily. She could not know what she had done wrong to her mistress. Although one could only guess what could have made her so angry, the angry woman immediately started screaming, "How am I supposed to understand all this? How did you allow yourself to do this? You will definitely answer for this. I am not going to tolerate your vile behavior." Her son stood next to her, not himself. He was afraid to even imagine what his devilishly cruel and angry as a fury mother could do to his sweet and kind teacher. The boy wondered if he could somehow protect the girl. The governess bowed submissively before the angry Duchess and replied, "My mistress, forgive me, please. But I don't understand at all what you are talking about. What have I done? I see you are very good at pretending not to know. Your calm face calmly deceives me, as if nothing had happened. But you can't fool me," the angry mistress of the house shouted. Cedric listened in horror to the conversation between the two women. The governess asked, "Please tell me what happened so I can explain myself." "Then tell me, why should I hear that?" Anna asked in response. "Why should I listen to my son spend time with his crazy older brother? Tell me, don't you think it's a little strange?" asked the Duchess. The girl was frightened that her mistress had found out about the walk she had arranged in the garden. But how could she have found out about it? After all, the governess had explained to the children that it had to be kept secret from the mistress. When they woke up, she told them about their duty to hide what had happened from their mother and what the consequences would be if everything was revealed. The children agreed with her. The governess thought that this was her mistake. She completely forgot that they were only children. It was hard for them to keep something secret. And this could easily happen. The girl decided to justify herself and began, "Duchess, I can tell you how it happened." But she did not want to listen to the teacher and said that it was not worth doing, since she was not interested in it. In a rage, the Duchess grabbed the poor girl by the arm and screamed in her face, "You know, you malicious person, I think I told you clearly that it is unacceptable for children to come into contact with their elder brother." The governess pulled her hand away, stepped back a little and bowed, apologizing to the evil mistress. "I apologize for creating a situation that you could misunderstand. Forgive me. I promise to be more attentive from now on. This will never happen again," the worried girl continued. Anna thought that at that moment she realized that there was nothing special about being an aristocrat. It had its charm because everyone obeyed only one word of the Duchess. But you had to watch this impudent commoner. Her son dared to tug at the Duchess's dress and declared that Margaret had done nothing wrong because it was he who had asked the governess to take his brother for a walk together. He himself had wanted it. The boy dared to tell her that he liked spending time with his beloved crazy brother, as if he had nothing else to do. You see, he wanted to learn a lot from him and be like him. The boy asked his mother not to punish his teacher for something she had not done. The governess listened to her pupil in confusion and understood that he was doing everything to protect and save her. At that moment, the completely enraged, reckless Duchess slapped the girl hard on the cheek with all her might and screamed loudly, "Don't you dare make a fool out of me, you vile boy. I asked you to stop saying such nonsense." The young governess's huge glasses rolled across the floor with a clang after the Duchess's slap. The stunned governess, her cheek flushed, tried to recover from the uppercut. As if nothing had happened, the angry, furious woman turned to her son again. "So what now? Are you convinced now? Know and remember that when you don't listen, someone else will suffer." The boy tried to object to his mother, but he couldn't put together a couple of words because of his excitement and burst into heavy sobs. He was very sorry that he could become the cause of suffering for other people who were close to him. The boy continued to cry, and his angry mother would not calm down. "Stop crying. Tell me what you wanted to tell me. Your governess is not enough for you? So maybe I should bring Cecily." The arrogant, evil mother could not calm down. It seemed that she was ready to destroy the entire world around her and kill all the people she did not like. Inside the Duchess, a hellish volcano of passions, a hotbed of evil aggression, was boiling. The governess asked what she meant by asking if she should bring her little daughter to the library. Was she really ready to punish her innocent daughter, too? Had she understood the Duchess correctly? The answer of the cruel, capricious mistress drove the girl into a frenzy. Don't you see it yourself? Are you even involved in raising my son and my daughter? She clenched her fists in anger until they hurt. Cecilie, all this time. For what the young gentleman did? The girl asked the Duchess in complete horror. She tried to understand how her own mother could do something like that. The woman replied that there was no need to make a criminal out of her. Sometimes children deserve corporal punishment. Hearing this, the enraged girl screamed, "Oh my God, madam, this is real child abuse." In turn, the angry Duchess shouted back at the governess, "Why on earth do you dare raise your voice at me? Where has it ever been seen that a worker would be against his master?" The governess, excited by the conversation with the mistress of the house, could not restrain herself. "I cannot understand how a grown person can do such a thing. And with her own child. With your actions, you only show your cowardice." She shouted at the Duchess, taken aback. The teacher at that moment thought that she now understood the boy's behavior. She understood the reason why Cedric had been especially careful in defending Cecilie in front of the Duchess. He felt sorry for his little sister. And she also understood the reasons for the strange behavior of her little ward. The reasons for the girl's fear of everyone around her. The reasons for her taciturnity. The girl felt like a cornered animal. The governess wondered how she had managed to end up in such a cursed house. Hatred reigned in this mansion. Crimes were committed there. And if the governess did not intervene, there would be bloodshed here. How terrible the people who live here are. Their own children suffer because of them. She must find out how far they are willing to go. And she must save her poor charges. They have no one else to rely on. My lady, I can no longer remain silent. It is my duty as a governess to tell you, if this is how you imagine raising children, then I can no longer and will not indulge in it. You will not live to see it," said the young lady. "There is no justification for this kind of treatment of children. I cannot tolerate it. I think you have no right to be considered a parent," she concluded. Having listened to the angry tirade of the young governess, the evil Duchess could think of nothing better to do than to laugh demonstratively in her face. She replied that the girl was nobody in this house. No one was going to take her opinion into account. Let her not imagine too much. You know, my dear, you are very much mistaken. Do you think that a parent is someone who plays with children? I don't know what you imagined. But no one in this house cares about your opinion. How dare you lecture me? Don't interfere when I'm instilling discipline in the children. She threw in the girl's face. The governess objected to her. I must tell you that your discipline has nothing to do with education. It is simply violence against children. It is unacceptable to treat a child like this, and I am simply obliged to protect children. Really? Well, that's too bad. I've had enough. This is where we'll end our conversation. You're fired. Get out of this house, said the Duchess. Get out of this house before this evening, the angry woman repeated once again. The girl looked at her and could not comprehend what she had heard. What would she have to do now? After all, if she left this house, she would not be able to save the children. Cedric, hearing that his mother was throwing out her beloved governess from their mansion, was very upset and began to cry, wiping away his tears with the sleeve of his shirt. After all, he had never felt so good with any of his teachers. The teacher also sat down next to the boy, unable to hold back her tears. Now she would not be able to save her beloved brother and sister. And now they would be destined to die at the hands of their older brother if she could not do anything. The boy who approached the governess could barely contain his sobs. He did not want to lose his newly acquired friend, did not want to be left alone with his fierce mother. The governess called her pupil to her and began to examine his hands. Having heard about the bloody Duchess's methods of education, she had to make sure that the boy was not harmed. The girl did not notice any injuries or trauma. Well, maybe the boy was okay. But she needed to make sure. Children's health was very important. Then the governess examined the boy's legs just as carefully. No traces of injury or trauma were found, and the girl was able to breathe a sigh of relief. She was incredibly happy that she did not find any wounds on the boy's body. That was good. But there was still the problem of the little boy and girl's future. How could she save her charges if she was not in the mansion during the assassination attempt? She remembered the little Duke's sister and thought that she couldn't be sure that there were no injuries on her body either. It was urgent to check if everything was okay with Cecily. Her little pet ran up to her to ask how she was feeling. He wanted to make sure that the girl was okay. The governess thanked the boy for his concern. "I am fine and I feel well. You must not worry. And you will be fine too," Margaret replied. Cedric ran up to her, spread his arms wide, grabbed her neck with them tightly, and pressed his whole body against the girl's body. He was sobbing, choking, and the boy's body was shaking like an autumn leaf in the wind. "Darling, I want to tell your aunt something. I really enjoyed spending time with you. I had such a great time. I will never be able to forget you," the boy whispered in the governess's ear. The girl assured him that they would continue to be close friends and would have fun and meaningful time together. After all, she was not going anywhere. She could not abandon him and his little sister. The boy said, "But you've just been fired, and we can't be together." "Don't worry, my boy. It's okay. We just need to go to someone who can reverse this decision," the governess replied. "So, the first option. If she does nothing, Diego will commit murder. This is a very bloody option. It will not be easy to do, but nothing is impossible in this world, especially if you want it more than your whole life. You need to make some kind of plan. Perhaps it would be a good idea to prevent these events. First, something needs to be done today. If the Duke manages to survive, it will change the future. But how can this be done? If Duke Berta stays alive, then at least something might change. Then Cedric and Cecily are guaranteed to stay alive." Clenching her fists, the girl prepared to act. She needed to find the Duke immediately. When she told him how his children were suffering from their mother, maybe he would do something. He couldn't to be. To both parents of children were so cruel. The smug and cruel Duke was very far from reality. The only thing that could interest him in life was the person of the aristocrat himself, a pompous narcissist. But perhaps his son and daughter are still a little dear to him. The girl thought about what was vital for her plan to succeed. She absolutely had to see the old Duke and tell him everything. In that case, there was still hope that she could save the girl and the boy from their bloodthirsty brother. The dear governess could not calm down and thought about the cruelty of the Duchess, for whom her own son and daughter were enemies. Could a real mother treat her children like that? Yes, animals treat their own little animals better. The governess approached the boy and said that she urgently needed to talk to his father. "What are you going to talk to him about?" the pupil asked her again. The boy could not calm down and continued to whine. "You know, Cedric, I have to tell him that the lady is mocking you and your sister. He absolutely must know the truth to find the right solution. After all, if he doesn't find out anything, she will continue to mock you," she answered him in response. The boy answered her, "No, all this is useless." "But why?" the girl asked again. The boy answered that the father had known about all this for a long time, and he was absolutely indifferent to his children. The governess's surprise and indignation knew no bounds. All her efforts were useless. Nothing could help them. The girl sat down next to the boy and began to talk to him. She told him, "At the Last Supper, your father was so kind to you. He is very proud of your success." "No, that is not so. He did all this only to show his brother that he does not love him. He used me. And when we are alone, he does not do this at all," the boy answered the governess. Then Edric continued, "My father does not love me and my sister at all. He does not love anyone at all. He loves to mock all people. During the Last Supper, he simply mocked my brother. He wants to make me his heir only because I am my mother's son." The girl thought helplessly in her thoughts. Now she had to think of something again. What should she do now? The girl realized that the Duke was deliberately pretending to be a caring father in order to torment his eldest son. Then, even if the children could survive, it was unknown whether they would be happy in such an environment. On the other hand, the second option, if you let Duke Berta die. But will it help the girl in her plans? If the Duke is killed, then there is little chance that Diego will leave the Duchess alive. Then it is unknown what will happen next. It is impossible to predict the thoughts of this maniac. What if the Duchess is killed after the Duke? Then there will be chaos in the estate for a while. Maybe then she will have a chance. It will be a chance to escape. She will try to get the children out of this terrible place. They will all live together somewhere else. Yes, they will not be able to live as richly as they do now, but the children will still have a chance at life. A chance that may not be here. The children will grow up safely, and they will have the opportunity to choose their future. They will have a future. And in this future, there will be a chance for a happy life, and not death at the hands of a brother in this house. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by footsteps in the corridor. One of those she had been thinking about just recently was moving towards her. This was the potential killer of his entire family. Perhaps he was already preparing to carry out his bloodthirsty plan. Would the girl be able to stop him? Diego looked fierce. It seemed that he had already decided everything for himself. What to do with this man? Will she be able to change him? Will she be able to change his attitude towards others? Those around him who are alien to him. After all, he grew up alone without receiving due attention. The governess bowed to the gentleman who was passing by, but then she greeted him. In response, the young man asked how she was doing. The girl answered that she was doing quite well, but she would like him to spend more time with his younger brother and sister. After all, they really enjoyed the walk with him. The governess humbly listened to the young man's answer that it was a very stupid idea on her part, and that she should not organize such events in the future. He would definitely never participate in such a thing again. The girl realized that her idea was futile and had not brought success. She continued that he looked great today. His clothes looked amazing, too. It seemed like he didn't even need his own stylist. But he seemed to be missing one detail. Why not wear a black tie with his suit? A tie would be very appropriate, she thought. At first, not understanding what exactly the governess had said, the young man asked again what she wanted from him. It seemed that all his thoughts were centered around the bloodthirsty plan to kill his own family. The young man could not think of anything else at all. Later, he thanked the girl for her attention to his person. Thank you, dear girl, but you don't need to worry about me like that. I don't need it at all. Remember that once and for all. I decide for myself what to wear, and I'm not going to listen to anyone's advice. Diego answered the girl. Then the young governess and the Duke passed each other. The girl's thoughts were all jumbled up as she passed the Duke. She was trying to give him a little hint with the words about the tie. It didn't matter if he didn't listen to her now, but she was just giving him a little hint. This was the only way to prove that she was worthy of dealing with him. To agree to the Duke's death, the teacher proposed to him. But could he understand her correctly? He had to agree to this proposal. After all, he agreed when the main character of the original story of the novel proposed a marriage contract to him. She reminded him of this from a book she had read. The main character of the novel proposed marriage to the young man. In response, he agreed to this proposal. But this did not save either her or the Duke's children from inevitable death. Now Stella decided to change the plot of this novel. She made Diego a completely different proposal. She agreed to the death of his father. Perhaps this way she will save the children. Anxious thoughts haunted the governess. What a pity she couldn't predict the future. It seemed the book's plot didn't match reality, but she couldn't do anything. Only by experimenting could she try to save the children. This was her and the children's chance to live. A life in which Diego wouldn't be there? The young girl thought once again that she had to save these children at any cost. There was no one else to take care of them in this mansion. No one could even imagine that after some time, death awaited them too. She would have to try to save them from him. She would spare no effort to do so. The sparkle in the girl's eyes spoke of her tormenting experiences. She thought that in order to save her children, she would spare not only herself, but also everyone around her. She was indifferent to the death of the Duke and Duchess if they were indifferent to the lives of their children. There was no point in pitying them. After all, they did not spare their children at all, and only mocked them. Then her thoughts returned to the young Duke. She felt a little sorry for him. His whole life had been one of great loneliness. As a boy, and then as a young man, he had been of no use to anyone. And she thought that she was not going to see this poor man die alone. Diego walked along the dark corridor, and his thoughts also did not give him peace. What kind of strange conversation did this governess start with him? He could hardly understand what she wanted from him. He should remember everything again. Perhaps there was some hidden meaning in her words. He wondered why she had paid attention to his appearance today. He had never noticed that about her before. Yes, it was very strange. Usually she talked more about his brother and sister. Today, he was the center of her attention. And what was this talk about a black tie? A tie? What does that mean? Well, if the tie is black, that's something completely different. After all, a black tie doesn't go with his dress at all. So she was talking as if she knew that something was going to happen in the mansion today? But how did she know that? If he didn't share his plans with anyone. Overwhelmed by intriguing questions, the young Duke continued moving along the dark corridor. He could not leave the thought that the young girl knew something about his plans. No, she could not know about it. Suddenly, from the darkness, the figure of an unknown man stepped out to meet the young man. It was a man whose face was hidden by the dark hood of a cloak. Diego was not at all afraid of the man who had appeared out of nowhere. It seemed that they knew him. Yes, this was the one he had been expecting to appear here. They needed to talk. After all, this man was part of his plan to kill his father. A murder that could no longer be avoided, for which everything was prepared. The young man asked the man how the preparations were going, and if there were any problems with them. He also asked what was going on with the crowd. And from under the dark hood came the answer. We have moved everyone to the inner waiting room. The guards have also left their place. For this purpose, the shift time has been changed, so that for 30 minutes no one will be here, Diego said to the mysterious stranger. Listen, I will thank you for everything. If everything is crowned with success, the reward will be even greater. I will not stop at the price. But it is very important that everything is crowned with success. And I have achieved my goals. Failure is excluded, Your Excellency, the stranger answered. The young man smiled when he heard the last phrase from the stranger's lips. What? Your Excellency? He had not expected to hear that. Why did this man call him that? He probably thinks that I am eager to get my father's title. He thinks that I am planning to kill him for this reason. But that is not true at all. The young man continued down the corridor as if nothing had happened. Heavy thoughts tormented his soul. He had never thought about killing his father. But now they had left him no other choice. Now the young man's life was at stake. If he did not strike first, he would die. What did his father mean to him? After all, for other people, it probably meant peace, love, and care. How joyful it was to spend time with his father. But that didn't concern him. Why could he be more important than life to someone? But for him, his father became less significant than anyone else. For him, his own father was nobody. How the young man wished that his relationship with his father would be no different from the relationship of other fathers with their children. He had dreamed of this since childhood. He always wanted to cuddle up to his father's chest, for him to hug him, to spend time with them. But this never happened. And after his mother's death, he was left alone among all people. Alone in this ominous mansion, Diego remembered his mother. He thought that maybe it wasn't just his problem. Unlike his relationship with his father, which never worked out. With his mother, they could sincerely tell each other how much they loved each other. He felt protected with her, how he wanted to go back to that time. The young man continued his way along the dark corridor lit by lanterns. The room looked terrible and ominous. The bloody crime was getting closer. And he still could not understand what the difference was between ordinary rich people and the rest. Why can't everyone be equally happy? Diego walked up to the heavy door and took hold of its handle. His thoughts were all swirling around the same thing. He wondered if murder was really necessary. The murder of his own father. After all, if things were different, he wouldn't have to come to this place. He wouldn't have to plan murder at all. The young man opened the door and entered the temple hall. A man was kneeling before the altar. Diego could not see who it was, but he knew for sure that it was his father praying. Perhaps if he had known about his son's plans, he would not be praying here now. He would be praying for the salvation of his life. Well, not suspecting anything, The man continued to kneel. The future murderer called out to his father. He started in surprise and turned around. The old Duke looked wary and scared. The young man thought that if his conscience were clear, he would not look the way he did now. He wondered if his father had not been so wary. Would this have changed anything? The father finally managed to pull himself together. He tried to make his face look as friendly as possible. The reason for this was fear for his life. He asked, "Diego, why are you here? And where did everyone else go? I find this very strange." In response, the old man heard from his son that he had something important to tell him. That's why he came here. As it turned out, there couldn't have been a better place for the young man to have such a conversation. This was the place where everything was supposed to happen. After that, he would bear the title of Duke Berta. "Tell me, why did you come here? Could we talk about this later?" The old Duke asked the young man. The young man, without answering, was looking for something and began to look in his sleeve. It seemed that something important was hidden there. The old Duke turned around and started shouting at his son, "Get out of here! I have nothing to talk to you about now. It's prayer time for me now, and I'm not going to do anything else. I can't even leave here now." The young man replied that before he left, he had to ask him something. From the tone of his son's voice, Duke Berta realized that he was about to have a very difficult conversation. His face suddenly turned pale. The Duke's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his hands began to tremble. He was unable to move and only looked pleadingly into his son's eyes. The young man took the dagger in its sheath in his hand. The sight of this dagger made the Duke feel even worse. The young man asked, "Father, would you please recall what this is that I hold in my hands? Does this thing seem familiar to you?" The old Duke was amazed. Hearing no answer, the young man took the dagger in his hand and brought it to the Duke's very face. The gilded dagger glimmered predatorily in the dark candlelight. The scene was ominous. A little more and a terrible tragedy was about to take place. Diego knew that he had to do it, because in response he could be killed himself. An ominous red sunset was descending over the city. The sky was painted in crimson tones. The domes of the cathedral were also painted red under the light of the setting sun. It seemed that the whole city was covered in blood. On the tower, a bell covered in crimson began to ring for vespers. The alarm sounded sharply over the city, penetrating into every house. It seemed that this alarm was a signal to action that Diego could understand, just as the signal to kill his father. Through the lacy window of the cathedral ceiling, blood-colored light penetrated into the depths of the temple. The decorative details were preparing for the bloody drama that was about to break out before their eyes. And so the bloody deed was done. The young man walked back along the corridor. His steps were heavy. He tried to get away from this place as quickly as possible. Everything was decided. He did it. Now there was no need to reproach himself for anything. He had become an orphan. He scratched his face with a bloody hand. Blood was running down his hands. But it did not bother the young man. Even though it was his father's blood, it seemed to him that he deserved to die by his hand. Otherwise, he himself was ready to kill his son. The scene of his crime appeared before the young man's eyes again. The young man's face and clothes were spattered with blood. The blood of a person who was related to him by blood? But this person had never been truly related to him in his life, never cared for him. And lately, he had even wanted to shorten his life. Again, he remembered his last conversation with the Duke. He asked him, "Do you recognize this thing that I hold in my hands? Look carefully. Do you remember it?" In response, Duke Berta said that he was seeing her for the first time. He couldn't even imagine where the young man got that dagger from. Why on earth did his son come into the cathedral with a weapon and wave it in front of his father's eyes? And if he didn't get out of here right now, he would be punished. Then the young man brought the dagger to his throat. And again he asked the Duke, "Look at me. Maybe it will help you remember. It seems that this is what the picture you dreamed of looks like, for which you and your wife prepared yourself." The Duke considered his situation. One look from the young man showed that he was convinced that it was the old Duke who had organized the murder. And now not only had nothing been done to him, but the person who ordered it had been exposed. And the killer was also considered the best swordsman in the South. And now he had fallen at the hands of his son. The young man stood there with a dagger at his throat above his father's head. His eyes and movements were full of confidence. He was sure he was right. And he just wanted to hear from his father that it was he who ordered his murder. He paid money for his son's murder? The fear of death paralyzed the old duke's mind and body. He tried in vain to come up with excuses, but it seemed that nothing could save him. Now it looked not like a murder, but like an execution. The execution of this puny man, who had followed his wife's lead. The duke had no more excuses. He was preparing for death. Diego looked at his father without taking his eyes off him. For the last time, he was looking for a reason not to kill him. He wanted to find it in his head, to recall pleasant memories associated with this man. But alas, it seemed they were not there. Not once in his life did he feel like this man's son. Feeling the approach of his murderer, Duke Berta bent his legs. He had nothing to say in his defense. He deserved it. And now he counted only on the mercy of the young man. The latter did not feel any regret or sympathy. The young man asked his father why he was avoiding him. Nothing of the sort. Are you really going to commit such terrible crimes against your father? If I were you, I would think twice before doing so. Duke Berta replied. It seemed he had no way out. The son's leg was getting closer and closer to his father's leg. And along with the leg, the duke himself was hanging over him. Punishment was to befall this evil man. An inexorable and cruel punishment for everything he had done. And yet the young man was not alien to the feeling of mercy. Even when everything was decided, he tried to help this man. He wanted to find something familiar in him, something close, and not to do what he had planned. He asked his father, "Tell me, have you ever treated me like a son?" Because I never noticed this. The old man clung to his words like a drowning man clings to his last straw. He replied, "Yes, and more than once." "How can you say such a thing?" "Yes, I was ready to do everything for you." "How dare you point a dagger at me?" "How dare you do that?" The words didn't seem to have any effect on the young man. Not a muscle moved on his impassive face. What his father said only spurred him on. He laughed sarcastically and leaned over his father. The time for talking was over. All that was left was to do what he had planned. And then come what may. The young Duke Berta leaned over the old man. The naked blade of the dagger was already touching the latter's clothes. But the young man, not deciding on the last act of the drama, still hesitated. Did he have a choice at this moment? It seemed that no one had left him one. The old duke's nerves couldn't take it anymore. He started laughing hysterically and shouting out absurd phrases. "You're a murderer. And you've always been a murderer." "Yes, I knew it would be like this. I always knew you'd grow up to be a real devil." With an impassive face, the young man plunged the dagger into his father's chest. There was no turning back now. What could he think at that moment? In his mind, it was not murder, it was only self-defense. He who kills first survives. He was destined, perhaps, to survive. The young man remembered his childhood grievances against his father, when he cried into his pillow, bursting into tears. How his mother cried from her ex-husband's abuse. That's why he did it, remembering the words of this already dead man, when he told him that he was beating him to teach a lesson to such a cretin as he. Now the young man had no choice but to use force and defend himself, because before he could neither defend himself nor his mother. He listened to his father's final curse with his head down. It seemed there was nothing human left in him. He looked like a hunted wolf, or rather, a jackal. Diego wasn't at all sorry. It was meant to be. He waved his dagger over the duke's head, and the young man asked, "Were these your last words?" And he answered the question himself. "No, there is nothing more to talk about with you. The conversations are over. Now we must act." The duke glanced at his executioner from under his brows and whispered, "You damn bastard. May you be damned. May you die the same death as I must die now." These were his last words. Blood gushed from the old duke's chest like a fountain. The young man had done what he had been avoiding, but unfortunately he was left with no choice. He raised his bloody hands to his eyes. He still had a dagger in one hand. Now he was a murderer. a parricide. He was not tormented by the pangs of conscience for what he had done. He was indifferent to his father and to what he had done. Thinking about his father again, he thought that he had never known one thing. He was never destined to know it. There could be no greater curse than he had. He had been cursed since childhood. Yes, being born from a man like his father was a curse indeed. Now he was rid of that man. Perhaps he would be destined to rid himself of others. But it depended not only on his actions, but on the actions of those people. What was destined to be, would be. Life stood still in the huge ducal mansion. There was silence where the birds had recently sung. The garden was also silent. No one disturbed the peace of this stone empire. It was covered with a dark mourning blanket. It seemed that life had died with the death of its owner. Footsteps echoed loudly in the hallways of the house. All the inhabitants were preparing for the burial of their owner. The mansion now had a new owner. It was the Duke's eldest son. The young man felt like the master of life. He took upon himself all the preparations for the funeral. The reason for this funeral was his act. No one knew about it except the governess. Looking out the window, she analyzed what had happened. The murder she had predicted had happened. The governess stood in the corridor by the window and watched the final preparations for the funeral procession. The estate was suddenly shaken by the death of Duke Berta. The movement and conversation in the house died down. If anyone was discussing the death of the old Duke, it was somewhere in the depths of the rooms of this palace. No one suspected the Duke's son of death. The Duke's wife's condition was terrible. At first, when the Duchess learned of this, she fainted. After all, she was not prepared for such news. As a person who denies reality and does not want to wake up from sleep, she could not come to her senses until the funeral preparations were completed. She spent all this time in her bedroom in bed, sobbing into her pillow. That same evening, the man who was considered the Duke's killer was captured in the temple. The guards quickly dealt with it. It was not difficult for them. It was a criminal who had been bribed by the young Duke Diego. According to the contract between them, he was to take all the blame for the Duke's murder, which he did. When the Duke's murder was discovered, a search began at the scene of the murder. When the entire cathedral was searched, he was found in a state of alcoholic intoxication. The alleged murderer claimed that he had taken advantage of the guard's absence and killed the Duke and was then going to escape. He cited robbery as the reason for the murder, after which he no longer had the strength to escape. So no one really investigated the murder. The case was presented to everyone as if it was done by a commoner who harbored a grudge against all the nobles. Most people agreed with this version of the reasons for the murder. Diego immediately sorted out the work that had fallen into disrepair after the Duke's death. He liked his new social status in society. The activity of the young heir was, one might say, brilliant. He energetically took on the solution of all problems, and everyone thought that this demonstrated the abilities of the new head of the family. Perhaps with such active activity, he wanted to drown out the memories of his murder in his soul. For everyone in the mansion, the old Duke's death was sudden and unexpected. Because of such a sudden death, all the estate workers were involved in funeral preparations. The governess was not particularly bothered by this. Therefore, she had enough time for difficult thoughts. She, who knew about the impending murder, did not tell anyone about it. The governess was not particularly busy with any work at this time. There could be no talk of teaching the children at this time. After all, they also felt the loss of a loved one. Although he was not particularly kind to them, he was still their father. Now they needed to be dressed in mourning clothes. The girl approached the boy who was sitting with his sister on the couch. First, she asked him if he was okay. The boy did not answer her, apparently preoccupied with his own thoughts. He was also preparing for his new role in this house. From the youngest son of the owner of the house, he turned into the younger brother of another owner of the mansion. The boy replied that not everything was all right. He had already begun to miss his old life. It seemed to him that now everything would be completely different. Unfortunately, nothing could be the same as before. He said this because he had lost a loved one for the first time. After all, he had previously had hopes that his father would protect him from his crazy mother, but he did not say these words to his teacher. The boy simply remained silent. Then she asked again. Perhaps he was sad. To this question, her charge answered that he was not sad at all. It even seemed to him as if someone unknown to him had died. And now he had to attend his funeral. What could she say to this poor little boy? Looking intently into his eyes, the girl replied, "You don't have to be sad about it. It's not necessary. After all, even about a person about whom only bad memories remain, you can think a little better. They say that even sleep like that is necessary." The Duke's son was already dressed in mourning clothes and ready for burial. The poor, sobbing girl still had to be changed. It seemed that there might be problems with this. The governess turned to the girl. "Madam, please stop crying. I understand your pain very well. But now you also need to change your clothes." Cecily continued to cry, her nose buried in the corner of the couch. Lately, she could not understand what was happening in her house. For some reason, everyone was wearing black clothes. Everything was quiet in such a cheerful place. She had not seen her father or mother for a long time. And then they explained to her that her father was already dead. And the poor girl still could not understand what it meant. Then the girl had to learn what a funeral was. She was told that her father's lifeless, silent body would have to be buried in the ground. This upset the girl very much, and she could not hold back her sobs. All these worries became the reason that now she did not want to change into dark clothes either. Tears were still streaming down the little girl's flushed face. She didn't want to participate in this ceremony at all. For the first time in her life, she had lost someone close to her. Although he wasn't the best father, he still showed her some kindness. Besides, she hadn't seen her mother for a long time. The governess made another attempt and asked the girl to change her clothes. Again, she answered in the negative. She screamed that she did not want to and would not do it. Let everyone get away from her and leave her alone. She will not change her clothes and will not go to the funeral. "I told you I did not want to," the girl screamed. The stunned governess did not know what to do or what to say to her charge. It was the first time in her life that she had encountered such a situation. It was hard for her to imagine what she would do in the little girl's place. But she could understand her loss and sympathize with her. The Duke's daughter ran up to the governess, buried her nose in her dress, hugged her knees, and continued to sob loudly. Unfortunately, the young girl could do nothing to help her. The only thing she could do was to offer words of comfort. Perhaps this murder should have been avoided. The old Duke should have been warned of the danger. All these thoughts whirled through the young governess's head. Again and again, she began to reproach herself for this. But then the girl returned to the plot of the book she had read and remembered that the murderer's victims were also a little girl and a little boy. Estella felt it was her duty to change their fate. And for this, let everything go its own way. Eventually, the teacher realized that she couldn't change the girl's clothes by force. She couldn't convince her to go to the funeral either. So she agreed with the girl's choice and decided to leave her alone. The girl's appearance showed that she was grateful to her teacher for this. The governess decided to talk to both of her charges. She stood in front of them at the couch and began. "No, children, I love you very much. I understand the pain of your loss, and I want to express my sympathy to you. All people lose their loved ones, and you are no exception. Please accept my condolences." The girl looked at the little girl's face. She felt incomparably sorry for her. I wonder if this little person understood that her father was dead. Or maybe she wanted to pretend that she knew nothing and that nothing had happened. But today was her last chance to say goodbye to her father. It is impossible for the girl not to do this and then regret it for the rest of her life. So Estella asked her to go to the funeral once again, and Cedric answered for his sister. He got up from the couch and said to her, "Margaret, it's okay. We'll go together. Let her stay here." The face of the Duke's youngest son reflected all the emotions he was experiencing at that fateful moment. The pain of loss, the fear of an unknown future, the sadness of losing a loved one. Cedric turned around and started walking towards the street. His governess looked sadly after him. In her heart, she seemed to understand all his worries. The girl did not know what she should do now. After all, she had to accompany both of the Duke's children, and they split up. The girl remained sitting in the room and her brother left. The governess pondered the words of the departed boy. He had said that his sister was still young, still a child. Did that mean that he now considered himself an adult? It seemed that was true. He had indeed matured in these few difficult days, but he would still need to be looked after. The young girl approached her young ward. She gently patted her on the shoulder and asked her to stay right here in this room. She addressed the girl. "My lady, we will be back soon. Do not worry. While we are gone, you should rest." The girl should be fine. The governess rushed to catch up with her young master. She wondered where he could have disappeared to. After all, the house was so big, and it would be difficult for her to find him here. In order not to lose him, she began to shout his name. It was imperative to find the boy to make sure that nothing happened to him. When she caught up with him, she said that they would go to the funeral without his sister. She wanted to stay home. Looking into the boy's sad eyes, she felt sorry for him and stroked his head. The poor children were suffering so much, and she could do nothing to help them. Although perhaps she could save their lives. Stella found it hard to imagine what was going on in the boy's soul. She wanted to feel sorry for him. She looked into his eyes and said, "Just recently you seemed like a little boy to me. In the last few days, you've grown up so much. Now I'm so sad that you've grown up too soon." Hearing these words, the boy became very angry. He told the teacher that she was wrong. He did not look like an adult, he was just a full-fledged adult. And he would act the same way as adults do. No one could control him now. If his father died, then he would be like an adult now, taking care of his mother and his sister. At first, the girl laughed at the boy's words, but then she became unspeakably sad. After all, she may have been the cause of the old Duke's death. With her mention of the black tie, she may have pushed Diego to commit murder. She did not warn the old Duke about the crime he was preparing. The young governess and her young charge walked quietly across the shiny parquet of the ducal palace. Many people had gathered that day for the funeral of the old Duke. Everyone was waiting for the funeral procession to begin. As the girl and the boy continued on their way, they found themselves face to face with the widow of the dead Duke. The Duchess, supported by one of the maids, became very angry when she saw the governess. She loudly declared for all to hear, "What are you still doing here? Don't you remember? I clearly told you to get out of this estate." The governess could think of nothing better to do than to remain silent. The Duchess looked haggard. It seemed that in the time since her husband's death, she had aged greatly. Not having eaten or drunk for several days, she moved her legs with difficulty. It was difficult to recognize in this sharply aged woman the one who had only a few days ago decided the fates of people. The governess looked closely at the grieving widow's face. It seemed to the girl that she had completely lost her mind. Her empty eyes were cried dry. They wandered looking for something. And this was not surprising. Well, it is quite natural when you suddenly find yourself at your own husband's funeral. At this time, everything was ready for the funeral procession on the street. A hearse drawn by his favorite horses stood at the Duke's palace. There, carriages for those accompanying the deceased Duke on his final journey were lined up. The Duke's coffin was loaded into a carriage. The governess and her young pupil also approached the carriage intended for them. Margaret followed him. The governess thought that it was also very good that she could take part in this. She had to take advantage of this opportunity. She thoughtfully turned towards the other carriages. She had to use any situation to change something. She would definitely have opportunities. The children should not die at the hands of her brother in any case. And now it would be good to take advantage of the opportunity and meet Diego. The girl placed her foot on the last step of the carriage. She moved slowly, already thinking about her next step. She would have to offer the new Duke something he couldn't refuse. Research to find something important to him. Then she would be able to see him and make a deal to save the children. The weather that day was surprisingly terrible for this time of year. It seemed as if the heavens had decided to open up and pour out all the water they had stored up. It rained endlessly, but it was unlikely that the weather was crying for the murdered Duke. After all, as a person, he could not deserve this. Few remembered him as a good man. The people gathered at the Duke's grave stood under umbrellas, hiding from the incessant rain. Not so many of them had gathered. One could say that he was buried in a narrow family circle. The words of the new Duke sounded strange. Father was a reliable man who firmly led the family, without neglecting the duties entrusted to him. The Duchess listened to her stepson and wiped away the tears that were streaming from her eyes. The mad gleam in her eyes had already disappeared. She looked like a wife grieving for her husband. It seemed that she suspected who could have killed her husband. but she had no proof. Her son, hidden under the governess's umbrella, stood in front of her. The boy, who had grown up in a couple of days, no longer cried. He grieved for his father, but what frightened him most was the uncertainty of the future. He was also frightened by his mother, who had been cruel to him and his sister. It was still unknown whether her attitude toward them would worsen after his father's death. These thoughts tormented the boy. Meanwhile, his brother, who was speaking, continued, "The deceased was a true friend to us all. He was also a devoted servant of the imperial family of Mesquita. We will still for a long time." From under the umbrella, only the lower part of the new duke's face was visible. No one could see his eyes. And at that moment, these eyes shone with a predatory gleam. Dressed in all black, the young man was the personification of death. How blasphemous his words to his dead father sounded. The killer spoke at the grave of the man he had killed. It seemed he felt no pangs of conscience about what he had done. The situation he had created brought him pleasure. The gray tombstones witnessed the whole scene. After the young man, the priest spoke. His prayer over the grave of the murdered man was short. Finally, the duke's son spoke. His last words over the grave were, "We will continue our father's work, in the name of eternal longing for our father, whom we will never meet again." The Duchess, who had been listening to her stepson, was not at all thrilled with his entire speech. She quietly commented on every word he uttered. The last phrase, it seemed, was the last straw. Without hiding her indignation, she said, "What a vile bastard. What a pretentious phrase." Instantly, the expression of indignation on the Duchess's face was replaced by intriguing horror. The woman looked at her husband's grave and was horrified by what she saw on it. What could have frightened the widow so much? She did not keep her waiting long. Wait, how can a tombstone be ready the very next day after a person's death? There was no response from anyone. Her stepson narrowed his eyes, pressing his lips tightly together. He thought that if this woman chattered too much, her life would not be so long either. He did not need unnecessary talk. Because of her chatter, she would become his next victim. If he did not pity his father, he certainly would not pity her. The nervous and angry Duchess continued to think out loud. The woman did not pay attention to those present at the funeral. She said loudly, "I am sure my husband could not have died like that. Why did my husband die at all?" Her eyes lit up with a mad gleam again. Her previously pale, sunken cheeks suddenly flushed. Now, without embarrassment, she suddenly screamed, looking into her stepson's face. "Why did my husband die and not you? I don't understand why and how this happened. After all, you were the one who had to die." The woman ran up to Duke Diego, started beating him in the chest with her fists, and continued screaming, "I know you killed him. No one else needed his death. You killed him because you were so blinded by power. Otherwise, the funeral could not have started so quickly. Otherwise, the tombstone could not have been ready so quickly. Duchess, I'm sorry. I understand your grief. I understand that you are in shock. But you must understand that I am also his child. Think about it. Could I kill my father?" The Duke answered, grabbing the woman by the hand. He seemed not at all embarrassed by her accusations. But a fire was already burning in his chest, a harbinger of the next murder. The young man clenched the grief-stricken woman's fists tighter and tighter in his hands, as if he was going to break them at that moment. He silently considered what to say to her. His words had to be as balanced as possible, so that later no one would even think of his participation in the murder or murders. Finally, a young man's voice rang out hoarsely in the pouring rain. "Listen, madam, I am offended to hear such reproaches. How can you say such terrible things? The deceased was your husband, but he was also my father, and I grieve for him as much as you do." The grief-stricken woman was outraged beyond measure. She wanted everyone to know that he was the one who killed his father. But unfortunately, she could not prove it. Now she was fruitlessly searching for solutions to this problem. She would definitely need evidence. When she got it, the killer would be punished. The Duchess, helpless, clutched the Duke's clothes again. Only moans and sobs came from her lips. For the first time in her life, she felt so unprotected. In the depths of her mind, the thought was born that she would get even with him so that she and her children could live. The entire funeral procession witnessed this scene. The young man did not tolerate the Duchess's hysteria for long. He waited for her to calm down, but since this did not happen, he ordered that the woman be stopped as quickly as possible. His guards immediately began to carry out the order, grabbed the woman, and carried her out beyond the cemetery fence. In response, she burst into even more metrics. The young governess stood in the crowd at the cemetery and heard the remarks of the people standing near her. I knew that the Duchess had a hot temper, but how can you call the heir a murderer? Wasn't it obvious that Duchess Berta and her husband preferred their second son? And I think Duke Berta's greed is to blame for everything. The Duke's youngest son, standing next to his governess, also heard much of this conversation. Behind the youngest Duke stood the Marquis. How could the heir be changed? I don't understand the point of appointing a child of low birth as successor. Why should this child have any claim to anything if he has such a mother? At that moment, the boy stood in the middle of the crowd. He wanted to close his ears and not hear anything like that about himself or his mother or anyone else. Why? Why didn't any of them guess that Cedric, of whom they were talking, was here in the cemetery? He wanted to fall through the ground or find himself in a completely different place at that moment. Meanwhile, the young man, who had recovered from the recent events, decided to finish the funeral ceremony. He did not want those present to remember this ceremony by the words that were spoken here, by the words in which he was accused of killing his father. Dear friends, we are here to say goodbye to my father. He would not want such a bad word to be said about the person dear to him, said Duke Berta. He finished. A murmur ran through the crowd who had come to say goodbye to the old count. Almost everyone tried to say something about what had happened here. The governess and her pupil heard many interesting things in these words. The boy was most struck by this. We say this because the Duchess treated you so rudely. She should not have done so. And finally, this unusual funeral ceremony came to an end. Already leisurely, walking along the cemetery path, many of those who had been here discussed everything they had seen and heard. This was the most unusual funeral in the city in its entire existence. The governess and the boy, who were the last to leave, were called to him by the young Duke. The young man leaned towards the boy and said, Cedric, I would like to talk to you. You know I am very worried about you. Answer me, are you okay? Do you feel well? The boy answered timidly and haltingly that he felt well. He was just a little tired from the recent events. Then he asked the governess where the boy's sister was. She told him that she had not brought her because she had refused to go to her father's funeral herself. It seemed to the girl that this was too much of a blow for her. The poor little thing did nothing but lie and cry. The Duke replied, There is nothing strange about this. If even the parents are in such a state, then what can we say about the children? The girl watched the young man with horror and interest. How she was frightened by the ease with which he committed the murder of his own father. How great an actor he died. Of course, he could not have predicted that someone other than him knew his secret, but she knew that he was the murderer of his father. The cruelty of this man frightened her very much. The girl thought that she had no desire to act out this play. A play in which everyone around her was a puppet hanging on a string. The scriptwriter and director of this bloody play was standing in front of her now. It seemed to her that the young man did not have even a drop of sympathy and regret for what he had done. This is what real maniacs do. For a moment she wanted to scream, perhaps, that she knew what he had done. But she quickly suppressed that thought. After all, the man who killed her father would kill her and other people. No, she would not stir up that scene. She had to prepare for it very well. But later she would cut the strings that he was pulling people around with like dummies. There will come a time when she can do it. Everyone will know the truth about the Duke's killer. Well, before that, she will need to make some kind of plan again. She will take a step forward. Then everyone will see the true face of this young man who is standing before her now. This will happen when she will not be afraid for her life and the lives of the children close to her. Then the girl noticed that the Duke was wearing a black tie today. It was the very tie she had told him about earlier. She decided to point this out now. I see you will need the black tie I told you about. Yes, in the end you did need it. The young man stood dumbfounded by her words. Only now did he understand the secret meaning of her words. A strange thought struck the young man right in the heart. Who is this young woman standing in front of him now and talking? It seems she knows much more about him than she lets on. Perhaps he has developed paranoia in the wake of recent events, or is this really the case? It is important to know. The result of his last thoughts was not visible on the Duke's face. He considered attack to be the best defense. Therefore, Diego only laughed in the face of the young governess. For himself, he noted that it would not be superfluous to learn much more about this governess. It was imperative to ask everyone about her. The Duke told the girl that he was now her direct employer. He hadn't accepted her work before, but now he would pay her money. She would have to take good care of her brother and sister. Finally, he said that they had nothing more to talk about, and it wouldn't hurt her to talk to the children and calm them down. The Duke turned and began to walk away from them, his boots slapping loudly on the wet grass. The rain still couldn't stop. The governess could not calm down. She was frightened by the last words of the young man when he said that he would meet her alone later. She was even afraid to imagine what awaited her now. Would he really kill her? The girl closed her eyes and thought. Walking slowly, she thought over all the events that had recently happened. So many things had happened since she had arrived at the ducal palace. She had been caught up in the whirlwind of palace life. And now she had to find a way out of this deadly carousel. Otherwise, the people dear to her would die. She wondered what the Duke was thinking about now. After all, he had planned the upcoming conversation with her alone for some reason. It would be possible to plan the conversation with the young man well. The girl hoped that her future conversation with the Duke would be a success. Otherwise, this play could become even bloodier. The governess and the boy passed by people standing by the path. One of the women standing there seemed strangely familiar to the girl. In addition, she did not take her eyes off Diego, and without looking away, she followed the young man. The governess was interested in this woman's person. Why was she looking at Diego for so long and so intently? The governess was amazed by the expression in the woman's eyes. She saw in her eyes the same horror and fear as in her own. But why should she be afraid of him? It was imperative to solve this riddle as soon as possible. The governess looked at the woman again and tried to discern her appearance. She had unusual long silver hair. She was also struck by the woman's bright blue eyes. Her appearance was definitely familiar to the governess. And then the young girl had an epiphany. She remembered a novel she had read long ago in another life. Could she have forgotten about it? After all, before her was perhaps the main character of this novel. Could it really be this? Could it really be Adriana, about whom she had read earlier? The governess thought, turning over the pages of the book she had read in her head. If she was not mistaken, then perhaps this would be very useful to her. Later, she could use this woman in her plans. As they say, all means are good in war. And she would try to use all means in the fight against this evil and bloodthirsty maniac. The girl recalled the plot of the book. It was written in it that one day the young lady Adriana needed to hide from the maid. The maid was pestering her with requests to get dressed, and the girl found nothing better than to hide in the prayer room, avoiding the annoying maid. For her, this decision later had disastrous consequences. Hiding in the prayer room, she unwittingly witnessed the murders of Duke Berta. The girl heard the entire conversation between father and son. Out of interest, she also spied on what happened. The governess thought that having seen this, she would definitely want to check the actions of the criminal. Margaret sadly watched Adriana leave. The woman looked very scared now, but perhaps later, when she recovered a little from what she had seen, she could talk to her. She could probably become a serious ally in her fight against the Duke. After all, it was stupid for her to think she was protected. As before, the governess was haunted by her upcoming private conversation with the Duke. What was the sophisticated adversary planning now? It was easy to guess that he saw a threat to himself in her person and would now do everything to get rid of her as an unnecessary witness. Before the young Duke's eyes on his desk lay a dossier, compiled by his subordinates on his orders. He had ordered this to be done immediately after the funeral. The Duke had decided to get to know his enemy as well as possible and strike first again. Judging by recent events, this was exactly what had to be done. So what did he know about the governess? The Duke looked through the file while his butler answered his questions. He read out, "As you know, Miss Margaret is 22 years old. Unfortunately, we have not had time to find out much about her, but everyone who knows her in this house speaks very highly of her. We have found no one to whom she would have offended. Our gardener said that he is always very happy to see this girl. Just meeting her always promises him good luck. Always friendly and neat, she loves spending time in his garden. Besides, as he noticed, she teaches the young lady and young master very well. Our cook is even more impressed by the governess's manners. Always neatly dressed and polite, she is an example not only for the children, but also for the other inhabitants of the estate. The woman even hopes that over time, she and the governess will become close friends. Because of her good-natured character, she also became popular with other employees. No matter how hard the butler tried to find some dirt on the girl from other employees, he did not succeed. All his efforts in this direction were in vain. This is how everyone he interviewed described the governess. The Duke was not very surprised by the results of the butler's questioning. He had suspected before that the girl was not involved in anything bad, but he still had a lot of questions about what she did before she ended up in the Duke's estate. And now he was very interested in the question of how she ended up in this estate. The butler continued reading his report. Although not much is known about the girl's past, they say that her family was not rich at first. The reason for this was that her father was fond of gambling, but now their situation has improved. What the girl herself did before is completely unknown. The butler hoped that perhaps he would be able to find out something about this a little later. The old man then read the following. You know, Your Highness, what I would like to draw your attention to. Are you aware that the Duchess has announced the dismissal of the governess? She was the one who was most dissatisfied with this girl. Margaret has not yet left, but she has very little time left in the palace. While the young man was pondering what he had heard, the butler also reported that it seemed the governess had a fiancé. The Duke was not satisfied with much of this information. There was no way to use it against the governess. Something more compelling had to be found. Diego asked the butler again what he knew about the fiancé. He replied, Well, this has long been known to everyone. They say that her fiancé is the second son of Baron Eric. He is a very honest and noble man, and all the members of his family are also considered such people. In addition, they say that the groom and bride are very suitable for each other. They have known each other since childhood and are very close. Soon, the butler continued. He said that recently the circumstances had changed. He had heard that it was not known for what reasons the engagement had finally been broken off. So the Duke need not worry about it at all. It seemed that the girl was completely free from any obligations to anyone. With his usual abruptness, the Duke asked the butler why he thought he should be concerned about the engagement of some governess. The butler replied that he thought it was important to the Duke. He decided that the Duke couldn't be so interested in the identity of his brother and sister's governess for no reason. Otherwise, why dig so deeply into her? Okay, if you've already remembered the engagement, then tell me what became unknown there. Why was this engagement broken off? After all, listen, think for yourself. If she needs something, wouldn't it be better for her to turn to her fiancé and not to seek her fortune somewhere in someone else's mansion? The Duke asked his butler. I know no more about it than anyone else, the old man replied. They say that Miss Margaret has decided to look for work and has received notice of the engagement being broken off. If she had not accepted the job, the groom would have intended to marry her. The Duke was surprised that such an imaginary reason could have caused the engagement and the wedding to be broken off. The butler continued, As for the biography of this country girl, there is nothing special about it, but tell me, are you really not interested in Miss Margaret? Why do you never tire of asking me about it? I don't like her. She is not a beauty at all. Half of her face is covered by her glasses. The young man continued angrily that the butler should keep his thoughts to himself. How could he think that he, a duke, wanted to have anything in common with this country simpleton? She would never be able to compare with him. He was interested in her for a completely different reason. The duke rose from his chair and said, Yes, I agree that many nobles regard some governesses as entertainment. I am not one for such activities. You might have thought for yourself that it is not for me. Her main concern in this house is to educate my brother and sister. The butler said that he did not understand why this investigation had been started. Turning away from the butler and standing behind the back of the chair, the young man began to ask himself this question. But the village girl was able to intrigue him first and then interest him. It is unknown why he decided to find out a little more about her and get to know her better. Although there were reasons for this, the butler continued to watch his new master. After the death of the previous owner of the mansion, significant changes occurred in his life. Yes, this girl hides some secret. And it seems that this secret is inextricably linked with him. It is necessary to find out what she is. The Duke answered the butler that somehow this girl knows exactly what he did 2 days ago. Since he learned about it, he became interested in everything connected with her. Diego looked out the window and saw the governess there. The tired girl was wiping sweat from her wet forehead. This year, the apricot harvest in their ducal garden was especially successful. Now Margaret was holding a bucket filled with ripe scarlet apricots under her arm. The butler was very intrigued by his young master's last answer. People tend to be interested in everything unusual and incredible. It seemed that the Duke had touched on exactly that topic. The old man was also very interested in how the girl could have guessed or found out about everything. I hope you now understand why I am interested in this girl in particular. I absolutely must find out what she knows, the young man replied. And now please find her and tell her that I am looking for her and would like to see her. The girl looked at the apricots. She was pleased with the sight of these fruits with their perfect beauty. Each of them resembled a small sun. How beautiful the world of nature can be and how it is spoiled by the world of evil people. After the Duke's funeral, the girl was haunted by sad thoughts. Perhaps it was her fault that there was a murder in this palace. These thoughts were sometimes replaced by others. What if she couldn't do anything at all and change the future? But she drove them away and tried to prepare for a conversation with the Duke. The governess remembered how she had treated her little charge to apricots the last time. The girl had really liked the juicy, tasty apricots. She wanted to please her again. Now Cecily was suffering greatly because of her father's death. The girl was still wondering if her pet would be happy with the apricot treat again. It would be nice if they liked them again. Someone called the governess's name from behind. It was the butler of the ducal house, Xavier. Estella asked the old man again what he was doing here at such an early hour. I came to tell you something important. I am here on behalf of the younger Duke. He really wants to see you right away. The butler answered her question. The girl was a little taken aback by his words. What could the Duke need from her right now? After all, it seemed that he had not even thought about her for several days. At least it seemed so to her, because they had not seen each other at all. The governess had been expecting this meeting since it had been planned by him. But she had hoped that the conversation would not take place so soon. Estella had planned to prepare well for it, and now she had been taken by surprise. She mentally prepared herself for the upcoming conversation and clenched her hand into a fist. She asked the butler where she should go, and received the immediate answer. Don't worry, I'll take you straight to the Duke. One more request, Miss Margaret. Try not to provoke the Duke anymore. I would not like to see any more victims in the house. We must try to avoid that. The young governess was dumbfounded by these words of the butler. If she was not mistaken and did not hear right, then another person was aware of what the young man had done. And why could he speak about it so calmly? Perhaps he also took part in it, but the girl did not dare to ask about it. Looking into her surprised eyes, the butler asked if perhaps she had any questions specifically for him. The girl had many questions, but she asked only one. You know, it seems to me that you are aware of everything that is happening in this ducal palace. Tell me, was the Duke's death a forced sacrifice? Without hesitation, the old man answered her. Miss Margaret, I could tell you a great deal about what has happened in this house over the years. It would terrify you. But tell me, do you know what it is like to live knowing that a member of your family will kill you if you don't kill them first? So she knew he knew everything. The old man began his story. I arrived in this house many years ago with the mother of the younger Duke. It was a marriage concluded because of the unification of two noble families. But it was a marriage under the pretext of which the Duke deceived his wife. He made her life a living hell, and because of this, the poor woman died. After her death, the young Duke often cried, remembering his mother. Nothing else in life made the little boy happy. His days and nights passed in sobs. It was very sad to see him in such a state. But his suffering did not end there. The butler continued. His father, the former Duke, began to raise his hand against the boy after that. He mocked him as much as he could. It seemed to bring pleasure to this terrible man. This happened over and over again. For 20 long years. He continued his story. In the end, the boy's and then the young man's nervous system was completely shattered. He was going to commit suicide many times. His life was filled with deprivation and abuse, constant torment. It seems to me that this was enough for the murder to be committed, the old man concluded. The young governess, lowering her head, said in response, "You know, I have absolutely no intention of criticizing the young duke for what he did. After your story, I am even more convinced of this. After all, I knew it too, but did nothing to prevent it, and now I too am an accomplice to the crime." Then she continued, "Your words have convinced me even more that this murder was forced. Perhaps there is no need to look for any justification for it, but I would like to talk about something completely different. I am sure that there is no need to kill a child who does not understand anything." The butler, hearing her words, could not hide his surprise. Repeating her words in his head once more, he asked the governess, "Tell me, young lady, is it just my imagination, or are you trying to save the little brother and sister?" From her silent look, he realized that this was exactly the case. The old man turned and began to walk away towards the ducal palace. Having no choice, Estella was also forced to join him and follow him to the young duke's office. All these memories flew through the mind of the young governess of the boy and the girl. All this had happened in the last few weeks, and now she was standing before the young duke in his office. Crossing his fingers in front of himself, the young man replied, "Well, in this I agree with you and fully support you." Then he continued, "Please come closer, Miss Margaret. Remember, I told you that we needed to meet. I called you here because I think we have something to talk about. Don't you agree with me?" The governess thought long and hard about her answer. She had to choose her words carefully so as not to provoke this cruel man, but as luck would have it, nothing came to mind. She began to look for an answer in the room and noticed under his finger a sheet of paper describing events from her life. Not finding anything better, the girl asked, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" What the Duke told her was unusual. "I've made some inquiries about you. They say your negligent father was fond of gambling. Your younger brothers and sisters were a burden to him, and they say your mother often suffers from depression. It's a rather unhappy picture, don't you think?" The governess tried to analyze what she had heard. The life he had written was not really her life. Therefore, it did not cause any special emotions in the girl's soul. Her life remained somewhere far away, transferred to the pages of the book she had read. Despite this, the girl became interested in the Duke's story. With a smirk on his face, he continued to ask her further, "Your life had rather dim prospects, and then somehow you ended up in this noble house. And as far as I understand, you now yearn to become the next Duchess in this house." The governess was surprised by the young man's question. It seemed to her that the topic of today's conversation should have been about something completely different. She imagined that he would ask something about the murder of his father and what she knew about him. Why did he suddenly start talking about the Duchess now? She hadn't given him any reason, had she? Meanwhile, Diego continued, "Listen, I want to hear a clear answer from you. And don't you dare evade my question. I'll notice it right away. Tell me, Miss Margaret, how do you want me to fix this life?" The girl tried to understand the man's thoughts. What was he trying to hear from her now? She couldn't answer that because she didn't know what was going on in his brain. Maybe this guy was programmed to marry as soon as the right person came along? The governess took a long time to collect her thoughts. She replied that the young man was very wrong in his conclusions. She had absolutely no need to start amorous adventures in the workplace. In order not to offend the Duke, she said that she liked him, but that did not mean that she wanted to marry him. The Duke listened attentively to the governess without interrupting her even once. During her long terrorist attack, his expression never changed. Over the long years of living in his father's house, he had learned to hide all his thoughts. What he thought of the governess's words also remained unknown to anyone, but he made a note to himself to remember this conversation. The girl was quiet for a moment. Again in her head, she began to think over every phrase she had to say to the Duke. It was important to take into account every detail so as not to harm herself and her charges. Then, with a determination and courage that was completely unbecoming of a girl as young as she, the governess blurted out the following phrase in the Duke's face. "Listen, I beg you, just don't kill your younger brother and sister. Promise me not to kill Cedric and Cecily." The Duke was taken aback by the turn their conversation had taken. He had planned to talk to the young girl about something completely different. It turned out that she had turned their conversation in a completely different direction. She had accused him of murdering his father. And finally, she had even dared to suggest that he was capable of murdering his brother and sister. The morning had started very hard for the young Duke. The young man lay in his bed, completely powerless. He felt exhausted after the events of the last few days, and his head had started to ache terribly. Perhaps the last couple of glasses of sparkling wine had been too much. Why hadn't he thought of that in the evening? Then the young man remembered the dream he had had that night. However, this dream was not new. Nightmarish dreams had continued to haunt him since the day the old Duke was buried. However, he had become accustomed to his nightmares since childhood, and his childhood itself seemed to him to be one long nightmare. As a boy, he often doubted where the dream was and where reality was. The young man sat up in his bed. He had fallen asleep last night without even changing his clothes. Was it the wine? The young man had tried to tame his nightmares with the help of booze. Unfortunately, it hadn't helped him much. And now the nightmare was before his eyes again. Diego asked himself this question over and over again, and then he came to the answer that it was real. Now Diego had become a murderer. He had mercilessly killed his own father. The only relief the young man got was that his father deserved to die. Swollen from the alcohol he had drunk the previous day, his head began to ache again. Something was buzzing inside it. A strange sound was added to this buzzing. In vain, he tried to understand what was happening, until finally he raised his head and saw the girl at his foot. It was strange. What was she doing here, and how did she get into his bedroom? The young Duke's younger sister, Berta Cecilie, stood at his feet, tugging at his leg and calling his name. What strange things had been happening in this damned house lately? After all, he had asked everyone not to disturb him in the mornings. When asked who let her in, the girl replied that everyone was busy and could not go with her, so she came to her older brother. The Duke thought that it seemed that she was stopped outside when she tried to enter the study. Then he asked his little sister if her governess had not taught her that it was impolite to wake sleeping people. The little girl did not mince words. Briskly and confidently, she asked the young Duke, "It is morning now. Why are you sleeping? You should be scolded well for oversleeping." The Duke, hearing this, noted for himself that the girl began to speak very well. And this happened recently after the appearance of a new governess in the house. This impudent and stupid girl decided to wake him up. No, it was definitely too early for him to get out of bed. It wouldn't hurt to lie in his bed for a couple more hours and maybe he'd still be able to sleep. With these thoughts, the young man flicked the little girl on the forehead and told her to go away. But it was not to be. The little devil did not want to calm down. With an admirable persistence, she continued to torment her older brother's leg and blanket. It seemed that she was not going to give up her idea of waking the elder Duke. The girl drummed her little hands on the bed. At the same time, she shouted her older brother's name and demanded that he get up and wake up right now. After that, she decided to use a completely different tactic. Seeing that he was not going to get up, she decided to pull the blanket off the young man. But the little girl didn't have enough strength to pull the blanket off, which was held by an adult on the other side. The blanket treacherously slipped out of her hands and she fell on her butt on the slippery floor. Upset by her failure, Cecily sat down on the floor and began to cry. She had failed to get her brother out of bed, and now there would be no one to play with her or take her for a walk. At the same time, her older brother Diego was lying on the bed, sleeping, or perhaps, more likely, pretending to sleep. This was more likely given how loudly the girl was crying, but there was nothing to be done. He was forced to get up and talk to his sister. She told him that he had once made her a promise, but had failed to keep it. The surprised young man could not understand what promise he was talking about. No matter how hard he tried, he could not remember, so he asked his sister about this promise. Still crying, she told him that he promised to fulfill her wish if she brought him flowers. She had so many different wishes, and he was in no hurry to fulfill even one small wish of a little girl. Thoughts and memories were difficult for the young man to come up with that morning. The late party of yesterday was to blame. The Duke tried to remember everything that had happened to him with his sister recently. Perhaps something would come to mind. Then the young man remembered the last and only walk in the fresh air in his life with his brother and sister. Then, in order to get flowers from his sister, he decided to resort to trickery. Yes, then he promised to fulfill her every wish. Now it seems he will have to pay off his debts. He told his sister that he had completely forgotten about his promise, but that didn't mean he wouldn't keep it. So he promised to do whatever she wanted. But perhaps she should think twice. In the girl's opinion, her brother said the last phrase too loudly and harshly. The frightened girl became very upset and began to cry even more loudly than before. The loud roar of the offended girl was heard throughout the Duke's house. It was like the roar of a mountain waterfall. In order not to hear the girl's cries, the Duke was forced to cover his ears with his hands. Another problem was added to his aching head and poor health. It was necessary to get rid of at least one of these problems. With his hands still over his ears, the Duke turned to his sister and asked if she knew where her mother was or what her governess was doing. Someone had to help him solve this problem. One of the two persons named by the Duke was in the study room at that time. The sun was shining brightly outside the palace window, but it seemed that the study room was covered with rain clouds. At that moment, a thunderstorm was ready to break out here. The governess, holding back her anger, was looking for an answer to her pupil's last question. She had not expected to hear this from him at all. She had just come into the classroom, holding a book and a pointer in front of her. Before this question, she had been in a personal mood. And the stupid boy had ruined everything. The boy repeated his question for the second time. "Why are you still here?" "You shouldn't be here anymore. I don't want to and won't study with you." When the governess asked what was the reason for his words, Cedric answered that his mother had fired him. After all, she had said this in his presence. So now it was time for the governess to get out of this house and look for another job. The girl was touched by the little Duke's words that he was ashamed that he had shed tears for her in vain. After all, this meant that there was something human in this little boy. It meant that she had not spent her time and energy on him in vain. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked when she would deign to leave their estate. He was tired of his lessons with her. He would definitely tell his brother that his mother had ordered her governess to be fired, and he hoped that the next one would be much better than her. The girl only laughed in response. "You know what, young man? I have no intention of leaving this mansion. Write it down on your nose. I will do it only in one case. Until you learn all the formulas in the world, I will not go anywhere," the young girl said with proud determination. Standing over the boy writing down the solution on a piece of paper, she continued, "You are still too young to tell me what to do. Your main task is to study and study. So now quickly solve this problem. Do you know what I just noticed? Usually you don't make as many mistakes as today." The governess looked very pleased after the educational work she had done with the boy. She noted to herself that the years of work in her previous life at school had not been in vain for her. She noted with satisfaction that the boy began to pore over his task further. Well, that was what she had been trying to achieve. While the boy was busy with his tasks, the governess decided that she needed to think a little about what had happened recently. 10 days had passed since the death of Duke Berta. Everything was quite calm in the ducal mansion. Nothing foreshadowed any terrible events in the future. She remembered that the conversation with the young Duke had been quite successful. Thanks to him, she had kept her position as governess in the house. It was to her advantage, and it did not matter what the children thought about it, especially Cedric. The children would have to see her until they got tired of it. Contrary to the governess's expectations, the children recovered from the grief they had endured quite quickly. Some people around were worried that her son had not shed a single tear at his father's funeral, but she thought otherwise. The boy had reasons not to shed tears over his father's death. It seemed time for her to philosophize a little. She really liked her last thought. In this world, it happens that the death of a parent is not at all sad for his child. The widowed Duchess was rarely seen in the mansion after her husband's death. She was often absent from the estate. According to rumors, one thing was known, that she had decided to achieve her goal. Apparently, she was busy preventing Diego from inheriting his ducal title. The governess was sure that the Duchess still did not like her presence in this house. But the grief-stricken woman could not change anything. After all, it was now a difficult task for her to throw out the girl who had united with the Duke. A conversation with him was very useful. The governess approached her student and informed him that, perhaps to his regret, time for the test was over. It was time to put the pen down. In response to his indignation, she had to add that even at a state exam, you can't ask for 5 more minutes, because managing time is also a necessary skill in life. The door opened behind her and someone's footsteps were heard. Someone strode loudly, entering the room. The governess turned around and saw the Duke, who said, That's right. I'm not going to wait any longer either. The governess and her charge were equally surprised and frightened by the Duke's appearance in this room. An angry young man entered the room carrying a little screaming girl under his arm. She had been screaming incessantly all the way from his room. The surprise of those present in the room knew no bounds. What could have happened to make the boy's older brother so angry? The governess looked at the young man who had entered. He looked, of course, terrible. His features had faded. His eyes had lost their former sparkle and were wandering aimlessly around the room. The increase in social status had clearly not done the Duke any good. The girl had heard that he went to bed very late, sometimes working, sometimes throwing parties. The young girl was still standing, turning her head towards the people who had entered. She was struck by both the Duke's appearance and the presence of the girl in his arms. Something special had to happen, and for these two to appear together in this room. She was eager to find out what had happened. She asked how long they had been in the room, and in response, she heard that they had been there since she had looked out the window. The young man also told her that he urgently needed to talk to her now. The conversation did not require delay. "Young master, I will sort this out and come out to you soon. Could I ask you to wait in the next room?" The governess replied. She was very intrigued by the Duke's proposal. "I wonder what the topic of the upcoming conversation will be." Diego asked if she would be willing to take this screaming girl away from him. Firstly, because of her, he had not been able to get any sleep. Secondly, she had not given him time to get ready properly in the morning. Thirdly, he had been forced to carry her in his arms on such a long journey around the palace. And fourthly, this was part of her direct duties as a governess, for which he paid her money. The Duke threw the girl into the arms of the girl, who was taken aback by his long speech. He treated his sister not as a child, but as a plush toy. But the girl seemed to like her fleeting flight. And she was even more amused that she was caught by the hands of her beloved governess. Having freed himself from the burden that had weighed him down so much, the young man turned to leave the lecture hall. He tried to say goodbye to his hated relatives as quickly as possible. 3 pairs of uncomprehending, amazed eyes looked after the young man. Without a command, everyone sighed with great relief. The governess turned to her pupil. "Young master, I have a favor to ask of you. Please study for a while by yourself and let the lady play next to you. Keep an eye on her so that nothing happens." The prankster asked how long the conversation would last. She replied that this was probably exactly what he had been waiting for. He would be much happier if the girl talked to his brother as long as possible. Yawning deeply, the boy said, "If you don't come back in 30 minutes, I'll go. It wouldn't hurt me to get some more sleep. It will be your decision alone. But I must tell you that you are taking a big risk. Then, if you are not here in 30 minutes, you will have to write the test again. The choice is yours," the governess told him in response. The girl extended her hand forward, and the boy sitting opposite her did the same in response. As their fists hit each other, the teacher also exclaimed, "Here it comes." A little girl who noticed such a strange movement asked what it was. The boy asked in what country they do this with their hands. He saw something like this for the first time in his life. The governess had to lie a little in response. "This is in modern... No, this is often done abroad." Already at the door, the teacher glanced back one last time, admiring the playing pets. It seemed that the children had calmed down, and it was possible to calmly leave them alone with each other. A young brother and sister were learning a new game. The boy was teaching his younger sister how to clench her fist to greet. She happily agreed to the entertainment he offered. The governess had one less problem. Entering the door that led to the playroom, the girl noted that her next problem would not be so easy to solve. It would not work that way with the Duke. Deep in his thoughts, he stood in the middle of the room, looking at some children's toy. She quietly stepped forward. Seeing the governess, the young man nodded to her and, without letting go of the trinket, noted that she had surprisingly quickly managed to cope with the problem facing her. The girl dared to answer the Duke. "The gentleman will study himself for now." "Will our conversation take much time?" "I'm not sure it can take many hours. At least I want to finish it as soon as possible. The conversation with you is important to me, and perhaps it will be the same for you." The Duke answered the governess, leaning his hand on one of the children's toys. Diego, waving his hand towards the center of the room, invited the girl to sit down. It seemed that here, too, he felt like a complete master. The governess laughed at the Duke's proposal. There was only children's furniture all around the room. She asked him again if he was sure she had somewhere to sit down. After all, there were only children's chairs in the nursery. A heated argument immediately broke out between the young man and the girl about whether it was possible for an adult to sit in a child's chair. The winner of this argument was the Duke, and his opponent was forced to capitulate. As much as she didn't want to, the girl was forced to sit down on a small, uncomfortable children's chair. She decided that the Duke had thought of it on purpose. While she was feeling uncomfortable, the prince towered over her, and he hadn't thought of sitting on a chair either. So he had an advantage over her. The governess had to look at her interlocutor with her head held high. It was rather awkward, because she could not keep her gaze on him for long. The Duke began. "Miss Margaret, I am good at distinguishing between those who are on my side and those who are not. Until recently, I thought that I understood you too." Not a very pleasant start to the conversation for her. What could the girl, hunched over in the child's chair, answer him in response? After some thought, she said that the Duke seemed to be a fairly consistent person. He was used to being guided by his intellect, not emotions, in his actions. He had to make the right choice now. She believed that they could become good partners in the future. When the girl asked what could have happened in the past, the Duke answered quite willingly. "You know, a rather unfortunate event happened today. I was sleeping peacefully in my bed. Nothing prevented me from resting. If your student had not burst into my bedroom this morning, I would have continued to believe that you and I could become partners." The governess objected that it was unlikely. She found it hard to imagine that such a thing could happen. After all, the little mistress was very afraid of her elder brother, and while she was studying with her younger brother in the study room, she could have gone anywhere. But the Duke's bedroom was the last place all the Sicily would have thought of going. "Well, it seems that you and I cannot come to a common opinion. We have too many disagreements. Therefore, I propose a compromise of sorts. In any case, you and I have decided that we will conclude a treaty between ourselves. I think it would be best to begin with the term of this treaty," said the Duke. Holding the sheet of the future contract in his hand, the Duke looked very angry. He did not hold back his negative emotions at all. "I thought you were a smart girl. If you had a conscience, you would not ask me to take responsibility for the children for the rest of my life. I will never do that," the young man declared to the giggling governess. The girl asked him to take responsibility for the rest of his life, at least for his sister. But if it was difficult for him, then until the girl grew up. In response, the Duke's face experienced a storm of negative feelings. He could not agree to such terms of the agreement. Why should he need such responsibility? So he turned to his interlocutor with the following words. "It seems to me that you probably have a poor understanding of the existing reality. Working as a governess does not guarantee employment for such a long period." The young girl replied, "I am only talking about the time while the lady lives in the estate, so my stay here will not be prolonged either." The governess did not want to deviate from the terms she had laid out in the contract. It had to be concluded on the terms she had laid out for him and nothing else. Looking intently into the Duke's eyes, she promised to keep his secret forever. In the end, having no other choice but to agree, the Duke agreed to all her conditions. But in return, he offered to listen to what he wanted. His most important condition was that the nursery be moved from the ducal palace to a separate building. Otherwise, there could be no talk of any signing. With the pen in his hand, the Duke wanted to explain the reasons for this condition. It was important to him that she understand why he needed this. He explained, "I have no intention of sowing the seeds of discord and sending my brother and sister out of sight. But you see, I don't want to be torn from my sweet sleep like that anymore." The Duke then continued, "So I wish for my brother and sister to live as far away from this mansion as possible. They will only be able to appear here when they ask my permission. They will be provided with all the conditions for a comfortable life. I will send servants there to avoid situations like those that arose today." In response, the governess noted that this was very unfair to the children. Some did not deserve to live in the confines of this house that belonged to their biological father. The young man ignored the girl's remark. Squinting his eyes, he silently clenched his jaw. He did not care about the interests of his brother and sister. The Duke, lost in thought, did not hear the governess's last words, so he asked her to repeat them for him again. The girl's indignation knew no bounds. She looked sadly into the Duke's eyes, intending to tell him everything straight to his face. Now he would learn the whole truth about himself, everything she thought of him. There was no need for the governess to pretend now. Before, she had thought that she could change this man's mind. Perhaps she could even change him over time. But apparently all this was in vain. Tell me, do you know why I came to you? Because I thought that you would be a better guardian for them than Duke Berta was, the girl said. I really enjoyed the day you spent with me and your brother and sister in our garden. It seemed to me that you were real that day, not pretending. Your face was shining with memories of your mother. And the children were so happy to communicate with you. Remember this, Stella said. The girl, now agitated, continued. Since I have started, I must finish. Perhaps you will not like this, but I had a choice. If I had gone to Duke Berta and warned him about everything, I would not have had to beg for the salvation of these two, as I am doing now before you. The Duke was surprised by her words. I think I've begun to understand you now. From all your conditions, it follows that you demand that my brother and sister be saved. Then I don't see any problem in sending them to another building. There they will be able to feel just as good as here. No, that's absolutely impossible. If you put them in a separate building, how will they grow up being treated like that? Do you need to take care of them? You can't let them suffer from the gossip of adults. Better yet, let them live in a place where no one knows about them. That would be the best solution for everyone, the governess replied. All the girl's thoughts revolved around one thing. The only purpose for which she had planned this meeting was to save the children. At any cost, she had to achieve this. She had to convince the Duke. After all, she had long ago noticed that nothing human was alien to him. Try to understand me, the girl asked. All the people around you are able to quickly understand power. They also quickly understand any changes in power. I am sure that after the Duke's death, the children can become a hindrance to the servants. And later, your brother and sister will undoubtedly be hurt by the harshness of the servants who have left. And yet the governess managed to reach his soul. The Duke was troubled by her last words. Lost in thought, he asked the girl, Tell me, do you think it would be better for them to grow up next to me? After all, then they would see me as a potential enemy. Will they be able to grow up to be normal people? Stella tried to explain everything to Diego. In my opinion, there are many stereotypes in the world. I think one of them is the stereotype that victims of violence will also commit violence. She thought that in her past life, this was not only the case in her country. How similar were her former world and this one, which she had found herself in by chance. Thus, time passed in continuous discussion of the terms of the agreement between them. It was too difficult for the governess and the Duke to reach a compromise. Looking at each other, they were already thinking that they had started all this in vain. When it seemed that all arguments had been used up, the governess decided to pull out her last trump card. She turned to the Duke again. I don't know if this is a secret for you, but you must know that the Duchess is mocking her own children. It seemed she was wrong again. The young man knew all the secrets of this cursed house. The young man informed her that he knew that this abuse had been going on for a long time. For many years, everything had happened with the permission of the former Duke, and the Duke told the astonished governess in minute detail everything he knew about the mad woman's abuse of her children. The cruel Duchess seemed to enjoy all this. Her daughter suffered most from her. However, the boy also often became the object of the hysterical sadist's wrath. The young man continued to write something on the contract sheet of the agreement. The girl decided to resort to another option. She told the young man that perhaps depriving him of maternal rights could be a good way for him to get rid of the Duchess. The Duke thought about it, recalling all the cases of child abuse he knew. Perhaps he had not noticed much in the life of the palace, but even what he knew already shocked him. He did not understand how their own parents could do this to their children, how the earth could bear two such monsters. The young man remembered his last family dinner, how sweetly the Duke and Duchess had spoken to their youngest son. They had spoken proudly of his success in his studies. He would never have believed that they could be so cruel to him. He thought that if it weren't for him, they would have done the same to Cedric. The governess turned to the young man again. Listen, I think I could explain a lot to you. The only reason Duke Berta cared about his youngest son was because he was the Duchess's child. The Duke loved no one but himself and that crazy woman, the girl continued haltingly. and I am the very person who can bear witness to how they were both abused. We could resort to other methods to expose the Duchess. Perhaps we can find more evidence if we question the other governesses who were thrown out of this house. These words plunged the Duke into deep thought. He had to analyze everything he had just heard. After all, in reality, the only thing that supported the Duchess's position in this estate was the already dead Duke Berta and their two common children. With his death, the Duchess's position was shaken. The young man wrote something down on a piece of paper and continued to think. If his father, the late Duke, were alive and well, the Duchess's misdeeds would most likely have been hushed up. But now circumstances had changed. After his death, having lost custody of the children, the Duchess would not be able to regain her position. And so it happened. It was the governess who handed him, as if on a silver platter, a great idea. It was strange that he himself could not think of it much earlier. Diego said to the girl, "Now I understand the whole situation, and therefore I cancel my decision to move the nursery to another building." A completely different plan matured in his head. Satisfied with this, the governess could not contain her gratitude. She thanked the young Duke for being able to listen to her and understand her. Then she asked him to forgive her for the inconvenience caused and asked her to be patient a little longer. As soon as everything was fine, she would immediately get out of here. Joyful feelings overwhelmed the girl. She thought that as soon as the two small children got used to it, she would immediately disappear from here. She no longer needed to stay here. And suddenly some sound made the poor girl start. The sound was very familiar to the governess. She had heard it many times in her previous life. The sound of a sheet of paper being torn. Oh my. She turned around and saw that the Duke had torn up their contract. The governess tried in vain to understand what had made the young man do this. His face at that moment was darker than a cloud. It seemed to her that they had already agreed on everything. And it was at that moment that he decided to change everything. How terrible that she had been wrong about this man again. The girl continued to sit on the uncomfortable children's chair. With her eyes lowered to the floor, she understood the futility of trying to change the future. As before, she had failed to do anything. Her pets were still in mortal danger. She was brought out of her thoughts by the Duke's appeal to her. Kneeling down in front of the governess, the young man took her hand in his. With his other hand, he stroked her thin fingers. The girl, excited by what was happening, could not even breathe. The air in her lungs had long since run out, but she still could not understand what was about to happen. Diego's words, Berta defeated Estella in the very heart. She could not even imagine something like this. Holding her hand, he said, "Miss Margaret, marry me. I ask you to become my wife." In complete confusion of feelings, she could not say anything in response to the Duke. She was not ready for such an end to their negotiations. The girl sought other results from this meeting. Therefore, Estella continued to remain silent. The young man, still holding her hand in his, slipped a homemade ring made from a piece of paper onto her ring finger. The result was an impromptu engagement. But before making any proposals, the young man probably should have asked the other party what they thought. It is therefore not surprising that his proposal was rejected. The governess thought for a moment and then got rid of her ring. This was not what she had wanted when she wanted to attract the Duke's attention. Without thinking twice, she blurted out to the young man's face everything she thought about his proposal, and explained that she could not agree in any way. The Duke stated that what he had just done was not an offer at all. He had simply been misunderstood. Perhaps he would have something else to offer her later. Although this surprised the girl, she asked again what it had been if not an offer. Perhaps it had been a threat on his part. In response to her words, Diego only laughed. He could not hold back his laughter because of the way the governess's face looked at that moment. He explained that recently they had become close friends, and friends cannot threaten each other. The young man tried to explain everything to his friend. "You see, my whole life up until now hasn't been a bed of roses. In fact, you are the first person I have ever managed to befriend. I hope that you also consider me your friend. You see, it is very difficult to find a person who will never betray you. You seem to me to be just such a person," the Duke said. He continued, "You know me to the depths of my soul. I think you know all my secrets. You have seen how cruel I can be, and I think if I change a little, you will not change your mind. I would very much like to hope so." The Duke said that he hadn't done much bad in his life. The only bad thing he had done was something he had to do because he was fighting for his life. It was just a fight for survival. But he wasn't going to regret it, or repeat anything like that in the future. Then the young man began to draw the girl beautiful pictures of her and her children's future. He promised that if she stayed with him, he would in turn protect the children. He promised that the governess and her charges would have a secure future with a wave of security. If she had any other wishes, he would definitely fulfill them. The girl answered thoughtfully, "I think I've gotten to know you a little. You're a complicated person, but you've never approached me with a request that I couldn't understand. It's not easy for me to give such an answer, but I don't agree yet. Perhaps I need some time to think about it, and later I'll let you know my decision." The Duke said that time to think was not bad. He expressed his willingness to wait as long as it took. He just wanted to explain his decision. It all looked like a marriage of convenience. The main aspect of this marriage was the contract. He had decided to marry someone who knew him well and with whom he had common interests. After a pause, the governess said, "For now, my answer remains the same. I understand what you mean, but I am not ready to agree yet. I need to think it over carefully. I never make any decisions without weighing everything carefully." The governess had a decision. She could not agree to become the Duke's wife. The reason was well known to this girl. The whole point was that after some time, the prince would fall in love with someone else, the one who had watched him so closely at the funeral of his murdered father. She had completely different interests. The Duke could not accept a negative answer to his proposal. He wanted to at least get an explanation for her refusal. In response, the young girl asked, "Tell me, what will you do if, after becoming engaged to me, a girl appears who pleases you? What will you do then?" The young man replied that he would be honest with her. All his intentions were pure. He could not allow her to suffer ever again. He promised that he would never dare to hurt her. He went on to say that he would never be like his father. He had spent his entire life trying to live differently from him, and nothing would make him give up his beliefs in the future. Even if they make a marriage contract between themselves, it won't mean anything. He will never betray a girl by having an affair with someone else. During the conversation, the young man stared into the girl's eyes, trying to convince her. The Duke hoped to receive a positive answer to his proposal. How he wanted it. Unfortunately, all his efforts were in vain. The interlocutor did not give in to his persuasion. Contradictions fought in the girl's soul. She understood why she needed this conversation. But to her surprise, it took a completely different turn. She had no reason to marry the Duke. She did not think that the young man had decided to start an affair with some evil purpose. It was not even possible to say that she was not at all tempted by the attractive request. However, her interests did not coincide with the interests of her intended business. For her, the main task was to save the children. All her thoughts were occupied only with this. Even if she agreed to the Duke's proposal, later he would meet a girl. He would fall in love with her, as expected. So all this looked like a useless waste of time. Later, the marriage contract will be dissolved anyway. Having fallen in love with another, the Duke will renounce all his promises. All her efforts will be in vain. Then the Duke will throw her out of the house and the children will be left alone. The governess should have thought it over very carefully. She needs to consider all the options. After all, another problem may arise. Her interference in the plot of the book may prove fatal. It may become a problem if the Duke, in an effort to remain faithful to her, pushes away his new lover. Then Adriana will be the victim. Again, the governess began to recall the plot of the novel she had read. In it, the reason why Adriana offered Diego a contract marriage was that her fiancé was a terrible bastard. Later, she was forced to suffer for her choice. So, nevertheless, Estella decided not to use the misfortunes of others as a springboard for her own happiness. It seemed that the girl had made some decision. Well, she had decided not to share it with the Duke yet. She would have to think it over carefully and then tell him the final verdict. For now, she told him that everything would not be as simple as it seemed to him, and as he said, some problems might arise. The Duke agreed that perhaps everything would not be as smooth as he imagined. He is not afraid of any difficulties. He is ready to overcome everything. After all, he considers her meeting him as a governess a great success. Perhaps he was looking for an excuse to stop his crimes. For her sake, he is ready to endure and wait. The governess was perplexed by everything connected with the young man. Was everything he said really serious? Just like with the topic of conversation, she had not expected such a turn of events at all. She tried to understand whether the Duke was telling her the truth. Or was this some kind of trick on his part? Looking at his sad face and thoughtful eyes, she tried to understand this man. She wondered if she could trust his humanity. It was unlikely that she would be able to change him in such a short time. Was there any hope that she would build a real relationship with him? Diego really was, Berta. Thoughts were racing through the girl's head. Sometimes she agreed to accept the Duke's conditions. Sometimes she flatly refused them. She had a hard time making a decision. Finally, she said, "Even I would agree to accept your proposals anyway, if after we get engaged, you break off the engagement. And then I will remain like a hen with broken eggs." The Duke was very surprised by the end of the girl's sentence. He was forced to ask her again what the word hen meant. It was the first time he had heard something like that. In response, she said that it meant that the only one who would suffer after the events would be her. After breaking their contract, everyone would be happy, and she would only suffer. And finally, the governess asked how much longer he was going to continue this absurd and pointless conversation. The young man said that she was saying some strange things. It all sounded very ridiculous. He would be interested to know where she got such information about the future. He did not understand at all how he would ever fall in love if he was not dating anyone. It was so strange that it even scared him sometimes. His questions literally discouraged the governess. How could she explain all these questions to him? After all, she couldn't tell him that she had once read this book, the main character of which was precisely him. Or maybe she should tell him everything? Or maybe she should bring his future beloved Adriana to him right now? The governess thought about it. So what should she do now? There are two options. She can leave everything as is and let everything take its course. Or she can influence everything as much as possible and try to control events. There must be a way out of this situation. Perhaps the best solution would be to stall for a bit. Chances are that over a long distance, things will calm down and she won't have to make a difficult choice. And that way, she'll buy herself time to think. So be it. The governess turned to Diego. "Sir, I think I have made my decision. Let's have a debate. In a month? No, let's have a beautiful stranger appear here in 3 months. If nothing changes after you meet her, then we can continue our conversation about marriage. If not, then everything will remain as it is." In response, the Duke said that she spoke as if she were a fortune teller. This is what frightened him in her behavior. The girl spoke as if she saw the future, as if she were clairvoyant. In response, he heard that this was just a simple prophecy. Because all this will definitely happen soon, even if he does not doubt it. The conversation was not easy for either of them. But the Duke was pleased that the girl had agreed to at least part of his conditions, which was already some progress in their budding relationship. After the young man's words that suddenly this would not happen, the girl thought for a long time again. She herself no longer knew what was best for her. One way or another, everything would be decided. Not now, not today, but much later. And in a couple of months, she would be able to seriously prepare for both possible options. Why not? The young man took the girl's words seriously. He thought that perhaps she, like all girls, was simply afraid to tie her fate to anyone. And so she was simply taking a break, so as not to rush things. So he agreed with her arguments and asked what would happen if he didn't fall in love with anyone in 3 months. Pleased that her plan had succeeded, the girl laughed joyfully. She had managed to achieve a positive result in the negotiations with the Duke, after all. Today had not been a wasted day for her. She answered the young Duke that then she would do everything he wanted, even including marriage. Diego said that he could not refuse such an offer. Of course, for him it was a very long time, but he still agreed to wait. Having said goodbye, the interlocutors went their separate ways. The governess grinned slyly at the back of the departing Duke. She was satisfied that she had managed to outwit this man. Perhaps her greatest battle with him was still ahead of her, but she had one advantage. Even if he was so confident in himself, she knew something that the Duke did not. The girl knew a lot. She could use the plot of the novel she had read. And in the original story of the book, it was predetermined that Duke Diego Berta is a person bound to him by fate. In her opinion, she should not interfere in the future relationship of the Duke and her beloved. Already approaching the door, the Duke turned around and asked if she would mind having dinner with him tomorrow. In this way, he wanted to move on to the next stage of their already developing relationship. While a couple of months passed, he had to win the favor of this girl, and he had to do it without delay. The girl, excited by the conversation, asked again what tomorrow's dinner meant. Perhaps he thought they were going to get engaged in 3 months, so they needed to get closer. Wasn't the Duke offended that she had just rejected him? The young man turned around and said that nothing of the sort had happened. He hadn't noticed the refusal in her words. They had reached a compromise on her terms, he had agreed to it, and as a result, the girl had received a 3-month reprieve. Besides, for her information, no girl had ever refused him. Margaret would be no exception. The governess watched him go. What a cocky idiot. If he were in his place, he should have been more careful with his words. That was because he had never met a girl like her before. Oh, and she would try to give him hell. Pleased with herself and her last conversation with her employer, the girl rejoiced. Only it was not very clear what was the reason for her excitement and joyful mood. The next morning was surprisingly clear and bright. After several rainy days, nature had triumphed again. Birds greeted the change in weather with joyful singing. The inner life of the ducal palace seemed to have come to life again. The house breathed silence and age-old tranquility. Its inhabitants were calm. One of the inhabitants of the house woke up very restless that morning. It was the governess. She had clearly not benefited from a night's sleep. When she went to bed yesterday, she had been haunted for a long time by a conversation with the Duke. She had gone over its details for a long time, thinking that the young man had gone mad when he proposed to her to become his wife. But as it turned out, that was not all. The young man who had kept her awake for a long time continued to disturb her in her sleep. First, he had ruined all her plans for the previous day. The conversation with him had been difficult in some ways, but also pleasant for the girl. And now he had already begun to haunt her with his proposals in her dreams. The girl began to recall the details of yesterday's conversation again. She was not at all ready for it. It seemed to her that she had given the Duke hope for the development of their relationship in vain. After all, he would have to marry the main character. Out of frustration, either at herself or at the plot of the novel she had once read, the girl began to tear her pillow with her teeth. The girl's thoughts returned to yesterday's conversation. Everything that seemed like a good outcome yesterday turned out to be less attractive today. Yesterday, she talked to the Duke and ended up in such a useless argument. With this argument, she gave him hope for their common future, which clearly shouldn't have been done. All these worries made the governess feel hungry. She wondered if she could escape these worries with food. After all, children often eat away their worries with an abundance of food. And then she remembered her pets and began to dress in a hurry. Remembering the planned lunch, she realized that it seemed that today would not be much easier than the previous one. As she was getting ready, the girl noticed a vase of recently picked flowers on her table. If her instincts were correct, the Duke never ceased to amaze her. He decided to attack the governess on all fronts, but she was no pushover either. He must be very surprised when he encountered her defensive redoubts. Sitting at the dinner table, the Duke, with a sullen face, asked what was going on. It seemed that this girl had managed to fool him again. Although one could expect anything from her, this was the height of impudence. A duel of eyes began between the conventional opponents. The attacker was a young man. He immediately rushed to attack the girl, but she did not even think of giving up, skillfully defending herself. It seems that her huge glasses were also useful to her. The attack was repelled. The reason for the silent duel between the governess and the Duke was the appearance of the governess's little charges at the dinner table. The children were very happy to have the opportunity to dine with their older brother and their governess. They did not even notice the lightning and arrows that flew in the air between the adults. The Duke's question about whether today's dinner was planned for such a person remained unanswered. Turning her head to her little charge, the governess asked her if the girl was not wearing a simply stunning outfit today. She noted that it suited her very well, and the girl herself looked simply wonderful. The girl burst into laughter at these words and screamed that Diego had bought her a dress because he had broken his promise. She had a very good older brother, and he had given her such a wonderful gift. He had promised her many more gifts if she was a good girl. It was time for the still angry Duke to say something. With a steely tone in his voice, he said that when he made a promise, he always kept it. There was nothing friendly or inviting in his tone. Then he dryly suggested that the teacher should also begin eating. The governess realized that it seemed that her attempt to invite her little charges to dinner with the Duke had failed. Well, there was no harm in trying. In that case, she would have to try something else. She wished everyone a bon appetit and began to eat the very tasty food. When a small piece of the dish she had bitten off landed on the girl's tongue, her eyes widened with pleasure. It was something unimaginable. She had never tasted such deliciousness. And how many more dishes were left on the table that she had yet to try? It seemed that today the governess was in for another sleepless night. But for a different reason. The Duke noticed that the girl really liked the lunch food. She began to praise the tart and oily foie gras mousse. Even the bread had its own special taste for her. The young man did not fail to notice that if she chose him, she would eat such food every day. Perhaps he was already imagining in his head her consent to marry. He imagined telling her, "Let's live a completely different life." Perhaps he should continue like this. If you change 3 things, food, clothing, and housing, your life will change dramatically. In the Duke's mind, a happy marriage with the governess of his younger brother and sister had already taken place. He did not fail to mention it. The young man still imagined the governess's joyful expression as she agreed to his proposal. Judging by everything, she would be simply happy to become the Duke's wife. How could it be otherwise? But the girl's subsequent answer upset the young man again. She said that they would hardly be able to marry, and she added that she was not yet quite sure. Having decided to resort to the help of relatives, the Duke asked his younger brother and sister if they did not want Miss Margaret to stay in the estate even longer. And he asked her again what other certainty was needed. The children were stunned by their stepbrother's question. Cecily immediately declared that she really wanted her and her governess to get married. Cedric seemed upset and asked again if it was true that they were getting married. Tears were about to appear in his eyes. Not hearing approval from his brother, the Duke asked him if he did not want him and his governess to get married. He demanded an immediate answer. The girl, seeing tears in her pupil's eyes, decided to defuse the situation and said that the Duke was just joking. The boy needed to be rescued. Upset, Cedric sat down at the table and fell silent. It was hard for him to imagine such a development of events. He asked the governess again that probably it was not true, and they were not going to marry his older brother at all. The boy explained his reluctance to rejoice at the upcoming event by the fact that he also planned to marry the governess later. He was going to grow up a little more and then dare to ask for her hand and heart. Open-mouthed in amazement, the governess asked him again what had prompted him to make such a decision. In her opinion, it would be an unequal marriage, since the bride would be much older than the groom. And this is completely different from the groom being older than the bride. He should think carefully about his proposal. Without thinking twice, the boy replied that he had already thought it all through. It would be very good for him to marry his governess. When they got married, Margaret would take his exams and do his homework for him, and he would be able to rest during that time. The governess at this time thought that the brothers were very similar to each other. Both wanted to marry her, pursuing their own goals. Each of them wanted to use her for something. The Duke remarked that it was a pity, but it was impossible. Everywhere there were rules, and in marriage there were rules too. A woman could have only one husband, and a man could have only one wife. The upset boy began to think, looking for a way out of the situation. He tried to remember everything he and the governess had learned about marriage, and now it seemed a saving idea had been found. Somewhere far away, there was a country called Fernando, and polygamy was allowed there. It would be great if they all went there and got married there. Inspired by this idea, Cedric shouted that he would then go to Fernando's country and become his governess's second husband. After all, polygamy is allowed there. In response to this, his brother the Duke only laughed. He called all his brother's ideas nonsense. In order to marry there, all 3 must be from Fernando. For them, this option is completely unsuitable, since they most likely will not be able to change their nationality. Diego advised Cedric to think of something else. The indignant governess was already tired of listening to this nonsense from the lips of the 2 brothers. She did not like the direction their conversation was taking at all. She did not want to listen to anything like that at all, and so she was going to stop it all. She addressed the Duke as the eldest of the students involved in the dispute. "Young sir, think about what you are talking about. What are you even saying to a child? But you can't answer him so seriously. He takes all your speculations seriously and may be upset because of this. In response, the Duke, who was in the mood for a joke, turned his attention to the governess and asked why she was interested in someone 15 years younger than her. He thought it impossible that he would ever be rejected because of his age. After all, there was such a big difference between him and his brother, and this difference was in favor of the younger one. In the young girl's opinion, this had already crossed all boundaries. It was absolutely necessary to stop this. Otherwise, like this, playing a game, she would end up marrying a duke. And she didn't want that at all. At least, that's what she thought for now. The governess was angry in her heart. What a childish, shameless young duke. No, it was time to put an end to all this as soon as possible. It was decided. As soon as the question with the Duchess was finally resolved the way the governess wanted, she would leave immediately. Then we would see who would joke about whom. The governess sat in her study room, lost in her thoughts. The afternoon sun gently filtered through the bars and curtains of the window. After the dinner that had ended so abruptly, she needed to think it all over again. It seemed she had not come a step closer to her goal, and the Duke believed more and more in their marriage. The girl was brought out of her thoughts by the voice of her pupil, who asked if it was true that she was going to marry his older brother. The same question kept bothering the little boy. It seemed he had no time for studying. The governess replied that the boy should not worry at all. He had absolutely no reason to worry. She continued that there was nothing between her and his older brother, and that what had happened at the dinner table had been just innocent jokes. However, he should not hope that she would become the boy's wife sometime in the future. Satisfied with her answer, the boy asked again if she was telling him the truth. Hearing her words confirmed, he calmed down. Then Cedric again delved into his thoughts. It is unknown what else was troubling the boy. The girl sitting in the arms of the governess asked if they could go for a walk now. The girl answered that they could, but only a little later. But she probably wouldn't be able to go for a walk with her brother today. Something was different with the little boy today, as always. The teacher and her two charges continued their way through the large halls of the ducal palace. Cedric behaved as aloof as never before. This was what worried his teacher very much, and she tried to find out what had happened. She asked why he was so abrupt today, because he had said that his brother was amazing. The boy replied that she did not need to know that. The governess urgently needed to diffuse the tense situation. She found nothing more suitable for this than to immediately go for a walk with the children. The little charge was very happy with this opportunity, but her brother, unlike her, seemed to have the opposite opinion. He kept silent, frowning. To somehow stir up the little boy, the girl decided to take her charges out into the city today. She told the children about it and added that she had recently been recommended a very wonderful pastry shop. They say it is very cozy there, and what's more, they cook very tasty food. This option seemed to surprise and delight the boy. As if he didn't want to, Cedric nevertheless agreed to go for a walk with them. The governess sent him to his room to change, and she herself was going to prepare the young lady for the walk. They agreed to get ready and go outside, where a carriage prepared for the trip was supposed to be waiting for them. The governess's young pupil ran energetically to his room. She ordered the maid to prepare her pupil for the walk. The girl thought that she had taken on a heavy job today. After all, she would have to suffer all day because of this walk with the children around the city. But the main thing was that the children were happy. With these thoughts, the governess took hold of the door handle of her room. She also wanted to prepare and take everything necessary for the trip. You never know what might be needed when accompanying small children on a walk. The most important thing is not to forget anything necessary. A noise away from her caught the governess's attention. Someone was approaching her with quick steps. At first, they were quick steps, but then they turned into a slow run. Turning towards the noise, the girl saw the Duchess, whom I leaned my hand against the wall after a quick run. She was clearly not feeling well. She looked downright bad. Out of breath from the quick movement, the Duchess seemed to have started abusing alcohol. For a moment, the girl even felt sorry for the poor woman, but the next moment she regretted her feelings. Was it worth pitying someone who, looking at her with hatred in her eyes, began to attack her? Without uttering a sound, the Duchess threw herself at the governess with her fists. That was all the gratitude she had for her kindness. The girl was dumbfounded. She had never expected to meet the Duchess here, and in such a state. The Duchess had not been seen in the palace since her husband's funeral. There were rumors that she sometimes went out into the city and stirred up the people there. The governess had met her for the first time in a very long time. The evil and cruel woman ran up to the girl, grabbed her by the hair, and began to pull her towards herself. Not expecting such pressure, the girl could not fight back right away. She tried to escape from the clutches of the Duchess to no avail. A hard fight ensued between the two women. The forces seemed to be on the side of the older of them. Pulling the young girl towards her by the hair, the Duchess said that she probably understood why she was doing this. She said that after she became her children's governess, the children completely forgot about their own mother. It was also strange that she herself did not think of bringing the children to their grieving mother at least once. The girl looked straight into the face and eyes of the enraged Duchess. She had already dropped her hands and did not try to break free from the hands of the maddened woman. She did not have the strength for this, and all attempts to free herself from the Duchess's grip had previously been useless. "You're not as simple as you seem. Last time I thought you were just a country bumpkin and therefore didn't understand anything. But it turned out that I've warmed a real snake to my bosom. Come on, tell me what you've got in mind." The enraged Duchess screamed, pulling the girl by the hair. The girl replied that perhaps there was some misunderstanding and asked to let her go. Either the Duchess's hand was tired of holding the girl's hair for so long, or she decided to take pity on the girl. But either way, she let her go, and she fell back onto the floor with a crash. The girl's back was now aching in addition to the pain in her hair roots. She waited to see what the Duchess would do next. The governess tried in vain to get up from the floor. She was afraid of the mad woman and therefore decided that it was better for her to remain on the floor for now, so as not to provoke the Duchess to new aggression. Embittered by grief, the woman continued to question the governess. "I see that you have already managed to grow roots into this house. Last time I felt sorry for you, so unhappy, and I decided to feel sorry for you. And you decided to stick a knife in my back? What an ungrateful monster you are. Tell me, what are you planning?" Then the woman started shouting that she would find out about everything one way or another. And then the poor governess would definitely be in trouble. The punishment for her would be very cruel. The Duchess knows a thing or two about this. She managed to practice on her children. Finally, the Duchess asked why the girl was hanging around Diego. Kneeling before the cruel Duchess, Estella tried to think it all over. She had made a mistake because she had been distracted by Diego's offer. After all, in the ducal palace, everyone knows everything about everyone. And it couldn't have happened that the Duchess hadn't realized that they had recently dined together. So she needed to find out everything from the governess right away. The governess considered her disadvantageous position. She herself was to blame for this situation. But now the main thing was to calm down, come to her senses, and find a way out of her situation. She needed to try to find some approach to this woman. Each of us has a weak spot. The main thing was to find it in the Duchess. The girl thought that if she looked up at the Duchess like that, she would not be able to achieve anything. She had to do something. As they say, a drowning man must save himself. And she was indeed drowning in the abyss of the cruel Duchess's hatred. The governess decided she was ready to take action. She turned to the Duchess and said that for her, Diego and Cedric were equally rightful owners of the estate. They had equal rights to their father's inheritance. In time, they would be able to rule together. Perhaps she didn't like something, but she thought that a woman had no right to decide who should come in and who should go out. Hearing all this, the Duchess first became furious and then began to laugh loudly. She said that now she understood where everything that had happened in the palace lately came from. It was all the fault of the vile governess, who poked her nose where she didn't belong. Now it became clear to her that it was she who had imposed on her son that he and his elder bastard brother were brothers. In response, the girl asked the Duchess not to draw such hasty conclusions. After all, it was always possible to mend already broken relationships. It would be in the interests of the entire ducal family. After all, the little gentleman always liked his older brother. He tried to imitate him in everything. They could not be separated under any circumstances. The girl looked the furious woman in the eye and continued, "It seems to me that you are completely wrong in your bitterness. It is wrong to instill cruelty and hatred in a child from childhood. It is wrong for children to hate someone because of discord between adults. You should think about this again. Aren't children too young for all this?" The Duchess said, "How dare some commoner teach her how to live?" She herself knows very well how to raise and teach her own children. She will never allow her son to communicate with his older brother, who became the murderer of their father. And she herself will do everything to restore her son to his inheritance rights. Don't you dare tell me anything. You should be raising my children. And if you continue to stick your nose where it doesn't belong, you'll get into trouble. Remember, that was my last warning. And how dare you look at me like that? The furious Duchess screamed in a voice that wasn't her own. The woman, angry as a guard dog, grabbed the girl by the collar and dragged her along the corridor floor. The collar constricted her neck, making her gasp. She thought that the abuse of the Duchess would never end. There was no one nearby who could help the poor girl. With an ease that was incomprehensible from where in the body of this cruel woman, the Duchess continued to pull the governess along by her hair. It seemed as if a devil had entered her, which did not give her any peace. She said that the governess had no bones in her tongue. But today this would end, and it was she who was going to correct her disgusting habit. Realizing the direction the Duchess was heading, the girl was horrified. She was pulling her towards her charge's rooms. It was imperative to protect them from their mad, furious mother. Estella screamed at them to lock the doors tightly and not to go outside under any circumstances. Still holding the girl by the hair with one hand, the Duchess grabbed the door handle with the other and began to pull it towards herself. It is unknown what inner demons gave strength to this cruel and merciless woman. As if Satan himself had entered her. Realizing that she would not be able to open the door herself, she began to beat on the door with her fist and scream. The woman began to address her son. She shouted insults at him and his governess and demanded that he open the door and leave the room. Not a sound came from the little boy's room. Estella tried to shout down the Duchess, asking her pupil not to open the door or leave his room under any circumstances. The Duchess threatened her son that if he did not leave the room immediately, she would strip his governess naked. She pounded on the door of the room with incredible force. The servants began to gather at the screams of both women. So far, none of them could bring themselves to stop the abuse of the governess. In this part of the ducal palace, there was an unimaginable noise and hubbub due to the screams of the two women and the pounding of fists on the door. In the room of the governess's little charge, everything was quiet, but her little ward could not stand all the abuse of her sweet teacher. Frightened and trembling, Cecilie decided to open the door to her room. The girl opened the door to the corridor in fear. Then she froze in place. A horrifying picture opened before the child's eyes. Her cruel mother was torturing the poor girl. The girl's eyes glistened with tears. She screamed, turning to her teacher. The little girl's scream was met with a reaction from both struggling women. They turned their heads in her direction at once. The older of them, gloating, was very pleased with what she saw. The younger one, on the contrary, was horrified. Having decided to help her teacher, Cecilie rushed to her aid, screaming. As she ran, she shouted that she must not offend her teacher. In response, she asked her not to come close. The girl could no longer be stopped. At any cost, she intended to free her teacher from the hands of her cruel mother. Estella continued to scream at the girl not to come closer. With her last strength, she tried to free herself from the maddened Duchess. It was absolutely necessary to break free from her hands. Otherwise, her little daughter could fall into the hands of this monster. Not hearing her teacher's words, the girl ran up and grabbed her mother's hand. She began to tug at it and demand that she let go of her teacher. At the same time, she called her mother bad. Seeing that she couldn't do it with her hands, the girl decided to bite her mother's hand. The crazy woman was forced to let go of the governess's hair. The woman looked at her own daughter with disdain. They had not seen each other for a long time, but there was not a drop of joy in the eyes of this madwoman about meeting her daughter. Her face breathed contempt and hatred. The Duchess was ready to mock her property daughter now, just as she had mocked her governess a few minutes ago. She said that the girl didn't even notice her mother. It seemed that she had completely gotten out of hand and needed to be properly punished for it. This little creature decided to resist her own mother. The woman swung her leg to kick the little girl. The governess, who had recovered from her recent abuse, noticed this. She screamed in a voice that was not her own and managed to snatch the girl from under her crazy mother's foot. If she had not had the strength to defend herself, then with the appearance of the girl it seemed she had gained some. She was ready to fight the cruel devil like a lioness. Cecilie pressed her whole body against her governess's. Tears streamed down the little girl's cheeks. Trembling and sobbing, she rejoiced at the salvation of her governess. The girl felt very sorry for the governess. She had not yet forgotten her mother's abuse of her. She had often beaten and punished the girl when she wanted to punish her son. Now the object of abuse was the girl who had been so kind to her and her brother. She asked the girl if she was in pain. The governess thought that it was painful even for a grown-up. The Duchess had made a terrible mockery of her body. The girl's head was numb. Her legs were hard to move. Oh well, she thought. All this was nothing and would pass with time. She was even afraid to imagine what would have happened if the Duchess had gotten her hands on a girl. The Duchess, standing nearby, watched the governess and her daughter. A malicious grin never left her face. This woman had atrophied maternal feelings. Only evil and hatred emanated from her. She used her own children only as a means to achieve her personal goals, and some scruffy woman dared to interfere with her. Judging by your arrogant look, you probably thought that you yourself became her mother, having taught her only a couple of words. You are mistaken, my dear. I am the real mother of this trash and that little rascal who does not even dare to stick his nose here. And I can do with him whatever I want, blurted out the vile Duchess. The girl answered that such a thing would never happen again. She might even remember and think about it. She would never allow the mother to abuse her children. She would do everything in her power to not allow this child to be hurt even once more. The governess advised the Duchess to forget about the abuse of her son. The young girl's words caused the Duchess to burst into a new outburst of rage. The monster began to scream inhumanly. She began to shout that some commoner did not dare tell her what to do in her own house, and the punishment for the girl's arrogance would follow immediately. Then she turned to the servants and maids standing nearby. She ordered them to pull the girl away from her daughter. She also threatened them that if they did not do it now, they, like this governess, could say goodbye to their jobs. No one in this palace dared to disobey her. Heavy footsteps echoed loudly in the corridor. The person walking was clearly not a small person and was in a hurry. His steps attracted the attention of everyone present at this scene. This was the one who had to stop this obscenity. The women all turned their heads towards the newcomer. His very presence here caused silence. The newcomer turned out to be Duke Diego. Berta. Without thinking for long, he asked what had happened here. Both women remained silent for the time being. They seemed to be astonished by the Duke's appearance. You have disturbed my peace. I came here because the servants told me. It does not seem that everything is all right with you. Would you be so kind as to explain to me what happened here? I would be very interested to know about all this, the young man said right away. He looked discouraged and worried by what he saw. The young man squinted his eyes and tried to examine the scene before his eyes in detail. He could easily guess what had happened here without even asking the participants, but he still wanted to hear about what had happened from the women themselves. So he said that he wanted to get to the bottom of it. First, he looked at the sitting girl and her ward standing next to her. They really did look like they had suffered from the recent massacre. There were still tears in the girl's eyes. It seemed like only recently they had left their common dinner well-fed and happy, but now it was so hard to look at them. Therefore, the first person the young Duke turned to was his stepmother. The Duke called the Duchess to him and demanded an explanation of what had happened. She replied that it was indeed high time for them to explain themselves to each other, and they had enough topics for conversation, except for the one he wanted to talk to her about. The governess at this time tried to protect the crying girl from her cruel mother. She hugged her and calmed her down. The woman began to tell her stepson that she was not at all happy with her new position in the house. She said that she would like to receive more respect as the widow of the deceased Duke. She would like to make decisions that were appropriate to her status. She decided to fire this vile governess. The Duke must start looking for a new governess. Diego replied that it would be very difficult to do. Besides, he was not going to listen to his stepmother's advice. The times when she could rule in this house were long gone. Therefore, the governess, as before, would remain to serve in the Duke's house. The Duchess became furious and asked if they were both planning to conspire to throw her out of the palace. The young man gently placed his hand on the governess's shoulder. He told his stepmother that it was time she got used to her new role in the palace. He was not going to allow the Duchess to indulge in her folly in his house. Duchess, your word has been worth nothing in this house for a long time now. I am going to treat you as you deserve. If everything happened as you told me, then you dared to threaten my beloved. and you will have to answer for this too," said the young Duke to the Duchess, who was dumbfounded by his words. The cruel Duchess looked at her stepson with hatred. She was trying to get her way at all costs. It was not in her nature to let anything slip through her fingers. The woman laughed and told the Duke that she was sure her stepson had better taste. It was strange that he had thought of getting involved with such a country bumpkin. The young man didn't mince words and replied that perhaps this was how he differed greatly from his father. After all, the latter had the misfortune of marrying such a shrew as his stepmother. He certainly wouldn't make such a mistake. The Duchess listened to this with clenched teeth. She told the Duke to be careful, otherwise he himself might appear on the street with his new lover. If you fall under the influence of ordinary people, you yourself might end up in such a place close to them. Then the woman wondered if she had been too harsh with the new Duke. It would do her no harm to calm down now. For all her madness, she was clever and cunning. So she decided not to anger the Duke anymore, otherwise he would punish her even more severely. As a result, she fell silent. All this time, the young Duke stood with clenched fists behind the governess and her ward. It was as if he was ready to repel the attacks of the enemy and protect them from violence. The young man answered his stepmother that she would no longer be able to behave as she had before. No one in this palace would ever again become the object of her violence and hatred, the Duchess replied. You can do whatever you want. I agree that you are now the master of this house. But in any case, I would like to make something clear. I must inform you that your favorite governess has already been fired, and now it is time for her to get out. A heated argument broke out between the woman and her hated stepson. The young man answered that nothing of the sort would ever happen. She had just told him that he was the master of this house and the manager of this estate. The woman replied that she was the mother of these children. Could he really have thought of giving them to a governess whom their mother did not approve of? Then the angry sadist turned to her daughter. She turned in her direction and ordered her to come to her right now. In response, the girl only pressed herself closer to her teacher. Coming closer and holding out her hand, the woman ordered her daughter to come to her. But to her amazement, nothing happened. Cecily stood there, not moving from her place. The little girl's wish was understandable. She did not want to go to the one who constantly mocked her. She wanted to stay with the one who was incredibly kind to her. The Mad Duchess's eye gleamed with betrayal. Her snake-like insides were pondering their next steps. The woman was not going to give up her plans like that. She wanted her children to stay close to her, and thus she would remain an important person in the ducal palace. Realizing that she would not achieve anything this way, the Duchess decided to act differently. She told her daughter that if she understood them in a good way, then she would have to act completely differently. After these words, the Duchess grabbed the girl by the hand and began to pull her hard towards herself. From the pain, the girl began to cry again. But the daughter of the Mad Duchess had a reliable protector. The governess held the girl tightly by her body next to her. And thus, she did not allow her to be taken away from her. She told the Duchess that everything was fine. She did not need to worry about her daughter since she was under reliable supervision. The crying girl pressed her whole body tenderly against her beloved teacher, who embraced her with her arms. The exhausted and worn-out Duchess stood over them and watched as her daughter rejected her own mother. The young man turned to his stepmother. He told her that he was now finally convinced who his brother and sister needed most. He hoped that the Duchess herself was also convinced. She needed to understand several very important things. Her time in this house was over. The time when she enjoyed his father's trust and did all sorts of things was over. And looking into the eyes of his stepmother, the young man ordered her to get out right now. No one in this house was going to tolerate her crazy antics anymore. He now had the right to decide her fate and the fate of her daughter and son. He intended to do exactly what would be best for both of them. The Duchess understood that the power was now in the hands of the young Duke. But she did not want to lose the power that she had gained in the past under the former Duke. The Duchess gnashed her teeth from the impotence to change anything. Now she was going to spend all her strength on taking revenge on her stepson and this capricious governess. The Duchess turned and walked between the maids standing by the wall, heading for her chambers. There, she would plot against her two greatest enemies. If she succeeded, she would stand by their two freshly dug graves. They would know who they had foolishly gotten involved with. Estella and her charge watched the retreating Duchess. The young girl was thinking about another problem that had been added to her many problems. but she was reassured by the thought that at least she would not have to fight this problem alone. After all, it seemed she had a reliable ally. Sitting in her room, the young governess tried to ease the pain from her sore cheek. It hurt terribly, and the girl had to apply a cold compress to it. The pain gradually subsided, and the young woman was especially busy with her usual thoughts. The madness of the Duchess could become a serious problem. The girl was distracted from her heavy thoughts by the entrance of a maid. She brought her medicine and asked if everything was all right with the young girl. She replied that she was already feeling a little better and asked to pay more attention to the little mistress. After all, she had suffered no less than the governess, especially the hand that the Duchess was pulling. Then the next visitor appeared in the room. It was the man who had been so persistently seeking her affection and heart lately. He also came to inquire how the young girl was feeling. Well, he was not indifferent to her and took advantage of another opportunity to be near her. The young duke handed her the governess's glasses, which had fallen off during the scuffle between her and the Duchess. He looked with concern at the girl's face, near which she still held the compress. He repeated his question about her well-being, since everyone said that the Duchess had a very heavy hand. The girl replied that he should test her hand for himself. The Duchess would have loved the opportunity and would never have missed it. How she would have enjoyed beating her stepson. The governess would never have missed the opportunity to watch their duel. Handing over the glasses, the Duke said that perhaps the girl did not really need them. If she could see perfectly well without glasses, then why did she need them? In response, the young man heard that she had poor eyesight and glasses were vitally important to her. Without them, she would be like a chicken in the dark. In addition, they help her with reading and writing. The young man's answer slightly puzzled the girl. The young man said that she didn't need glasses at all. After all, she was doing quite well without them. He had the opportunity to see this for himself quite recently. The girl, sitting on the floor of her room and still applying the compress to her cheek, heard the Duke's answer. He told her that if her eyesight were not so good, she would not have been able to protect her ward without glasses. Even without glasses, she showed this madwoman what she was worth. Then the young man began to look intently into the governess's face. It was as if he intended to say something to her, but he could not bring himself to do so. He looked intently at every feature of her face. It was, of course, familiar, but still there was much that was new and unknown in it. At last he dared to say something to her. The Duke moved as close to the governess as he could and said that he had never noticed that she had such beautiful blue eyes. She probably should have taken off her glasses much earlier. And then many more unknown facets of her appearance would have been revealed to his gaze. The girl was surprised by the Duke's ability to make such beautiful compliments. To calm down a little, she cleared her throat. She remarked to the young man that it was very strange that he could not notice this before. Finally, the Duke dared to put glasses on the girl. Now the young teacher had returned to her previous appearance. But still, it seemed to him that something in this appearance had changed. Or perhaps it was the Duke's perception of the girl herself that had changed. The young man put his hand on the girl's shoulder and looked into her eyes. To his satisfaction, he saw a change in her eyes. The young man said that she used to have a completely different sparkle in her eyes. Or perhaps it was just an optical illusion due to the difference in lighting. The interlocutors settled down on the floor of the room again. Diego asked the governess why she was so obsessed with her glasses. Or perhaps, hiding behind those thick glasses, she was going to hide something from the young man. To the girl's question about possible suspicions towards her, the Duke answered that he believed there should be no secrets between them. Delighted at yet another opportunity to speak to the Duke, the governess said to him, "Since you yourself have brought up the subject, I would like to take advantage of it. Allow me to say what I really think. You must place a ban on the Duchess. It is absolutely unacceptable for her to come near her children. It will be dangerous for them." The Duke listened attentively to his interlocutor. She managed to amaze him again. This girl was busy taking care of someone else, but not herself. After all, he had recently offered her to become a duchess, and all her thoughts at that time were occupied with taking care of her pets. How lucky he was to meet such a girl. The young man responded to her words with a joke. He said that he believed that with a protector like the governess, no one could be dangerous to the children. After all, she had proven this in a recent duel with a cruel and strong opponent. Not catching the humor in his words, the governess replied that she was capable of holding her own against someone her own height. The girl shouted her last words as she was already moving. She said that she was worried about Cedric and Cecily, and having uttered her last words, she suddenly remembered the little boy she had last seen before the fight with his crazy mother. With the speed of a mail locomotive, the girl rushed to the room of her little ward. The governess found her little charge sitting in the corner. The boy was obviously upset about something and deep in his thoughts. Something was bothering or worrying him because he did not immediately respond to his teacher's call, which frightened her very much. The girl immediately sat down next to her pet and hugged him tightly to her body, glad that the boy was safe and okay. She did not fail to ask how he was feeling and hastened to reassure him that everything was over and he had nothing to worry about. But, as it turned out, these words of hers did not calm the boy down, but only hurt him more. He began to cry even louder, just as his little sister had cried in the corridor before. The young gentleman was ashamed of his cowardice. While the governess and his sister were in the corridor fighting with his cruel mother, he was afraid to look outside. The boy asked his governess for forgiveness for this. Of course, she forgave him for everything right away. She herself was afraid of this perverted woman. And what can we say about the little children of the one whom the Duchess constantly beat, whom she mocked? Estella felt very sorry for the children. Returning to the Duke's room, the governess continued on the same lines. So that's where we left off. And the most important thing is the safety of my charges. In order to ensure the safety of the children, they must be protected from the Duchess. They will never be safe with their mad mother. Something must be done about this. The young man stared at the still-talking governess. He could not understand how lucky he was to have met such a person. Perhaps this was compensation for his careless character and the sin he had committed. He told the girl that there was no benefit to her in taking such good care of the children, and immediately asked why she was so worried about them as if they were her own. The girl recalled the immutable rule of her former life. It is the teacher's duty to report domestic violence. If it turns out that a child is being abused by parents, you are obliged to seek protection from a higher authority. She told the Duke that in her homeland, teachers must report everything. The young man could not hide his surprise and asked again to whom she should report. He said that he considered himself educated and knowledgeable, but it was the first time he had heard of anything like this. Then he asked the girl again if she was not from these parts, if they were not both from Mesquita. Here she was caught. The governess quickly replied that she meant the local authorities. Without realizing it, she began to talk about what had happened in her past life. She had never been closer to failure, but she really wanted to get across to the Duke her idea that those who covered up crimes were his accomplices. Estella felt like she was also an accomplice to the crime. She imagined herself running away, abandoning her charges, but she wasn't going to do it. Knowing everything, she couldn't leave the children. All because she wasn't sure that she wouldn't feel guilty about their deaths later. Every time she wanted to leave her position, she imagined the children alone in this house. If she left, there would be no one left to protect them in times of danger. It was her duty to see the work she had started through to the end. The Duke decided to flirt with her a little. He asked the girl what would happen if he were also a little younger. Would the governess be able to take care of him as she now takes care of his marriage and his little sister? The governess looked closely at the young man sitting opposite her. She did not dislike him. At times, she even began to feel an irresistible sympathy for the young man. The girl silently touched the young man's cheek with her hand. Of course, she would care for him in the same way. Everyone who demands attention and compassion should receive it. Why should the young man standing before her be any different from others like him? A hurricane of thoughts raced through the girl's head. She wondered if they had gotten too close in the last few days. The very thought of it frightened her. Had she lost control of herself by meeting the Duke? Nothing must interfere with her plans to save the students. Still holding her hand on the Duke's cheek, the girl told him that she still cared about him. And she did not lie to him. She did everything to prevent his next crime. Under no circumstances should he be allowed to kill another sibling. The young Duke sat, unable to move. He felt the warmth of her palm on his cheek. The warmth of her breath touched his face. The young man froze from the sensation of unfamiliar pleasures. For the first time, he was so close to a person of the opposite sex. It was impossible to say that he did not like it. The Duke was dumbfounded. Estella looked into the young man's eyes in surprise. She also liked what was happening in this room at that moment. The girl did not dislike the man sitting opposite her, despite the fact that she knew everything about his crime. But had she gone too far? She was very pleased to stroke the young man and look at his handsome face. It seemed to her that she could cry from emotion now. How soft and silky his skin was. How incredibly deep his brown eyes were. The girl was ready to drown in the depths of these eyes. All this could drive the poor governess crazy. She thought that she needed to pull herself together. She needed to regain her composure and get to work on solving the problem of ensuring the safety of her charges. The girl decided to pull her hand away from the young man's face. When the emotions of the young people calmed down a little, they sat down again next to each other on the floor by the window. The young man, remembering their recent conversation, again started talking about his long-dead mother. He said that she asked what kind of person his mother was. It seemed to him that now was the right moment to tell the girl about it, and the young duke began his story. Of course, his mother was a wonderful person, and she certainly wasn't like the woman who had hit the girl just recently. In the young man's opinion, it was hard to find any similarities between his mother and stepmother. He still couldn't understand why the old duke had decided to marry that woman. The duke continued his story. His childhood memories were faintly preserved in his memory, but he remembered his mother with unusual warmth. The governess admired how the young man's face brightened at the memory of his long-dead loved one. This was a new facet in her perception of the duke. He could be so touching and sympathetic. Perhaps she had been wrong in her assessment of this man, relying only on the information from the novel she had read in her past life. She had only to look a little closer, and everything had turned out to be completely different. Or she had been wrong again. Meanwhile, the young man continued to talk about his beloved mother. She had to endure many terrible humiliations. But she was a strong and strong-willed person, ready for any trials. She never showed the dark side of her character to anyone. Nothing could break this strong woman. The former Duchess endured all the trials and abuses without complaint. She carefully hid the traces of beatings from her little son. He never heard her complain about her hard fate. The woman tried to hide everything from her son so as not to cause him psychological trauma. When he once saw that her cheek was red from a blow and asked what had happened to it, the Duchess, who suffered from constant bullying, replied, "You don't have to worry about anything, Diego. It's just to warm your little hands on my cheek." The Duke said that his mother was a truly noble woman. Despite all the hardships and deprivations of her life in the Duke's palace, she always remained kind and reasonable. All her actions were like that. But, unfortunately, fate was very cruel to this woman, and she died early. The governess listened attentively to her interlocutor. She was deeply moved by what she heard. She experienced together with the young man what his mother had once experienced. Society often evaluates a noble person by other standards, which the former Duchess did not always meet. In the book, she remembered Dolores exactly like this. There was no description of the Duchess as a person. All attention was focused on the appearance of the young woman. The governess mentally turned the pages of a novel she had once read in her previous life. The cruel lines in the book that described Diego's own mother came to mind. The woman had been rejected for her ugly appearance. It was precisely the majority of the characteristics of this heroine of the novel that concerned her appearance. The author of the book did not bother to write anything else about the unfortunate woman. She was only honored with superficial references to her appearance, and this could not help but influence the reader's judgments about her. This is what made the people reading these lines neglect the poor Duchess. The young man thoughtfully continued his story about his past life. He said that his mother did not want him to hate his father. In this way, she probably wanted to protect him from being raised in cruelty and hatred. However, considering the kind of person his father was, the young man had no choice. Then the young man turned to the governess and said that he did not think at all that his mother had simply died of illness. The circumstances of her death were too mysterious. No one could explain how she could have contracted that illness. And besides, the young man was very surprised by the old duke's hasty marriage to his new passion. When the governess asked why he was telling such important things to her, the young man answered that he did not know. He just wanted to share these thoughts with someone. Before, he could not discuss this with anyone. It seemed that this girl was the one who could listen to him and empathize with him. The young duke searched for a long time for a suitable answer for the girl. He wanted to find the right words so that she would understand him exactly. It was at this moment that he wanted to make all the confessions about his previous life, as if he wanted to explain to her the reason for his cruel treatment of his father. In fact, the young man had only one reason why he was now telling all this to the governess. He wanted her to think that he was better than he really was after hearing his excuses. The young man wanted to be attractive in the eyes of the woman he liked. The governess was puzzled by the young man's story. Despite all her efforts, things continued to take a different turn. She did not want the Duke to show her any signs of attention. Her only motive was to protect the children from their cruel mother. After this conversation between the governess and the Duke, at her request, the children were separated from the Duchess. One of her goals was achieved. In the original version of the book, the Duke moved the children into a separate building. But now, perhaps thanks to the intervention of the young girl, something else happened. It was the Duchess who was isolated from society. One might say that this was too cruel for a woman who had just lost her husband. But the evil woman got everything she deserved. And for her young stepson, even that seemed not enough. He sought to punish his stepmother even more severely. Diego pondered for a long time what other actions he could take to isolate the former Duchess. He listened to the young girl's advice and began to look for information that concerned the previous governesses who worked in the ducal palace. This could help in drawing up an indictment against the cruel Duchess. An order was given to search for information about these women. Governesses who did not receive recommendations probably could not remain in the capital and were forced to disperse from there throughout the country. Even if some were found, it was almost impossible for them to spend their livelihood and go to the capital to give evidence. But the girl thought that for the Duke there was nothing impossible. After all, her partner had a lot of money, and therefore he would promise to compensate the governesses with a sufficient amount so that they would come and give evidence. The dreamy governess thought that Diego was not only rich, but also handsome. Wasn't he too perfect? He appeared before her eyes in her imagination. She remembered every feature of his face, every smile that appeared on his lips. Again, in her thoughts, she relived the minutes spent together with him. No matter how hard the governess tried, she was not given the opportunity to get rid of these obsessive thoughts. And now the face of the young Duke appeared before her again. She gently touches his warm cheek with her palm. It seems that the young man likes it too. What soft skin he has. How radiantly the young man smiles in response to her words. A sweet smile shines on his face. How I wish I could touch him again. This was probably going to happen soon anyway. The governess wanted it with all her heart. How she enjoyed spending time with the young man, no longer paying attention to his past sins. The little ward who looked in the door distracted her governess from her wonderful memories. As always, everything ended at the most interesting place. The girl had already begun to imagine that perhaps the young man would kiss her now. How inopportunely Cecily had appeared in the room. The governess asked the girl how long she had been here in this room. She answered that she had just arrived. She began to worry that she had not seen her teacher for a long time and decided to look for her thoroughly. The girl thought it was good that she had thought only to herself and had not voiced all her thoughts out loud. She would have to watch herself during the next moments of her dreams. Or better yet, stop dreaming about the young Duke altogether. The governess told the girl that if she was ready, then would she mind going together to look for the young gentleman? She suggested that the girl get ready for a walk. And without her little brother, this walk would be impossible. Now she had to start looking for him immediately. Cecily happily agreed. The girl sitting in her governess's arms was very happy about the upcoming walk. All the way she talked about how much she enjoyed walking. The girl was also in a hurry to share the latest events in her life with her governess, who had not seen her for a long time. She wanted to tell her beloved friend so much. When it seemed that all the events of the little pet had already become known to her teacher, she suddenly remembered that she also loved desserts. The girl remembered that she had recently had a dream in which she was treated to a very tasty cake. It would be good if it turned out to be real. Two chattering girlfriends approached the door of the young governess's pupil's room. It was quiet in Cedric's room. The girl knocked insistently on the door and asked the young man if he was ready for the walk. In response, the surprised girl heard from the boy's lips a loud prohibition to enter his room and a request to wait near the door. This was very unusual for her little charge. Never before had he allowed himself to do anything like this. The governess waited with interest to see what would happen next. And then the door of the room opened and an excited and energetic young gentleman appeared before their eyes. He was already fully prepared for the upcoming walk. For some unknown reason, he furiously shouted that he was ready. Behind the boy stood two of the Duke's maids. They told him that the boy seemed to be looking forward to today's walk. He was in a great hurry to get dressed in his best clothes. In addition, he kept looking at his watch. In response, the governess said that they had put off their walk for too long, and that they would also try desserts today. Hearing about desserts, one of the maids approached the governess and said that it was very good to have fun, but children should not be given too many sweets. Because of them, they could later have problems with their appetite. After sweets, they always did not want to have dinner. The teacher replied that they would only have a small piece. One of the maids wanted to add that since the Duchess was not there now and the children were left to their own devices, that is, at the disposal of the governess herself. But her remark was cut off by another maid, who ordered her to be quiet and not to interfere with people going for a walk. As she left, the maid added that the carriage was already prepared. She also advised them to be careful, to which the governess and both her students readily agreed. The children were eager to set off on their long-awaited walk. They had never gone out into the city before. Standing by the carriage, the girl thought about what kind of family this was, where the mother's imprisonment became an opportunity for the children to have fun. If she had not managed to get rid of their cruel mother, the children would have had a gloomy future. Her thoughts were interrupted by Cedric, who harshly refused her offer to help with the entrance to the carriage. The girl, offended by her pupil's actions, again went deep into her thoughts. She thought that this ducal house was not the most pleasant place for a teacher to work. She had the misfortune to end up in such a bad place in her next life. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted again. She suddenly wondered why the children were clinging to her if the seat in the carriage was so wide. The children huddled close to her and vied with each other to tell her how much she enjoyed sitting next to her beloved governess. Hearing this, the girl prepared to endure their closeness all the way to the city. Besides, it wasn't far away. The governess thought that it seemed they had been standing in one place for a very long time and could not go any further. The carriage with her and the children was indeed standing in front of the palace gates at that time. The guard had not yet opened them because he was busy with someone who was standing near the palace gate. The man, whose face and figure were hidden by a long cloak, was talking to the guard about something. Unable to bear the long wait, the governess stuck her head out of the carriage window to ask the guard what had happened. She was getting tired of the noise the children were making in the carriage, and she wanted to get to the city pastry shop as quickly as possible, where the children would finally calm down. The girl called out to the guard and asked what had happened. The guard immediately responded to her call and came up, looking into the carriage window. He asked her forgiveness for waiting so long, and asked if it was possible to wait a little longer, since he needed to settle some business. The governess asked if the gates were broken. After all, they absolutely had to get into the city today. The guard immediately rushed to answer. "I'll be happy to tell you everything now. I have a problem here. Someone is very persistently trying to meet with the younger Duke. I'm completely confused and don't know what to do. But I hope we'll soon resolve everything and open the exit for you." The governess decided not to wait in the carriage. She asked the guard for permission to look at the unexpected guest. She was interested in looking at the one who was now standing at the Duke's gate. He immediately agreed, and the girl, like a bird from a cage, flew out of her carriage. On the way to the gate, she tried to see who was standing behind the bars. She was haunted by the thought of who could be there. Who could be the person who came to Diego right now? And suddenly the governess thought, could it really be Lady Adriana? Well, now she will find out everything herself. On the way to the gate, she tried to remember what the girl looked like. Although she had also been wearing a hooded cloak at the late Duke's funeral, the governess managed to get a good look at her and remember her. The girl who had watched the Duke's murder was a very pretty girl with beautiful big blue eyes and long white hair. Ostavala approached the gate and immediately recognized the girl behind the bars, whom she had watched during the funeral. She asked the stranger if her name was Adriana. She answered affirmatively and asked how the girl knew her name. The governess, who knew the girl even before she appeared here from the pages of the novel she had read, decided to remain silent for now. Coming closer and moving away from the guard, Estella answered the unexpected guest's question. "Hello, Lady Adriana. We are not acquainted, but I saw you at the funeral of the previous Duke. You were so beautiful that I involuntarily remembered you. Now I will try to help you solve your question." Looking straight at the guest who had arrived, the governess considered the situation. She thought that if the girl had immediately revealed her identity to the guard, she would have been let through long ago and would have been able to walk to the palace without hindrance. She did not understand why the girl was still standing at the gate. The governess had a hard time admitting that the unexpected guest looked even better than when they first met. You could definitely fall in love with someone like that. And then an idea struck the girl. The newcomer probably had reasons to enter the palace secretly. She wanted no one to know about it. She wanted to enter secretly, so that they wouldn't think it was a secret meeting. And the governess managed to ruin everything with her long tongue. The girl immediately thought that she absolutely had to try to fix everything. Yes, maybe she had made a mistake. But not all was lost. She had to start brainstorming and find some solution. After all, if she thought it through well, maybe this would be a chance. We must take advantage of this girl's presence here. This will be a chance to prove to the Duke that there is an incredible beauty who will attract his attention. Diego and Adriana met. If she didn't screw up again, then perhaps her business would succeed. With enthusiasm, the girl rushed to carry out her newly drawn-up plan. Estella approached the guard and asked him to open the gates immediately. According to her plan, the girl had to enter the palace grounds that day. The gatekeeper was not ready to immediately fulfill the governess's order and tried to refuse. The governess told him that nothing terrible would happen if he opened the gates for his master's guest now. She said that she had heard that the younger duke was to have a guest today. Perhaps the master forgot to inform you of the planned visit. Or perhaps you yourself missed something. The guard agreed that this was probably how it all happened. If the governess was so sure of it, then of course he would gladly let the guest into the palace. Approaching the guard, the governess asked him not to tell anyone about this. Everything that happened here must remain a secret for everyone. She whispered to the doorkeeper that this secret should not be told under any circumstances. When a young man and a girl meet, misunderstandings can arise. Neither of them needs unnecessary conversations. The governess's interlocutor agreed with her and asked her permission to leave. A young girl approached the governess. Adriana thanked her for her help and asked who she was. The polite girl was profuse in her gratitude. From her appearance, the governess realized that she had not expected to meet anyone here, much less to receive help from anyone. Without hiding anything, Estella answered the young guest that she worked in this house as a governess and looked after the brother and sister of the young duke. Judging by her reaction, Adriana was very surprised by what the girl said. She repeated, "A governess. Then the children in this house are still." The girl stopped mid-sentence. The governess mentally continued the guest's sentence. She immediately understood what the girl wanted to say. She wanted to say that the children in this house were still alive. She had not expected to meet living children here. This was obvious, because she had personally witnessed the murder of the old duke by his son. The governess thought that if it were not for her, the children would indeed have been killed at that moment. Thanks to the agreement drawn up between her and the young duke, she was able to ensure that the children were safe. And now they were looking out of the carriage window with curious glances and asking why they were not yet going with the teacher to the pastry shop. The governess apologized to the young girl for not being able to continue the conversation with her. She had planned a walk around the city with the children today. She informed her that the younger duke had just left for the city. And if the guest agreed to wait for him in the drawing room for a while, he would soon return and be able to meet her. Adriana asked again what her savior's name was. After all, she had helped her out so much today, and she hadn't even remembered her name. It would be the height of indecency on her part not to thank the young lady for that. She would definitely remember and later think of a way she could be useful to the Duke's governess. In response, the governess said, "You would have found out my name one way or another. I have absolutely nothing to hide from you. My name is Estella. Margaret." As in all previous cases, the girl came to her senses in time and gave her current name after the one she was called in her previous life. At the moment of conversation, the girl's attention was distracted from each other by a noise coming from somewhere to the side. Both interlocutors simultaneously turned to the side from where the clatter of horses' hooves and the hum of carriage wheels on the pavement were coming. Then the coachman's shout was heard, demanding that the roadway be cleared for him. Both girls were standing right next to his path. The girls remained standing on the stone-paved square of the palace courtyard. A richly decorated carriage stopped next to them. Carved from mahogany with elements of gilding and silk fabric, it looked magnificent. It was harnessed by a pair of white, well-fed, and excellent-looking horses. Unfortunately for the governess, it was Diego's carriage. Why did this happen now, before she had time to leave with her pupils for a walk in the city? He should never have known that it was she who had let Adriana into the palace. Seeing the girls, the Duke ordered the coachman to stop the carriage. The young man got out of the carriage and began to quickly approach the two interlocutors. The governess was preparing answers to all the possible questions of the young man in her head. She could not fail under any circumstances. The Duke turned to the governess and said that he did not think that they would meet here. He even thought that she came out to meet him. He came close to the governess, looked into her eyes, and asked again if she had come out to meet him. If so, he was very pleased with such attention from the young girl. Damn it, he was flirting with her again. Estella answered that she had accidentally crossed his path and was going to go to town with the children. This explanation seemed to anger the young Duke. For some reason, his expression changed abruptly. The intonation of his voice also changed slightly. The playful tone was replaced by an aggressive and angry one. I wonder what the girl did to deserve such a change in the young man's mood. The Duke asked the governess why she had decided to take the children for a walk in the city without asking his permission first. It would have been a good idea to consult with him a little beforehand. Upset by the young man's words, the girl asked again, why did she need permission? Didn't she have the right to decide how to look after her charges? The young man noticed that their conversation was turning into a rather heated argument and threatened to escalate into a quarrel. To diffuse the situation, he said, when you go somewhere, don't you have to inform your guardian? And what if something happens? In response, the girl only thought that the greatest danger for these children was the Duke himself. The governess, who had already cooled down a little from her anger, began to tell her young master about the plans for that day. Estella told Diego that she and the children were going to go to a pastry shop today. She would very much like to spoil the children a little and treat them to a piece of cake. She apologized for not being able to tell the Duke about this in advance. The squabble between the young gentleman and the governess could not be stopped. Each of them wanted to have the last word in the conversation. The Duke asked why the cake was only for children. Why should he be left without cake? Without thinking twice, the girl asked if he wanted her to wrap up another piece of cake for him too. Their sweet conversation was interrupted mid-sentence by the doorman who approached them. He turned to the Duke and said that a guest had recently arrived to him. The Duke was very surprised by the appearance of an unfamiliar girl in his estate. He wanted to know who she was and for what purpose she had come to the Duke's palace. The young man turned and looked at the girl who had arrived. Her face was no longer hidden by the hood pulled over her head. The governess thought that he would easily fall in love with someone like that and leave her alone. It seemed that the Duke was also charmed by her new acquaintance. He looked at the guest intently. The Duke greeted the beautiful stranger. It was not their first meeting, but it was the first time they stood opposite each other and could look into each other's faces. The girl also greeted the young man and said that her name was Adriana. The young man noted to himself that he was hearing this name for the first time and that he had met this rather pretty girl for the first time. She looked attractive and even somewhat mysterious, which also immediately attracted the Duke's attention. He asked the gatekeeper why he had let this girl into their estate. Here the governess was forced to intervene in the conversation. She said that it was she who had ordered that the girl be led into the courtyard and asked the Duke for forgiveness for this. She thought that this was how she should have arranged the meeting with the main characters of the novel. She would never be able to escape from Diego's clutches. How inopportunely the guard joined the conversation again. Out of nowhere, he decided to join their conversation and upset the governess. He said that it was the governess who allowed him to open the gate, informing her that she had an appointment with their young master. What he heard both surprised and angered the young man. He turned to the girl again and asked her to explain. He did not understand the motives of the teacher's actions. In response, she muttered that he should definitely meet this person. Then, when they met, she would try to explain everything to him. The Duke continued to press his point. The imperious young man wanted to resolve everything at once. He said that he did not remember arranging a meeting with anyone. The governess was ready to go into hysterics because her plan could now be ruined. Something had to be done immediately. The teacher thought about the purpose of the girl's visit here and how she wanted to take advantage of it. She remembered her agreement with the Duke regarding the 3 months of waiting. During that conversation, she promised him that she would marry him if he did not meet someone else and fall in love within 3 months. The girl raised 3 fingers and showed them to the Duke. Seeing the 3 fingers, the young man tried to guess what they were talking about. He remembered how a couple of weeks ago she had also shown him these 3 fingers. At that moment, she had told the Duke that in 3 months a beautiful woman would appear. If after meeting her nothing changed, then they could continue their conversation today about marriage. These were the terms of their agreement. The Duke's mind flashed back to the conversation with the governess. Enough time had passed since then, and he had completely forgotten the details of that conversation. He wondered why the girl had insisted that he meet some unknown beauty within 3 months. He thought that, judging by those words, the time had already come to meet that stranger. The Duke looked appraisingly at the girl who had arrived again. Could this really be the beauty who was supposed to appear before him? The young man was forced to admit to himself that she looked truly stunning. So, the governess had not deceived him about the beautiful stranger during that long-ago conversation. The Duke, who remembered the details of their conversation very well, became interested in whether the young teacher's prediction about him falling in love with this girl would still come true. He thought that if he went with the flow, there would be no reproaches. As a result of all these thought processes, the Duke decided to get to know the beautiful stranger better. He came closer to her and extended his hand, inviting her to take it. The Duke looked at the girl and said that he had been in such a hurry that he had completely forgotten about their meeting. He asked her to state her last name. Moving side by side towards the palace, they continued their conversation. The stranger began to tell, "My name is Adriana Teresa Astes. I am in poor health, so I do not go out in public. But I am still the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Astes. So let us talk about everything in more detail with you inside." The Duke agreed with everything. Pleased with how everything ended, the governess thoughtfully watched the departing couple. It seemed that she had managed to achieve the desired result after all. Although everything did not go smoothly, and it cost her some nerves, but she managed to arrange a meeting of the young girl and man as in the original version of the book. Satisfied with her work, the governess continued to watch the young men and hoped that everything would end as she had planned. The departing ones were talking among themselves. Suddenly, the young man turned around and looked intently in the direction of the governess. He turned around and his lips whispered a phrase that killed the poor teacher on the spot. "I'll be back. And we'll see." She was stunned by his words. Most likely, the girl was expecting a difficult conversation with the Duke, and she would have to wriggle out of it again. The governess's thoughts were interrupted by the cries of her little charges. They wanted to know why they were standing there for so long and how much longer they had to wait. The children were getting tired of the long wait. They were impatient to go for a walk and try the delicious desserts as soon as possible. The children began to hurry their teacher. The girl got into the carriage and ordered the coachman to move towards the city. Under the sounds of the creaking wheels of the carriage, she was able to put her thoughts to rest. The governess was haunted by the thought of why the Duke had said such terrible things when he left with his guest. What could await the poor girl when she met him? Excited by the thought of the upcoming treat, the children sat in the carriage and chatted animatedly. They were already planning who of them would be able to eat how many pieces of cake. Estella thought about what was happening in the ducal palace. She hoped that Diego would accept Adriana's offer anyway, and everything would end well. As the evening sunset approached, the Duke's house grew quiet. The sun had already set behind the branches of the tall trees. Peace and quiet reigned in the estate. As always, the little children were the first to fall asleep in this house. Having run around all day, they lay peacefully in their beds. Cedric snored quietly, his nose buried in his pillow. His governess listened once more to the silence in the children's rooms. She was pleased with how quickly the children had fallen asleep today. After all, the earlier they fell asleep, the more free time she had for herself. Now she quietly closed the door of the little boy's room. It was time to go to her own bedroom. Previously, walking along the long corridors of the palace, the girl always found time to think about something pleasant or necessary. It was a kind of meditation for her. But now all this was in the past. The circumstances of her life in the palace had changed greatly. The governess had to hide. Having reached the corner, the girl only glanced around it out of the corner of her eye. Noticing that no further movements were observed, she was able to continue on her way. The governess's next cover was a tall flower. There she hid until she was sure that the path to her room was clear. Sitting down on the steps of the huge staircase, she checked to see if she would meet anyone on the way. All these precautions had recently become an invariable attribute of her evening journey. The girl had long since gotten used to this. She was forced to hide. She was in a hurry to get to her bedroom and was hiding from the Duke. Lately, she had been constantly avoiding meetings with her master. Well, there was just a little more time left, and soon she would be in her room. Taking hold of the door handle of her room, the girl thought that, again, fortunately, she had not met Diego. After all, it was not for nothing that she had specially returned home at sunset and had taken all the precautions. It was vitally important for her now. The governess lowered her eyes and entered her room. As in the entire palace, peace and quiet reigned there. Nothing was allowed to disturb them. The girl was glad that she had managed to survive today again. Recently, she had begun to count every lucky day for her. The day when she did not meet the master, the girl was horrified by the question that sounded from the depths of her room. Raising her eyes, she saw the Duke sitting on her bed, crossing his legs. The girl screamed in fear. The young man, as if nothing had happened, asked the governess what she had experienced. Apparently, she had said some of her thoughts out loud. The stress caused the girl's legs to buckle, and she sat down on the floor by the door. She turned to the Duke and said that he had scared her very much. In response, he jokingly replied that his tried eardrums seemed to have been even more scared. Her scream was like the noise of a sleeping volcano erupting. The young man got up from her bed and continued the conversation. "If I scared you, I ask you to forgive me for that. I thought that if I showed myself right away, you would be very scared. That's why I decided to make a noise first. I didn't think that it would look so terrible for you." The Duke extended his hand to the girl, offering her his help to get up from the floor. He explained his action by saying that he wanted to show kindness. He could not imagine that the poor girl could be so frightened by her master's voice. Already standing on her own feet in front of the Duke and looking into his eyes, the governess could not contain her waves of anger and disappointment. She said that she had not expected such an action from the Duke at all. He had always seemed to her a well-mannered young man. How could he have managed to enter a grown woman's room without her permission? The governess then decided to give the young Duke a little educational talk about the rules of etiquette for young people. She noted that this was a very inappropriate behavior on his part. Despite all his apologies, she would not be able to forgive him for this yet. In the future, he would have to avoid such behavior. She had to listen to the Duke's reproach that for some time now she had stubbornly begun to avoid personal meetings with him. He could not help but notice this, and he would also like to hear answers to several questions. In response, the governess said that she did not remember at all that she had avoided meeting her master, and asked when it had been. She had to listen to the Duke's fair answer, who said that she had promised to call on him when they returned from their walk. If she referred to the fact that they had returned late, she should have come earlier. But Estella began to justify herself, saying that she simply wanted the students, delighted by the walk, to enjoy the walk around the city as long as possible. Then she suddenly fell silent and stared at the desk in surprise. She asked her interlocutor if he had dared to take something from her desk. The young man told the girl that what was lying on the table looked very much like a diary that she kept. In response, she told him that she did not keep any diaries. During the conversation, she looked at the table again and made sure that there was a book on raising small children. The governess picked up the book and showed it to the Duke, who was not at all embarrassed at the sight of this book. Deep in her soul, the girl was glad at that moment that it was not a love story, which she kept in her main desk drawer deep in the drawer. She had just recently become interested in local romance novels, but she didn't want to connect her interest in this with the changes in her personal life in the last few weeks. She was afraid of what else the Duke might come up with if he found out about this. Tired from the difficult day and recent experiences, the girl sat down on her bed, pressing the book she had taken from the table to her chest. She asked the young man for what purpose he had entered her room and what he would like to talk about. Although in her soul she already suspected the topic of the upcoming conversation, the Duke was not going to sit next to her, and this scared the girl a little. So most likely, the tone of the conversation would not be friendly. Diego seriously prepared for this conversation. He told the girl that in the last few days he had many questions, and he wanted to get answers to them immediately. With the calm of a person condemned to death, the governess waited for what her master wanted to hear from her. She was prepared for the worst. Satisfied with the effect of fear and attention in the girl's eyes, the young man allowed himself to sit down on a chair opposite her and look intently into her eyes. First of all, he was most interested in the question of who the woman was whom she had led into his house. The young man was not satisfied with the governess's answer that she had introduced herself as Lady Adriana. He wanted to know much more about the stranger who had perhaps tricked her way into his palace. He said that the girl should take everything very seriously and asked if she had known her from the beginning. The governess felt as if she were being interrogated. The Duke looked closely at her face and came closer and closer with his questions. She replied that she had never met the girl before she met her at the gate. She had seen her at the funeral of the Duke's father and remembered her because she was very beautiful. The interrogator of the girl came closer and closer. His questions became louder and more aggressive. The girl began to be frightened not only by the words, but also by the actions of the young man. Coming very close to her, he put his hand on the table and asked why she had let her into the estate. It was becoming increasingly difficult for the governess to remain calm. She gathered her courage and answered the Duke. "I knew that she was one of the aristocrats because I saw her among the mourners at your father's funeral. When she met me, she spoke so sincerely that I thought, why don't you talk to her at least once? It seemed to me that it was very important for this lady to talk to you." The girl thought that none of her answers pleased the young man. He listened attentively to every word she said. There was distrust in his eyes. The young man asked the governess why she had to tell him that the Duke had an appointment with a mysterious stranger. It seemed that the gatekeeper had conveyed her words to him. The teacher felt like a student answering the teacher's questions. Or to be more precise, she felt like a quiz contestant who had to answer a question in a short time. She told the Duke that she had lied to the guard about having arranged a meeting with his guest. It was an improvisation on her part. It seemed to her that the Duke had calmed down a little. He folded his hands in front of him and leaned forward a little towards his interlocutor and said that a rather interesting situation had happened to him today. One could even say that it was an incredible situation. The governess asked what had happened to him. Distracted by some internal thoughts, the Duke told the girl that his guest had proposed to him today. He was literally knocked off his feet by what she had proposed, and he still could not recover from what he had heard. He could not think of anything better to do than to turn to the governess for an explanation. The Duke told the governess that he had not expected to hear such a thing from the mysterious guest. The girl who had appeared in his palace so suddenly said that she knew the whole truth about his father's death. She described in great detail how his father had died. In exchange for her silence about what had happened, she offered the Duke to marry her. The young man looked confused and upset. He analyzed the girl's words and could not understand how she knew that he had become the murderer of his own father. He had only one explanation for what had happened. He asked the teacher if she had told the girl. Stella silently considered what she had heard from the Duke. She should have foreseen this when she decided to let the mysterious guest into the Duke's palace without asking permission from its owner. Hell, Diego might think that she had conspired with Adriana to harm him. Now she had to try to fix everything. The governess thought that at such moments she should be extremely careful and speak very calmly. She answered the Duke that she had not told anyone about his father's death, as she had promised him before. Could his guest really have told him something like that? If so, she had lied to him. The young man replied that he had indeed asked her about it. But in response, the mysterious stranger said that there was no connection between the girl and the governess. She also said that she had seen her for the first time today and had met the governess today. In this, their versions of what happened coincide. The girl added that she had only seen today's guest at the funeral from afar. She was pleased that she had been able to answer all the questions put to her. It seemed to her that all charges against her should have been dropped immediately. The Duke asked her to answer one last question. The young man stared into her eyes, waiting for her consent to answer his request. It was not difficult for the girl to answer. If she had answered the previous ones, then this one would not be unsolvable for her. And she agreed. The question, which sounded in the poorly lit room, stunned the girl and doused her with cold. The Duke asked the governess if he should marry the guest who had come today. Or, in her opinion, should he refuse her offer? The teacher froze, unable to breathe and unable to answer the question posed. She thought about why the young man had addressed this question to her. The girl peered intently into the face of the man sitting opposite her. She had learned a lot about him recently. New information about him and his life had been revealed to her. Information she had not been able to learn before on the pages of the novel she had read. And now, with just one word from her, she could decide the fate of this man and the fate of the little children. Thoughts whirled through the governess's head. But she had prepared the answer to the question posed to her long ago. She told the Duke that he should agree to the girl's proposal. His guest today would become his companion for life. He shouldn't refuse such a profitable offer. The teacher was surprised by the young man's next question. He asked if she had thought it through. After all, she had just suggested that he share his marriage bed with a blackmailer. The girl thought he had expected to hear a completely different answer from her. But unfortunately, that was not the end of their conversation. The governess was very amused by the Duke's last remark. She suddenly wondered if he had said such sensible things in the original, or if she couldn't remember because she had skimmed through the novel and read only the bed scenes. Then the quiz began again. Only in this quiz, the participants changed places. Now the governess asked the questions, and the young man was forced to answer them. To the first question about whether the Duke did not like the beauty of the girl who proposed marriage to him, he answered absolutely negatively. His answer to the question of how hard his heart had beaten when she proposed marriage was just as negative. The Duke told the governess that he had felt neither fear nor excitement at that moment. His feelings were more like bewilderment. When all the questions were finished, the Duke told the girl that he had come to her today not only to ask questions. They had many other topics for general conversation. He said that he remembered everything about the agreement they had drawn up earlier. And now it seemed to him that she had been dishonest with him when they had agreed on everything. He sat the girl down in front of him on a chair and started talking to her. The Duke said that he had not forgotten anything from their previous conversations. He was fulfilling his part of the promise as best he could. But in turn, he also wanted her to fulfill the promises she had given. Then the Duke continued. "You must understand one thing. I have never done anything like this before. I don't usually do anything like this, because if this were the usual thing, I would have thrown you out as soon as I suspected anything. You can consider that I made an exception for you." Leaving the governess sitting on the chair in complete confusion, the Duke turned around and began to leave her room. As he was leaving, he managed to add, "I would still dare to advise you on something. It would be better for you to stop reading the books at the bottom of the drawer in which everything begins and ends with novels and love affairs." The girl was shocked by the end of Diego's sentence. He said that he knew what was lying at the bottom of her desk drawer. It was completely unbearable. So all this time, he knew about her passion for romance novels and pretended that he knew nothing. How dare he take advantage of her ignorance? Ignoring his high title, she asked the Duke why he dared to touch other people's things. Either jokingly or seriously, he answered that as her direct employer, he was forced to conduct a minimal inspection of her things. With his hand already on the door handle, he continued to talk to the governess. He warned her that she should under no circumstances deceive him in the future. Sooner or later, everything would become known to him, and then he would not be able to be as kind to her as he had been today. The girl could not understand whether this phrase was a hidden threat on his part. Turning in the doorway, the young man added, "I feel like I've been very kind to you all this time. You've taken full advantage of my favor. Now I expect you to do the same. Make it so that I can trust you no matter what. Please." The governess clutched her book with both hands and stood there dumbfounded, speechless. She had nothing to say in response to this most pompous fool. Everything she had striven for lately had been unceremoniously trampled upon by him. Why had the Duke turned out to be not the man he had begun to seem to her? The young man had already left her room. And Estella continued to stand there, looking at the empty door. Her last words also sounded into the void. "I will never, under any circumstances, believe you." Then the governess adjusted her glasses on her nose and began to think about what she should do now. Having said goodbye to the governess, the Duke went to his apartments. He had a long way to go. The Duke's palace was famous in the city for its large size. Therefore, the young man had enough time to think over his recent conversation with the girl. The Duke was pleased with its results. As he approached his chambers, the young man heard someone calling his name. Turning his head in the direction from which the voice came, he met the eyes of his uncle, the younger brother of the current Marquis of Barty, Viscount Barty. The man sitting in the chair told Diego that he had not seen him for a long time and had not even been able to see him at the funeral.